Arc 7, Chapter 61, Welcome to the Gladiator Island. He felt like he had been left behind in a cold, dark place. The place was dark as if he had closed his eyes, cold as if he had pressed his cheeks against a discarded clump of iron. He desperately sought salvation, feeling his entire body bound by chains of captivity. That was also why he kept stretching out his hand, as if in a trance, looking for anything he could find. However, that was not why he had stretched out his hand towards the looming white light at the very end. The light, rather, its identity was that of a girl, with a tragic look of determination hidden on her face. He had stretched out his hand towards her, not because he was seeking salvation from her, but because he felt he needed to save her. And so, bending the chains that prevented him from moving his body even an inch, he reached out a hand, his own hand. He reached out his hand and... It's so small. As he muttered that, Natsuki Subaru stared at his own hand, now reflected in his blurred vision. The hand being held up to the ceiling, palm facing out, was his own one, extending out from his shoulder. It clenched and closed, moving just as he willed. Without a doubt, it was his. However, it was the hand of a child, a size smaller than Subaru had expected. Meaning, Subaru, I didn't turn back to normal. That had been his chance to get out of his hopeless situation. He should have attained it after going through untold hardship. He had literally put his life on the line over and over again for this, or so it seemed, and yet, the result had slipped from his hands. Just how many sacrifices had he made for what had left his hands? Just how many sacrifices? Subaru, that's right, the hell am I doing? A jolt suddenly running through his bleary consciousness, Subaru brought the hand he had been staring at to his face. The memories that came streaming back to him were those of the strange situation he had encountered at the Demon City, as well as the dangerous game of tag with Olbart, where he had been put through the ringer, so much so, that had been worse than the former. Subaru had managed to seize victory after accumulating countless deaths. He should have succeeded in getting his victor's dues, namely, in getting rid of his infantilization. Subaru also recalled Olbart touching his chest to try and undo his infantilization. And immediately after that, he felt like someone had whispered the soul language of love into his ears, and... Subaru, I passed out after that, and then? Subaru attempted to search his fuzzy memories for what had happened. However, even when he pushed and pulled, the door that held his interrupted memories within refused to open. Firmly clenching his back teeth together, Subaru grew more and more impatient, as he felt how stubborn this door was. Now, let's take it easy, no need to get flustered. Luckily, you all made it out with your lives, so you can take your time to do stuff after the lil missy that came with you wakes up. Subaru, huh? Suddenly, Subaru heard a voice coming from right beside him, turning to look at it in dumbfoundment. As he lay on a hard bed, his eyes met with someone resting their chin on their hands there. This someone was grinning from ear to ear, peering right up close into his face. Subaru, you are? Whoa there. Love the reaction, but it's best you keep things on the down low. If we're too noisy, we'll catch the island chief's eye, and they'll put together a bothersome fight to the death. But then again. Subaru, though it may be in bad taste, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. In front of Subaru, who jumped to his feet without thinking and darted his eyes about in bewilderment, was a blue-haired individual, boasting ever so nonchalantly. He had his long hair tied up into a ponytail, and was donning something reminiscent of Japanese-style garb, the likes of which were seldom seen here. Left astonished by how unfamiliar he looked, Subaru took a deep gulp before he chose his words, and his questions. Not only the other party was unfamiliar, but also the place, the environment, the atmosphere. Subaru, who are you? Where are we? Oh, how splendid. What great questions. Just as I'd expected. No, it surpasses even my expectations. Subaru, Bui? Subaru carefully tried to gauge his attitude, however. The other person, his eyes sparkling, quickly took Subaru's hand, shaking it up and down with such force that the latter thought his shoulder might be torn off. It was not like Subaru had been keeping his guard down. Yet, despite that, it felt like he could not react at all. Before the flabbergasted Subaru, the individual let go of his arm with a few, and spun around once on the spot, as if dancing, and said, "You, who have crossed the Black Lake and reached this island, the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive. You, with that unpleasant look to your eyes, swirling with such wonderful premonitions. I shall indeed answer you." Both his tone and gestures were theatrical, and for someone he'd just met, he was rather ill-mannered. However, he showed no signs of knowing what Subaru was thinking, and instead brazenly stuck to his attitude, his theatrics. Almost like he was an actor on a stage, basking himself in a round of thunderous applause like it was natural. Cecilis segment. The way he stretched out his arms to the left and right as he voiced his name, made it look like he was doing a pose straight out of a kabuki. Naturally, kabuki should not exist in this world, so he probably was not imitating an actual one. Even so, the pose he had struck had such a punch to it, that it robbed Subaru of his breath. Then again, what had taken Subaru's breath away was not merely his powerful pose, but also how familiar his name sounded. Where had he heard it before? As soon as he recalled, he frowned. He had heard it straight from Abel. If he was not mistaken, his name belonged to one of the 9 divine generals. Cecilis, I am Volakia's Blue Lightning. The lead actor of this world. Subaru gawked as he heard him grandiosely declare that before him. Both his name and title were consistent with what Subaru recalled. However, there was just one thing that stood as a huge issue. Namely, Subaru, Volakia's strongest, is a child? Cecilis segment, smiling right before him, was a child around the same age as the shrunken Subaru, with the very vibe of an obnoxious brat. The severe impact of infantilization was taking a toll on Natsuki Subaru's mind and body alike. The physical effects were easy to understand. As one would expect from Subaru's current outward appearance, what he possessed amounted only to the physical capabilities of a kid roughly 10 years of age. His arm and leg strength, and, naturally, his stamina and explosive strength, all had been reverted to a prepubescent state. However, there were doubts as to just how useful Subaru's original physical abilities were to begin with, by the standards of this other world. So it was probably safe to say that the difference was small, as much as he would hate to admit it. Far more serious, however, was the impact to his interior, rather than his exterior. Subaru, maybe my head's all messed up. It was a misleading way of putting it, but it was a simple way of expressing the bad situation Subaru was in. His ability to conceive, think, and draw on knowledge was weakening. Although he was using the same desk as before, his ability to open drawers was weaker and he was unable to reach the drawers that were higher up. At the tower of the Crimson Lapis Castle, the infernal game of tag unfolded, from Olbart's authorship. The abnormally high number of attempts he had taken to implement a countermeasure had very much been influenced by the regression in his ability to think. He was sure that before the shrinkage, he would have found the solution a little faster. Probably, he would have come up with that idea, and put an end to that ordeal faster, to the point he would not have felt any pain. Fortunately, at that time, it was not Subaru himself, but everyone who was important to Subaru that saved him. He had felt everyone's voices, their support, echoing in his head, and Subaru, no, that's not it. Suddenly, something slowly welled up within his heart, and Subaru hurriedly got rid of it with his hand. The mixed feelings of relief and melancholy were probably a feeling more akin to homesickness. Before the infantilization, he would have been able to bear those feelings considering the chaos and his sense of responsibility, but it seemed that his childish body had even lowered the bulwark that protected against him tearing up. If he was not careful, he would likely break down crying. "Subaru, don't cry, don't cry. Am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. No matter how much he may mourn, he could not borrow strength from those not present. Letting friction evaporate the tears, Subaru tried his utmost to get back to the main point. He had to, as it would be the only way he would ever get a chance to reunite with everyone. What was important now was neither his own weak mind nor his budding sense of nostalgia. Rather, what he needed to focus on most was the essence of his predicament. Namely, Subaru, did I ever hear from Abel or Zika-san about the age of the first? Sniffling, Subaru searched his memory for the answer to his question. Cecila's segment, he had heard that he was the strongest amongst the 9 divine generals of Wallachia. That meant he was the most powerful person in the empire. The reason why they had gone to the demon city of Chaos Flame in the first place was to get Yorna, one of the 9 divine generals, to become their ally. In order to regain the throne, their side needed to attain as many 9 divine generals as possible. Then, of course, it should have been natural to properly discuss the topic of the person who was ranked first. So, he pried open that stiff drawer, searching for some answer, but Subaru, the only things I can recall are that he's unpopular, and therefore, not very reliable. He was not sure whether that was because that part had bore the greatest impact on him, or because that was all he had actually been told, but that was all the information Subaru possessed regarding the first. Unfortunately, he was unable to find any information about his appearance, his age or anything of the like, which were what he wished to know at this moment. Subaru, but if it's about being unpopular because he's a child, then I can see why without a hitch. In the Empire, where the strongest were esteemed, it would be strange for the one most powerful to be unpopular. If this were because the strongest person was a child, it would make sense. Many adults would be reluctant to follow a child, no matter how strong they were. So, as Subaru came to terms with this prior information and his new knowledge, Cecilus, it seems you've come to some kind of conclusion. To this statement, Subaru looked up to see a blue-haired boy, Cecilus, standing in front of him, donning the same grandiose pose he had adopted earlier. Having left him standing there, Subaru, who had been lost in thought, blinked his eyes and said, Subaru, sorry, I left you there for a while. Cecilus, no, not at all, don't worry about me. I'm often left out of discussions, after all. I'm used to being left alone and not talked to, ha ha ha. Subaru, is that so? Cecilus flashed his white teeth, blithely laying bare his sad situation. Although he was taken aback by this attitude, he felt glad that his rude response had not spoiled his mood. After all, he had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask him. He wanted to tilt his head in puzzlement, not knowing which of the many questions to start with. Subaru, sorry for being rude, again, I apologize. Cecilus, like I said. There's no problem. Of course, that doesn't mean that rudeness, disrespect, and acting without consideration for others are acceptable, but I've got the openness to tolerate those to some extent. If you're intolerant, small, and superficial, then isn't it just like playing a minor role and getting the short end of the stick? Subaru, why yeah, you're right. Thank you, that helps. On that note, Cecilus, that reminds me. I didn't ask you this because you were absorbed in your thinking, but how did you feel about that pose? Since I put my all into this pose, I'd gladly like to hear your reaction. I was thinking if adding this to my introduction would give it the last push it needed. Subaru, wait a second, please, I was talking. Cecilus, oh yeah. There's some other things I want to ask, I'm pretty interested in those. What do you think? If you could tell me something about that in great detail, I'd. Subaru, listen to me. Even though he attempted to speak calmly, all of his attempts were interrupted by the lightning-fast speech of the other party. Fearing that he would be swept away by the momentum of the conversation, Subaru involuntarily let out a loud yell. After doing so, Subaru felt shock, as Cecilus's almond-shaped eyes widened. Cecilus, oh, by any chance, did I do it again? Subaru, Nowadays you practically never hear that kind of level of a template response. 2. Cecilus, label? Template? Subaru, it's a phrase from my hometown, meaning something like standard or cliché. Cecilus, ho, your hometowns. That's very interesting. I guess this one was no good. With a twinkle in his eye, the blue lightning was quick to pounce on the object of his curiosity. Perhaps that nickname of his also symbolized his personality, which was too honest in regards to his desires, as if he were lightning searching for a high place to fall on. He was a completely restless character. But perhaps, he was rather concealing his true character with an act. Cecilus, now, what will you talk about? I can't stop the throbbing in my chest, getting to hear what you have to say next. Tilda, I feel so alive. Subaru, it doesn't look like a performance, at all. With sparkling eyes, the boy desired that words from Subaru's mouth formed a story. His attitude, seemingly entirely divorced from any deception or conspiracy, made Subaru wonder if Cecilus could even tell a lie. In the first place, what would be the point of setting such a trap for Subaru now? Had he not been with Abel, Subaru would not have drawn any attention whatsoever in the Empire. Of course, there were exceptions who had attempted to aim at Subaru's life without relent. Subaru, but those are exceptions, and I don't want to see them again if possible. Cecilus, what's wrong? Subaru, I was just talking to myself. Also, I'm Natsuki Subaru. Gar. With Cecilus tilting his head in confusion, Subaru voiced his name in order to dodge his doubt, but realized his carelessness in revealing his true identity. At the time he had been cross-dressing, Subaru had assumed the name of Natsumi Schwartz, with prudence as to not spread his name in the Empire carelessly, but his childish thoughtlessness had ruined that. If by some chance, by some small possibility, Cecilus, someone with the position of General First Class of the Empire, were aware of the royal selection of the neighboring country of the Kingdom of Lagunica, and of the people involved in it, then. Cecilus, Natsuki Subaru, is it? It's got a curious sound to it, but somehow, it rolls off the tongue quite smoothly. By the way, which is the family name, Natsuki or Subaru? Subaru, my family name's Natsuki, and given name's Subaru. Cecilus, noted. Then I'll call you Subaru-san. But if I find a better way to call you, I'll just change it depending on my mood, so don't be taken aback. Waving his hand in the air, Cecilus replied with a face that betrayed any hint of recognition. Subaru was relieved to hear this, but at the same time, a slight doubt grew in his mind. Was this child really Cecilus' segment? Subaru, On second thought, anyone could just assert a potential identity. Of course the boy in front of him could do that, just like how Subaru identified himself as Natsuki Subaru. Of course, the name and alias of the Blue Lightning, the strongest in Wallachia, were renowned. It would be too much to expect to run into the strongest man in Wallachia in some unfamiliar, dodgy place like this one. Furthermore, it was more likely that this could just be some kid posing as the Blue Lightning because they admired the name and title. That would be a much more natural thought. Cecilus, dearie me. What's with the suspicious look in your eyes? Is it something about me? Subaru, are you the real Blue Lightning? Cecilus, there it is. They said it again. Just like every time. Since probing someone out was not his strength, he threw a fastball at Cecilus, who immediately let out uproarious laughter. He wondered if he could continue to call this boy Cecilus, but it seemed that people other than Subaru also harbored doubts about the authenticity of his identity, however. Cecilus, my words are genuine. Though exclaiming that is easy, it doesn't really prove anything, does it? On the other hand, about any hidden information that can be of use to prove my identity. Even if I told you anything of the sort, would you be able to tell what's genuine from what's not? Subaru-san, you don't know me that well, do you? Subaru, yeah, you're right. Cecilus, then, it's a waste of time to argue about the authenticity of my identity. Let's just cut out the useless stuff and move on to the next topic. That's way more constructive, even though I'm a specialist in destroying things. He felt like he was being cajoled by his momentum and eloquence, but with Cecilus advancing his arguments so ferociously and without pause, there was no opening for Subaru to object. Besides, what he had spoken was true, albeit extreme. Within Subaru, there laid no method to tell if this truly was the blue lightning or not. Nor did he have a clue he could use. Then, even if he were to suspect this tentative Cecilus, he would never find the answer. If that was the case. Subaru, once he set aside Cecilus as the target of his interest, the next question to rise to the fore would concern his situation. As Subaru was about to let Olbart undo his infantilization, his consciousness was engulfed by a void. No, something much darker engulfed him, and his consciousness vanished. However, it was clear that he did not simply pass out, and that was that. Case in point, Subaru was lying on a shabby bed, facing Cecilus. Even with the limited resources of the village of Shudrak, efforts had been made to make the beds comfortable by using soft grass and wood. However, this bed showed no such consideration at all. The only thing present there was a stand that was just good enough to lie down on. Adding to this bleak impression was the room's empty, bare interior, devoid of anything but the bed. The grey walls were dry and cracked, and the floor was stained with dirt that could not be removed. The damp, leaden air assaulted his lungs, and the environment was anything but comfortable. It felt as if he were in a prison cell. Subaru, Ceci, can I ask you something? Cecilus, Ceci. What's that? Is that me, by any chance? Subaru, I'm not sure if I can call you Cecilus when I don't know if you're real or fake. It was not like he was readying himself in case he met the real Cecilus, but rather it was the compromise Subaru had reached regarding the boy whose authenticity could not be ascertained. Calling him tentative Cecilus would be rude and troublesome to begin with. Apart from being way too chummy to the point of being suspicious, his demeanor was very friendly and he wished to avoid being disliked. Subaru, rather, he may be the friendliest person in the Empire. No, he can't compare to Flop and Medium. But I think he can put up a good fight. However, he could not bet on that, as there were examples of people who had been friendly at first before changing their ways. Then again, that Subaru had happened to meet the O'Connell siblings when he was with Rem had been a glimpse of uncharacteristically good fortune. Possibly, it was the most fortunate he had ever been his whole life. Why had Flop called out to him back then, he wondered. Perhaps he had been unable to continue seeing Subaru and Rem like that. Cecilus, Ceci, is it? What a special sensation. Exquisite sound. Now that I think back on it, I've never experienced being called a nickname. It's got a rich, fresh taste to it, doesn't it? Cecilus, on the other hand, was excited by his first nickname. Subaru had picked a somewhat cheap name for him, but if he was so happy with it, hampering the latter's excitement would be undesirable, and he deemed it unnecessary to come up with an alternative. He really did not have any other ideas. Subaru, so, back to the subject. This isn't Chaos Flame, is it? Cecilus, Chaos Flame. The Demon City, you mean? Yes, not at all. Rather, it's just on the opposite side of the Empire, from east to west. Like I said, this is the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, Subaru, Gladiator Islan. Subaru's lips curled as he felt the sound of that unfamiliar word, Jinnenhive, escape from his tongue. The name did not ring a bell, but the place's title gave him an unsettling feeling. If Chaos Flame was called the Demon City because of the large number of demi-humans living there, then there had to be a reason as to why Jinnenhive had that title, as well. Gladiator Islan, that meant. Subaru, Gladiator, Island? The word gladiator brought forth a certain image in his mind, as he remembered hearing it somewhere before. If he remembered correctly, it was a word that Al would blurt out from time to time indeed. He had spent 10 years and then some as a gladiator somewhere, always thinking that he was going to die. Even though he had lost his left arm, he had managed to survive and escape that place. Then, this place was. Subaru, no way, these are death game grounds. Cecilus, death gamu? Is that a phrase from your hometown too? What does it mean? Subaru, something like a coliseum, a place where people kill each other. Cecilus, oh I see. Then you understood quickly. Exactly, these here are the death gamu grounds. Subaru, HK. Cecilus laughed at Subaru, the latter overcome by a chill of horror after having mentioned this terrifying possibility. The fact that he clapped his hands in front of his chest and spoke casually made Subaru suspect that he had misheard something. But no matter how long he waited, the words he wished to hear did not leak from Cecilus's mouth. No, words leaked out, but they were not the words Subaru wished to hear. Cecilus, once again, welcome to the Gladiator Island. It's rare that people as young as me and Subaru-san come in, and even if we do, we don't live long, so I wish you the best. Subaru, Tha. HK. Cecilus, Tha. Subaru, that's ridiculous. There's gotta be some kind of mistake. His face contorting, Subaru's voice cracked at Cecilus in front of him. It was too much to take in. To find himself in such a place, it had to be some kind of mistake. Subaru, because I was in Chaos Flame until I woke up, and. Cecilus, no, you were on this bed while you slept as well. You were groaning as you slept. I understand groaning from the lack of comfort of sleeping here, but back when I was in Chaos Flame. Subaru, that's not what I mean. Don't you get it? Cecilus, Irritated by the inscrutable Cecilus, Subaru's spit went flying as he snapped at him. Closing one eye at his complaint, Cecilus showed readiness to listen and did not interject. That demeanor of his made Subaru avert his eyes from him, instead looking around the room. Subaru, I was in Chaos Flame. Me being here must be some kind of mistake. I was doing stuff with other people too. Cecilus, even if you say it's a mistake, you're actually here, you know. If I accept that argument, that means I'd have to be the one sent flying, from the island to the demon city. Subaru, shouldn't that be possible then, if I'm on the Gladiator Island? Cecilus, beats me, but if you want an answer to that, then I can present it to you very quickly. Shrugging his shoulders at Subaru's tantrum because he would not listen, Cecilus calmly extended his hand. A slender finger of his pointed to a wall at the back of the room. No, it was not a wall. He pointed to a window with iron bars. The window positioned high up led the way outside the room, a damp breeze flowing through it. Subaru, no. His lips quivering, Subaru jumped off the bed in a panic. As soon as he stood barefoot on the cold floor, his head jerked and he felt weak, but he managed to suppress it, sprinting towards the window. He then jumped and grabbed the bars, forcibly hoisting himself up, placing his chin on the window frame as he wriggled awkwardly. Then, somehow managing to lay his eyes on the view outside. Subaru, say. Cecilus, yeah, it's a lake. Looking out the windows, Subaru muttered so in dismay. Cecilus attempted to affirm what Subaru had said, having picked up on that mutter. However, Cecilus was wrong to affirm it, as Subaru had said sea, not lake. 3 Indeed, Cecilus had made a mistake. If he had indeed made a mistake, the scenery outside was possibly a mistake as well. Or at least, Subaru understood that was merely what he hoped to believe. Subaru, as far as I can see, it's a completely black lake. Cecilus, the whole island's surrounded by a lake. The only way to get to and from the other shores to raise the only drawbridge. Truly, a natural fortification, or rather, a prison. Unable to lift himself up, Subaru slid away from the window. Cecilus's mouth was in high gear as Subaru kneeled on the floor, drooping to his knees. Why was he in such a good mood in such a hopeless place? Subaru, why? Cecilus, Subaru, why do you look so entertained? An adult Subaru would have probably hesitated to ask, rather than asking it straight out. Being a child with no self-control, the question just popped out, overflowing from his mouth. Cecilus turned to Subaru's way too straightforward question with a childish look in his eyes, speaking. Cecilus, that is, because I feel the end of the first act. Subaru, first act. Cecilus, alas, though I don't really get it, I was thrown into these death gamu grounds, and I had to fight to the death in a whirlwind of blood. A new wind blew to me with a different scent of blood and a different premonition. With that being the case, it's only logical that the story will transition to its next phase. He did not understand Cecilus's story at all as the latter spoke in a profound manner, his fingers raised. No, it was not that he did not understand. It was that he wished not to understand. Because if he were to try to fully understand what Cecilus was saying, that would mean. Cecilus, it wouldn't be interesting otherwise. You can't keep the star actor off stage, that'd be a sacrilege in a proper story. Wallachier's strongest, the Blue Lightning, was a drama geek. Cecilus' segment, the drama geek, was a person of many words. To the point of making one suspect that if left to his own devices, he would continue to chatter on and on. Cecilus, so, I was just kinda moseying around outside, and there you were, just crawling up to shore. Amazing, isn't it? That doesn't happen very often. It was fated to be, absolutely. Or should I say, it was like something out of a story. Subaru, .. Cecilus, you probably don't know this, but I've always had a good sense of intuition. Today as well, I found you when walking around because I felt as if the wind was calling me. So, I'm so favored by the world it scares me. Subaru, .. Cecilus, of course, you survived that situation, so you've got a good chance of being favored by the world too. Let's show it our best, Baru. Tilda? Cocking his head, Cecilus pondered over something, accompanied by a mutter. As he listened to the nonsensical and insubstantial words of conversation spilling from the boy's lips, Subaru's bare feet moved over the cold stone floor. It would be reckless to go out and walk like this outside the room in which he had woken up, as this location was unknown. Still, there was something he needed to confirm. Subaru, it's as you said, right? That I wasn't alone? Cecilus, eh? Yep, it's true. I'd like to commend you for that as well. Not only did you come out of that situation with your life, but you also saved your companion's life, which really is a feat of luck and courage. Something of a talent. Subaru, yeah, sure, talent and guts and all that, right. So, that other person? Cecilus, was a little girl. More or less like you, Basu. Has a pretty nice ring to it, doesn't it? The conversation had derailed without effort, but he had been able to have the questions he wanted to ask answered. Perhaps what Cecilus was struggling with was what to call Subaru in response to the nickname of Ceci the latter had given him. As long as the nickname was not a terrible one, it did not matter to him what he was called. What was most important was the info he had been able to get from him. Subaru, Louis. Someone about the same age as himself. When it came to someone as old as Subaru was right now, the person who naturally came to mind was Louis. The situation right now was that Medium had also been reduced to about the same age, but since she had not been present at that tower, she was not a candidate. Frankly, though, Subaru's mental impression of Louis was a jumbled mess. Subaru, I'm not going to ditch you before I have an answer to that question. Besides, maybe, with your power. If they could make use of Louis' teleport, they might be able to get off this dangerous island. He did not yet know the whole island, and although Cecilus was the only other person he had met at this place, from what the latter had told him, it no doubt had to be the absolute worst possible environment for a child to spend time in. So, Subaru, we've got to get off this island as soon as possible. Cecilus, that's quite the aspiration, but I think there'll be a lot of obstacles. From what I've heard, only one person's ever managed to escape from this place, and it's for that very reason that the curse rule was created. Subaru, then I'll be the second person. No, you and my companion make 3. Subaru's determination interjected, replying out of reflex. And Cecilus, hearing this, looked over him as if he was something trivial, then gave a high-pitched whistle. It seemed to somehow put him in a good mood, but there was no time to care about that. And Cecilus, Basu, here. After a short walk down a dimly lit passageway filled with damp, cold air, Cecilus stopped abruptly. With his hands clasped behind his head, he jerked his chin towards a room with a dingy wooden door. Looking up at the door, Subaru asked, "Here is?" "Cecilus, this is a healing room. It's also called the corpse room. Many people become corpses here after failing to die in the arena." Subaru, healing room, is it? And the healer is? Cecilus, healer, ha. There are some healers, sorta, but there's no precious magic user of the sort here. There'd be fewer deaths if they were assigned here, but that's not the policy of the island chief. Subaru, Receiving that frivolous reply, Subaru involuntarily shut himself up. It had slipped his mind completely, but in the Volakian Empire, there were very few people able to wield healing magic. That was why Rem's healing magic was treated as valuable. But the fact remained that Louis had been put into a healing room devoid of a healer. "Cecilus, the girl you brought along was very weak, that's why. The purpose of this room is, at least in name, to treat the wounded, so there are some blankets and things to patch people up, at least. We gladiators are treated just as you saw earlier, and the sleeping conditions were terrible, weren't they?" Subaru, you're the only gladiator here. Cecilus, you're right. Here, have an emotional meeting. Seemingly reading Subaru's inner heart for the second time, Cecilus patted Subaru on the shoulder. Pressured by his momentum, Subaru swallowed his saliva, steeled himself, and headed for the door. Pushing it open, he frowned at the unpleasant smell emanating from inside. What flowed out of it was the odor of a mixture of blood and decaying flesh, akin to the pinnacle of unsanitary conditions. Was their sense of hygiene dead and gone, perhaps? Within that not-so-spacious room, worn-out tools and sloppily washed bandages could be seen, having been left hanging out to dry. And in that not-so-great environment. Cecilus, that's your companion sleeping over yonder. Subaru, Louis. Cecilus pointed to a bed in the back as Subaru looked around. It seemed to be a room that served as an infirmary, with two beds that were a smidgen better than the one Subaru had been lying on, and a small bulging blanket at the far end of the bed. Subaru rushed toward it, hurried by his stray feelings. He was in a hurry to get to Louis, but could not decide what he should tell her. However, Subaru, Having rushed over, and attempted to shake the little girl's shoulder, Subaru froze in surprise. Not because he was incapable of finding the right words to say, but because he could not find anyone to whom he could say them. The girl who had been said to be brought ashore along with Subaru, and laid to sleep there was not Louis, who stirred up mixed feelings in Subaru's heart. She possessed a small head, two protruding horns, and flaxen hair that gathered at her shoulders. The girl had been stripped of the ornate kimono that wrapped her petite body, revealing only simple undergarments. It was not Louis, nor was it his companion medium, who had accompanied him to the demon city of Chaos Flame, who too had been made small by that technique of Olbart's. The one there was Subaru, Tanza. There was no response from the sleeping little girl to his trembling call, but even if she did not answer, after laying eyes on her, he knew. He knew that she was neither Louis nor medium, but Tanza the dear girl, the attendant of Yorna Miss Higya, the mistress of the demon city. Subaru, why? Why is this girl here? Cecilus, oh? Did I do something again? Behind Subaru, who was surprised to see a sleeping face different from the one he had imagined, Cecilus voiced something silly. Of course, it was not that he was to blame. He was not to blame, but... Subaru, that's not what I was told. You told me Louis was here. Cecilus, nah, I wonder about that. I believe I explained that there was a girl who came ashore on the island with you, Basu. I'm as surprised as you are, that it's not the girl you thought it was. Subaru, cool. Subaru was at a loss for words, unable to say anything in response to Cecilus's reasonable answer. Indeed, it was Subaru himself who assumed that he had meant Louis by the girl with him. Subaru could only apologize to Cecilus for that, but this was odd. Why would Tanza be with Subaru? For starters, if Tanza was the one with them right here, right now, then. Subaru, what about Louis? Putting his hand on his head, Subaru was anxious about Louis's well-being, someone nowhere to be found. Having been told of who she was, Abel, Al, and Medium now saw Louis as a threat. Yorna could perhaps protect Louis, but only because she was unaware of her real identity. Were she to find out that Louis was a Sin Archbishop, even she would change her mind, just like Medium had. And he could not find any reason for Abel and the others to keep Louis's identity a secret. Subaru, I've got to get her back to Rem. Louis's existence was very much like a thin and feeble thread connecting the amnesiac Rem and Subaru. Even though Louis had followed him without permission, Subaru had a reason as to why he could not afford not to bring her back. Above all, Subaru had yet to decide what to do with Louis, deep inside. And despite that, Louis's whereabouts were unknown to him, and Subaru was on this island, for some damn reason. Subaru, I shouldn't be wasting time like this. Subaru's thoughts would not settle at all, they were a muddled arrangement of many things. Still, he knew he had to get off this island and return to Chaos Flame immediately. Subaru, if possible, I'll take this child with me. Cecilus, oh, you sure? Wasn't this girl not the one you were expecting, Basu? Subaru, no. She isn't, but there's no reason to leave her behind, right? Besides, Yorna-san has to be looking for her. Yorna was so affectionate as to not hesitate to give of herself even for the sake of a young child she had just met. Without her, he would have been unable to pick up a win in the game of tag against Olbart, or to get the monstrous old man on board with the original bet, in the first place. Therefore, returning Tanza to Yorna was the natural way to return the favor. Cecilus, I think your enthusiasm and consideration are admirable, but as I said before, I think it'll be difficult. However, Cecilus's opinion reigned on Subaru's parade. Even though the way he spoke and behaved had remained the same since the outset, Cecilus's relayed circumstances were grave at their root. Yet, Subaru could not help but be frustrated by the harshness of his reality. Subaru, I heard you. You say it's hard to leave, right? But, if we look for a boat, or if we bring down the drawbridge you were talking about earlier, then. Cecilus, you raise the drawbridge. That'd be a challenge, I guess, but the problem lies elsewhere. The biggest problem's the curse rule, you know? The curse rule. Subaru, curse. Rule? That word was an unfamiliar one, but it was impossible to ignore it, given it had been stated to be the biggest problem. To Subaru, his eyebrows forming a frown, Cecilus let out a yes, then tucked his hands into the sleeves of his kimono. Cecilus, the curse's rules, or curse rule. A very troublesome and powerful rule laid down by the island chief who lords over this gladiator island. Break it, and you die. Disobey it, and you die. Resist it, and you die. A curse of death. Subaru, Cecilus, it covers the whole island. Do you understand? As he proclaimed so, Cecilus spun around in place, waving his sleeves in the air. It was said in a light-hearted manner, without a hint of seriousness, but the existence of a death curse of this kind was far too aligned with Subaru's image of the Empire for him to laugh it off as a lie. Subaru, so no one can leave here? Cecilus, yes, that's right. If it weren't for that, I'd be out of here by now. The witch beasts in the lake might be a formidable opponent, but I can run on the water if such is my wish. Do you know? How to run on water, I mean. You put your left foot out before your right foot sinks. Cecilus began relaying that ill-used and fanciful idea to a stunned Subaru. It seemed to be the way ninjas ran on water, and it appeared that many of the superhumans in this world were actually able to do it. Nah, this was not the time to run away from reality like this. Subaru, that island chief, Are they the person putting a curse on the island? If so, how about having that person lift the curse? Because I'm here by mistake. Cecilus, ha ha ha, that's a fascinating joke. Be it mistake, mishap or blunder, by the point you've come up on this island and had the curse mark engraved on you, you're already one of the gladiators, though you could say that the fact that the disposition of a gladiator won't sink in's proof you've got a bigger role to play. Subaru, HK. The words he was clinging on to were denied, and Subaru swallowed his breath. The word curse brought up nothing but bad memories for Subaru. And as one would expect, it was as if it had been decided that the bad memories would layer atop one another, to become seemingly even worse. Subaru, this isn't a joke. HK. Before he even knew it, he'd been flung off to a place unknown to him, with a girl pretty much unknown to him. Not only that, but he had been told by someone almost unknown to him that, if he tried to leave the unknown place on his own, he might die because of a curse placed on him by yet another unknown person. What on earth should he believe in, and what should he even do, in this situation? Subaru, that's it. Yes, that's right. Ceci, you're one of the 9 divine generals, aren't you? Cecilus, oh? Subaru, then maybe you could contact the outside world or something? Let's see, like with this sleeping girl, she's from Yorna-san's place in Chaos Flame. Eyes bloodshot at the thought, Subaru grabbed both of Cecilus's shoulders. As Cecilus shut one eye in response to being touched, Subaru forgot his own shamelessness. After having treated Cecilus as a boy who cried wolf earlier, Subaru now expected him to be the Blue Lightning as he claimed himself to be. Since he was one of the Volakian Empire's divine generals, and the strongest in the Empire, and someone who was very approachable at that, he might listen to what Subaru had to say. That was truly nothing more than a notion from a childish, self-centered way of thinking. Hence, Subaru's speculations would end up as a fruitless effort as per usual. Or, perhaps, had his thinking not been dulled by the infantilization, Subaru might have come up with the obvious question on his own. That was, Cecilus, say, Basu. Subaru, oh, yeah, what is it? Cecilus, what are these 9 divine generals you're talking about? Subaru, eh? With Subaru holding both of his shoulders, Cecilus cocked his head in curiosity. Subaru was astonished, not understanding what he was being told, yet Cecilus resumed with you know. Cecilus, in seriousness, I really don't know why I'm here. I think that there's some kind of development that'll move the story along, and I'm wondering if that's you, Basu. What a bombshell it was, jamming even more confusion into the mind of the young Subaru. Arc 7, Chapter 62, The Island's Order. The reason he was here, and the 9 divine generals, both were unknown to Cecilus. Subaru's mind was engulfed in confusion as he failed to process that sudden bombshell announcement. The impact was much more striking than being splashed with cold water, and he couldn't help but blink a few times. Subaru, what do you mean? Saying you don't know why you're here. Cecilus, what I mean is just as I said. I found myself thrown onto this gladiator island, with a brand new environment and outlook for the future which had me in quite the pickle. Well, this is a rather comfy place for me to live, so it's not too much of a pickle, but let's just put it that way. Subaru, Cecilus, oh? Are you perhaps thinking again? Man, Basu sure likes to think, huh? I mean, I think that's fine, I'm on the side that doesn't like to think too much, you see. I don't make fun of people deep in thought, nor do I wish to interrupt them, so I'll keep my mouth shut then. It took a long time for Cecilus to shut his mouth, but then he pretty much went quiet. That being said, during the time his mouth was shut, his legs were pitter-pattering and his eyes were darting about incessantly. Although he may not have been fooling around, it was more than enough of a distraction. But Subaru did not have the composure to deal with such things. If he was going to deal with something, then it should at least be something meaningful. For example, Subaru, how come you don't know anything about the 9 divine generals, but you know you're called the Blue Lightning? That's strange, isn't it? Cecilus, the answer to that question is easy. It was none other than myself who came up with this shocking alias. Cecilus Segment, the Blue Lightning of Wallachia. What do you think? It's a nickname that gives a very striking and elegant impression, don't you think? One day, my name's going to be so famous that everyone in the whole wide world will be dazzled by me as the lead actor. It's a manifestation of my passion. Subaru, a nickname that you came up with. Hearing that proud response, Subaru's shoulders sank in disappointment. Puzzled by Subaru's demeanor, Cecilus asked, "Huh? What's wrong, Tilda?" as he peered at Subaru's expression nonchalantly. But Subaru had lost the willpower to answer that. Whether the boy before his eyes was the real Cecilus Segment or a fake, he had reached a conclusion. The theory that there were many adults who had no respect for children, as expected, lacked the power to overturn his outrageous statement that he had never heard of the 9 divine generals. No matter how you look at it, there was no way a real general first class could have followed up on the statement that they had never heard of the 9 divine generals. Subaru, not knowing that you're a general of the empire, you've got to be joking. It was completely pointless trying to sensibly proceed through such hole-filled logic. Therefore, in Subaru's mind, any possibility that the boy in front of him was the real Cecilus had vanished. He was just a prankster, a boy who cried wolf, a fake Cecilus. And so, the thin thread of hope that sprouted at this dead end had snapped. If only one seed of hope still remained, it was that the fake Cecilus was just a liar, and perhaps that his earlier story about the very scary island was just another of his lies. So this is where you have been at, Segment. Subaru, you are? The next moment, Subaru jumped as a man's deep voice hit him from behind while he was thinking. A voice that was not that of the fake Cecilus, nor of Tanza, who was, of course, sleeping in bed. Subaru looked back at the entrance of the healing room, where he had heard it from, his surprise accumulating further, for the figure standing at the entrance of the healing room was an unthinkably large man. Subaru, huge. The man was so large that one could not help but marvel at his stature. No, not only was he tall, but he also had a thickness to him both vertically and horizontally, his entire body fitting the description of being thick and large. His neck and limbs were as hefty as logs, and the black clothes he wore, similar to that of a police or soldier's, were so taut and tight that they looked as if they were about to burst. Regardless of the fact that Subaru had shrunk, this was a man so giant that looking up at him would hurt your neck. He was easily over 2 meters tall and possibly the tallest human Subaru has seen in this parallel world. Features like his colossal body, which carried a very stern face, his fangs protruding even when his mouth was closed, and his skin being blue in color were just way too numerous. However, the most prominent feature had yet to be described. That most prominent feature was Cecilus. Yo, what's up, Gustav-san? You're looking splendidly prim and proper this morning. Your attention to every detail of your appearance is the basis of a gentleman. I believe that's a truly exemplary attitude. Gustav, no need for compliments. I am glad to see that you are as excessively healthy as ever. A being such as you should be put to use in the gladiatorial arena, as I, as the official, in all fairness, have strictly judged. Saying that, the huge man, the one called Gustav, exasperatedly sighing in response to the wry words of the fake Cecilus, replied with his 4 thick arms crossed. That's right, 4 arms. A large man with a face like that of a demon, whose large body was wrapped in a mass of muscles, had the feature of having 4 arms, with 2 arms sprouting from each shoulder. As he recalled, there was a race of demi-humans called the multi-armed tribe that possessed such a trait. He'd heard often from an old man that he knew, an old man that he knew. Subaru, that's right, it was Wilhelm-san. Even recalling the names of his acquaintances was difficult for Subaru. Outside of Subaru's hard struggle, the fake Cecilus laughed at Gustav's words saying nah. Cecilus, your concern is much appreciated. I understand what you're saying, Gustav-san. On the off chance I die, it should be on the battlefield. I'm so grateful to have a sensible person as island chief, I really am a lucky guy. Gustav, the mixing of public and private affairs is a hindrance to order. There is no sense in me, as the official, carrying out such a foolish practice. Cecilus, yes, I understand. A big thank you to Governor Gustav for your consideration, Tilda. Gustav narrowed his intellectual eyes at the fake Cecilus when he donned a goofy smile and put his hands together. In a subtle way, the don't mix public and private affairs statement sounded to Subaru as if he personally disliked the fake Cecilus, but there was no point in delving into that. Other than the fake Cecilus, there was finally someone Subaru could talk to. Gustav, segment, about that boy over there. And right on cue, Gustav also turned his attention to Subaru. Being looked down upon from such staggering height, just being gazed at was suffocating. It felt as if his whole body was enveloped in an air of intimidation. Those four crossed arms, the fists at the ends of them all around the size of a child's head, Subaru would probably die if he were to be hit by them. Reflexively, Subaru gulped down his spit, while the fake Cecilus clapped his hands beside him. Cecilus, oh yes, he finally woke up. And, since he was worried about his companion, the young lady, I brought him here. But it seems that the sleeping little lady was not the one he expected, and it seems a lot of discrepancies have arisen. The shock from that is now dissipating, so from now onwards, the story will unfold. Gustav, thanks for the explanation. However, I remember ordering that if he had woken up, the first thing for you to do was to bring him before me, as the official. That would have been the condition for me, in my capacity, to give permission for this boy and girl to be allowed ashore on the island. Cecilus, was it? Sorry, I'm forgetful. Gustav, at Cecilus's blank response, Gustav silently rubbed his finger between his brows. Doing so, the man who was much closer to the sky than Subaru and the others glared at the ceiling, grumbling to himself, as the official, I am a guardian of order, I will not mix public and private affairs. Subaru was not sure what Gustav's relationship with the fake Cecilus was, but the latter probably gave him a very hard time. Realizing that, though he felt sorry for Gustav, he was a bit relieved. Subaru, I'm not the only one who gets pushed around by Ceci. Cecilus, it's outrageous to think that I'd push people around. I think I've given a proper explanation of what you wanted to know and accompanied you where you wanted to go, to see who you wanted to see. Subaru, yeah, you're right, I misspoke. The explanation had a lot of detours, and the person I was allowed to meet wasn't who I wanted to meet, and I was told I couldn't go to the places I wanted to go, and that made me depressed. It seemed there was no malice in the fake Cecilus, so there was no point in saying so. When Subaru told him so, the fake Cecilus let out a tch, pursing his lip in dissatisfaction. With that, Gustav turned toward Subaru again, as if his frustration with Cecilus had been successfully dealt with. And then, Gustav, boy, if you have woken up, let us start our talk anew. Subaru, I'd be happy to do so. I had also wanted to hear from someone else. If it's with a person of high standing on this island, that's even better. Gustav, I see. While Subaru was being careful with the words he was speaking, Gustav touched his chin with his two right hands. At first glance, he had a stern outward appearance, but his speech and atmosphere were very quiet and calm, and there was an intelligent glint in his eyes, giving an impression quite close to that of the bushy-headed Zika. In other words, a representation of a sensible adult. As if to confirm Subaru's expectations, Gustav gave a deep and dignified nod. Gustav, as the official, my name is Gustav Morello, and I have been entrusted with the management of this island by His Excellency the Emperor, Vincent Wallachia, the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Empire of Wallachia. Can you tell me your name and affiliation? Politely giving his position and name, he addressed Subaru directly. Subaru was slightly astonished by this fact, then put his hand on his chest and bowed his head. Subaru, thank you for introducing yourself. My name is Natsuki. Natsuki Schwartz. Gustav, I see. Schwartz. Subaru, though pressured, announced his name in reply to Gustav. For a moment, after wondering whether to use his real name or a pseudonym, he gave a somewhat mixed answer, but at this point, it should be considered a success. Honestly, he wasn't sure if lying to Gustav was the right or wrong thing to do. However, it would not be good for Subaru's real name to spread. It may not have been a big deal to the fake Cecilus since he was a fake general first class, but you never know who might be knowledgeable on the kingdom's affairs. What can be hidden should be hidden. Even if Cecilus, upon hearing Subaru's current alias, had tilted his head grandly with a tilde. Gustav, but if you are Natsuki Schwartz, then why did Segment call you Basu? Subaru, I think Ceci's got his own reasoning for himself. Would you like to confirm it? Gustav, No, let us not. Considering the duties entrusted to me as the official, I have no time to spend on pointless endeavors. I may not be a wise man in my capacity, but I do try to be wise. Shaking his head, Gustav made a wise Subaru-like decision. It was somewhat annoying to think that was due to the fake Cecilus's usual behavior, so it was better to consider this the result of Subaru's behavior. In any case, Gustav, you are able to answer to your name and, from your appearance, you seem to not possess any physical impairments. According to the healer, your strength has been considerably depleted. Do you feel that as well? Subaru, my strength. I may have been feeling a little bit tired. But, thanks for everything you've done to help me. Gustav, allow me to correct one thing, Schwartz. It was Segment there who helped you, not me. As far as I, in my capacity, am concerned, I have only agreed to accept you conditionally. Subaru, I see. Gustav's well-reasoned responses almost made Subaru falter. The way he spoke and the content of his words were not particularly welcoming towards Subaru, and the tone of his voice was somewhere between cold and emotionless, but his easy-to-understand explanations were genuinely helpful. Compared to the fake Cecilus, how much he spoke, and the amount of information in his words, were much, much more balanced. Even the question he had just asked seemed to be born out of concern for Subaru's condition after he'd woken up, and if things continued like this, it was possible that he would listen if Subaru just talked with him. Subaru, and Tanza as well, had arrived at this gladiator island by mistake. Subaru, Gustav-san, me and this girl. Her name's Tanza, but is this girl some sort of blunder? We seem to have come here by some kind of mistake. Gustav, the mistake being. Subaru, That is, I don't know the reason. It's just, we were so far away. You know of Chaos Flame, right? We're supposed to be in that city. According to the fake Cecilus, this island and the demon city were apparently quite far from each other. That alone should be enough to make everyone, Subaru included, realize that what had befallen them was a severe predicament. Being sent from the demon city to this island was far from being an everyday event. Subaru, I know it's selfish of me to say this after all the help we've gotten, but we can't stay here much longer. I'm sure our people are out there looking for us. If possible, I want to let them know we're safe and join them as soon as we can. Ideally, he would leave this place with Tanza if circumstances permitted. Subaru did not know why he and Tanza were both on the island, but he was certain that Yorna was worried about Tanza. Since the original goal was to get Yorna on his side, Abel would not get mad if he did something that made her happy. Besides, Subaru was rather fond of Yorna. If he could make that gentlewoman happy, then all the better, so he thought. Subaru, so, I gotta get out of here as soon as. Gustav, enough. That is enough, Schwartz. Subaru leaned forward, about to raise his voice, but a gargantuan palm stopped him. Two right hands were thrust in front of his face, silenced by those. Subaru cut off his words with an ah. Crossing over his right hand, Gustav used his left hands to simultaneously stroke his chin and head. Gustav, I understand your point. I may say that I have a rough understanding of your situation. In addition, you must listen to what I, in my capacity, have to say. That would be only fair. Subaru, fair. Gustav, indeed, fair. It is just, it is strict, It is unbiased, it is absolute truth. It is essential to building what is called order, definite reason. Subaru was interrupted, and frowned at being assaulted by the litany of words spoken slowly. Things like fairness or justice, they sounded quite easygoing from the perspective of someone in a rush. But Subaru nodded anyway, knowing that going against Gustav here would not help him. At Subaru's reaction, Gustav closed a single eye, letting out a very well. Gustav, you remember what I spoke earlier, do you not? That it was Segment who saved you, and that the fact that I, as the official, allowed you and that girl to land here had conditions attached to it. Subaru, that's... Yes, I remember, but... His attention had been directed to the part about them being helped, not so much on the part about it having been conditional. But Gustav had indeed told that to Subaru, in an oppressive tone. But just what were those conditions? What were the conditions under which Subaru and Tanza had been allowed to enter the island? Gustav, Schwartz, the fact is you hold sound judgment, you are not so impoverished in knowledge as to not know how to answer my questions, you make use of your education to address me, as the official, by honorifics, you are in good health based on the healer's diagnosis, and there is the fact that you yourself have not suffered from any self-reported physical ailments. Any objections? Subaru, you saying it all at once makes me dizzy. I have no objections, I think. Gustav, you think, that is a somewhat unconvincing opinion. Do you hold any objections or do you not? Subaru, I have no objections. Gustav's gaze did not allow Subaru to give a half-assed answer. Overwhelmed by this, Subaru looked over at his opponent. His gaze was returned to Gustav's frightening, statue-like face, the hue of his eyes and his expression unchanged. The conversation was rather one-sided, and proceeded with Gustav having seized the initiative. This was making Subaru feel a growing sense of dread, but he was unable to come up with a quick solution. As usual, he had no information. In other words, there were no options for him. And in Subaru's stead. Cecilus, see, I told you, didn't I? Basu meets your standards in proper fashion, Gustav-san. It's also just in time for today's schedule, so you can't complain, right? Gustav, however, the girl is yet to wake. Cecilus, as for that, there are ways to adapt and manipulate things under a governor's jurisdiction, right? Gustav, yes. Provided the girl does not wake up, we shall begin with one person fewer than stated by the regulations. Cecilus, well, we've really stirred up the hornet's nest, huh? While Subaru was left perplexed, the one parleying with Gustav was the fake Cecilus. Although he could not perceive the main subject of that conversation, he could understand that it regarded him and Tanza. Also, he could understand that this fake Cecilus was incapable of conducting a conversation properly. Moreover, Subaru had a feeling that the one to pay the bill for that failure was not the fake Cecilus himself. Cecilus, I'm sorry, Basu. It seems that my assistance is only possible up to this point. You'll have to do the rest on your own. I'm sure you can do it. Subaru, wait. This whole conversation's just too ominous. What the hell was that exchange just now? Gustav-san. What were the terms of our stay on this island? Gustav, you must participate in Sparka. Subaru, Spar? Subaru frowned at the unfamiliar word, dropped from on high. If Gustav said they would be participating, then this Sparka had to be an event of some kind. Any kind of event held here, on the Gladiator Island, he could not help but get a nasty feeling about it. Before, Al had said that life on Gladiator Island had been difficult and painful for him. Events there were bound to be scary or painful. Subaru, hold on, Gustav-san. Why do we need to participate in Sparka? We didn't come to this island on purpose. Gustav, prisoners of war, slaves, criminals. The circumstances of those that land on this Gladiator Island may vary, but few come willingly. And the only role I, as the official, possess, is to perform my duty, as per the wishes of His Excellency, to my utmost, and bring order to the Gladiator Island, which holds all these outlaws. Subaru, His Excellency. The Emperor's wishes would be. Gustav, to transform this gladiator island into the most meaningful bloodbath in the Empire. That declaration was so awfully emotionless that Subaru's blood ran cold just after he snapped at him. The hue of Gustav's eyes, the way he spoke, they seemed cold and unwavering, but that would be mistaken. There were more appropriate words to describe Gustav. It was as if, indeed, as if he were robotic, inorganic and cold. As Subaru sucked in his breath, stiffening at the alteration in his impression of Gustav, the latter addressed him with Schwartz. He then looked down at Subaru, who was much smaller than himself. Gustav, you shall call him His Excellency the Emperor. The first time a caution, the second time a warning, there will be no third time. Subaru, ah. Gustav, also, I want to reiterate that I shall not allow you to refuse Sparker. If you refuse to take part in Sparker, you and the girl shall suffer your original fate. Subaru, our original fate, what do you mean? Gustav, Segment's plea is rejected, and you are not permitted to make land. Meaning that you would fall prey to the aquatic witch beasts that live in the waters of the lake. Flatly, devoid of any vacillation, Gustav presented Subaru's future options. This giant of a man would tell a child that refusal meant death. This was what it meant to be cold-blooded, and it also made Subaru desire to curse his own poor luck for facing nothing but painful experiences while he was shrunk. Weren't people usually kinder to children? Or was it acceptable in the Empire of Wallachia, where the strong were revered, for children to be killed without pause for the sole reason that they were weak? Subaru, if that's the case, a nation like this has got to be destroyed. Gustav, I know not what you mean, but I shall allow your cursing. If all speech is silenced, discontent shall build up. The seeds of great folly grow in the seedbed of discontent, watered by animosity. Slowly shaking his head, Gustav grabbed Subaru's shoulders as the latter gritted his teeth. Caught in a palm that could easily grasp his head, Subaru could do nothing to resist. Rather, Subaru thought about forcibly resisting and escaping from this place, but... Cecilus, I don't recommend that approach, Basu, you'll probably end up having an awfully bad time. This isn't out of kindness or anything, more like I just feel like that would be boring, so I'm strongly requesting this of you. Subaru, thanks for speaking your heart. Go to hell, Ceci. Cecilus, wow, I genuinely saved you, and you say those terrible things to me. Though, it's not that I don't understand what feelings made you say them, so I won't be angry with you. With the fake Cecilus casually blocking the entrance, Subaru was robbed of his last bit of resistance. In the end, even though he had attempted to express his indignation regarding the situation through swearing hurled towards the fake Cecilus, whose status as a friend or foe was unclear, reacting to his response was a waste of effort to Subaru. At any rate, Subaru was forced to participate in this good-for-nothing event, Sparker. If he refused, he would be fed to the fish, and if he did what they told him to. Gustav, prove your qualifications and I, as governor, shall take responsibility and welcome you as a gladiator, Subaru, super. If he did well, he would become a slave, and if he did not, he would be fed to the fish. Subaru had thought that nothing good had happened to him ever since he had been made smaller, but he had to correct that. Not a single good thing had happened ever since he arrived at the Wallachian Empire. Subaru, I really hate the Wallachian Empire. Subaru's hateful complaint, as if in consideration for Tanza who continued to sleep, was low, quiet, and minute. And then he felt the heat that enveloped the venue all over his body. The eerie thing was, however, that despite the number of gazes pouring down on them, there was a little commotion. It was a strange sensation of a deafening silence, rather than any muted excitement or fervor. However, Subaru did not have the luxury of getting angry or complaining about it. Shit. You gotta be kidding me, this is the worst. I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be the one to fucking do it. Silence. Follow my orders obediently, all of you. Do so and you'll make it out alive. Cutting through the noisy silence, were 3 men in Subaru's immediate vicinity: a scaly-skinned lizard man with skin akin to rock, a bald-headed man with many tattoos engraved on his body, and a young man with a pleasant face donning long, rust-colored hair. They all hailed from different backgrounds and races, but they all had one thing in common. That was, that they disregarded Subaru when it came to manpower, and that the tension of this life-or-death situation dwelled within their eyes. As it stood, although their dates of birth were different, their dates of death would be the same. Gustav, gentlemen, first of all, congratulations on landing upon this island. His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Wallachia in the imperial capital shall be very pleased. As the governor who has been personally entrusted by His Excellency the Emperor with the management of this gladiator island, I am pleased to present you with an honorable trial. So he, Gustav Morello, governor of the gladiator island Jinnenhive, and the director of this local entertainment, spoke loudly from a special seat atop the high wall overlooking the gladiatorial arena, and then, beneath Gustav's feet, as the gate of the passageway that brought the warriors to the gladiatorial arena opened, a horrifying apparition slowly emerged from the darkness. A face of a lion with eyes colored red, 4-hoofed legs like those of a deer, with twisted horns and fangs, and a frighteningly long tail, its huge body made even Gustav, tall as he was, appear small. With drool and growls spilling from its mouth, the fearsome enemy, or which beast, no, here it would be called a gladiator beast, arrived with hefty steps. That was precisely what Subaru and the other 3 must confront. Gustav, as is desired by His Excellency the Emperor, prove your prestige as strong citizens of the Empire. That was the examiner of Sparka, the barbaric trial to become a gladiator. Arc 7, Chapter 63, Sparka. Let us rewind the clock a little. Gustav, from now on, you gentlemen shall be tested to ascertain if you are qualified to be gladiators on this island. Subaru was taken out of the healing room and forced into another room, and Gustav crossed his 4 powerful arms, eyeing around the sight before him. That mechanical, frigid stare was directed at a total of 4 people, Subaru included. A lizard man with grey scales in filthy rags, a skinny man with tattoos all over his naked upper body and bald shaved head, and a fearless-looking young man with rust-colored hair. All of them had been crammed into the same room as Subaru had. From what they had just been told, Subaru and the men were probably in the same situation, as far as Gustav was concerned. However, there seemed to be some disagreement with that idea among those who had been pushed into the room. Wait, Governor Gustav. Are you going to start Sparka now? With this child in our ranks? We aren't playing around here. Seeing Subaru, whose back was pushed into the room, the young man with rust-colored hair cried that out. He had a reasonably good-looking face, but his stubble and exhausted expression, along with the frustration on his face showing his dissatisfaction, cut down its quality considerably. However, his appearance was irrelevant here. Proving this, 2 more people also lashed out at Gustav, as if caught up in the heat of the moment. Lizard man? Yeah, man. How's a brat gonna help us? My damn life's on the line here. Tattooed man, not making gladiatorial combat a cruel spectacle. That was the governor's policy, or so I'd heard, but... Rust-haired man, it's exactly as they say. We're going to need a good explanation. In the first place, even if we were to add the child to the group, we wouldn't have enough people. 5 people per group, that's what you said. The lizard man, the tattooed man, and the rust-haired man all raised their voices in unison, their anger directed at Gustav. Not fully understanding what Sparka consisted of, nor how it involved them, Subaru was in a situation where he could not easily butt in. However, somehow or the other, he had been able to grasp some stuff. Apparently, Subaru had seemingly betrayed their expectations, and they were directing their dissatisfaction to Gustav because of that. Subaru, Gustav-san, this is what everyone has to say, and yet. Gustav, I heard them, Schwartz. In my capacity, I only have 2 ears like you, unlike the number of arms I have, but I intend on performing my duties to the fullest. Including this only head of mine. Rust-haired man, if that's. Gustav, silence. If you interrupt me in my capacity, it is tantamount to obstructing the will of His Excellency the Emperor. With just those few words, any further remarks from the rust-haired man were shut down. Gustav did not change his expression, nor the tone of his voice. Even so, the meaning carried in his words was much heavier than before. The rust-haired man, as well as the other two, shut their mouths. Seeing this, Gustav nodded. Gustav, very well, I shall continue. As I have declared, I shall now begin your sparka. The audience is already set to be composed of the island's resident gladiators, with no visitors from the outside. This is a litmus test, to ascertain if you are capable of entertaining such important visitors. Subaru, audience. Quietly, with a sense of displeasure, Subaru muttered. The fake Cecilus, who had been with Subaru up until he was pushed into the room, had told him good luck. I'll be watching from up there. As of their parting. He did not confirm what sort of significance it held, but this gave him a rough idea. Subaru, don't tell me, you're going to make us fight each other. Lizard man, ha. You really dunno anything, do ya, brat? If that were the case, surely, we'd be oh so happy to have someone like you in the mix. Subaru, ah. As soon as he put his thoughts to words, the lizard man ridiculed him, letting out his long tongue. But they had a point. If Sparka was to be conducted by the members present here, then a child would have been welcome amidst them. Rather, what they were worried about was that Subaru would not be a capable fighter. Subaru, rather, all of us are going to fight something? Tattooed man, you're pretty clever, kid. Me, I've got a short temper, so shut your trap for a second. Rather than gently praising him for being correct, with bloodshot eyes, the tattooed man gave him a warning. For now, it felt like their team play had definitely started off in the dumps. Though this was no situation for him to speak casually like that. Rust-haired man, just what in the world do you intend on having us fight? Gustav, it will not be trained gladiators. You would not stand a chance against them. In my capacity, that is all I can tell you. Because this enemy never appears in the light of day. Rust-haired man, dash. A riddle. That's in poor taste. The corners of his mouth twisting into a grimace, the rust-haired man responded to Gustav's words. Then he took a small breath and continued, so then. Rust-haired man, although you press me to be silent, let me at least ask you this. If that child is the fourth person, then what about the fifth person? Our unit is. Gustav, your unit, its fifth person is still asleep in the healing room. As long as that one does not awaken, only these people will undergo the challenge of Sparka. Rust-haired man, are you insane, Governor? Gustav, if necessary to abide as per His Excellency the Emperor's will, I shall utilize either sanity or insanity. Faced with Gustav's cold-hearted answer, the rust-haired man looked away, having gotten nowhere. Then, turning his gaze toward Subaru, he called out with AU. Due to that threatening attitude earlier and being beckoned suddenly, Subaru's cheeks stiffened. Subaru, what is it? Rust-haired man, from the looks of it, you're just some poor kid, but what can you do? Any special skills? Any magic? Perhaps you'd have something strong and useful? Subaru, you useful special skills. Subaru's eyes darted around in a panic as he was asked a series of questions. Unfortunately, after shrinking, he did not feel like he could handle the wood properly, and he was helpless when it came to magic without the adorable Beatrice. Other than that, even his various little tricks could not be used properly while he was shrunken down. Subaru, unable to respond, kept silent. The rust-haired man put his hand to his forehead. Rust-haired man, really, he's just a child. What a mess. And muttered in a voice terribly laden with disappointment. Lizard man, we've got a brat, and we're lacking in people. It's over. Over. Wavoy. Tattooed man, don't raise your damn voice, scaly bastard. Ya wanna die 'cause ya pissed me off? Lizard man, can't hear ya, your voice is way too quiet. The interaction between Subaru and the rust-haired man not to their liking. A big row began between the lizard man and the tattooed man. The two glared at each other, making it seem like a fight was only a few moments away from breaking out. Then, the rust-haired man broke in between the two, shouting, "Wait. Rust-haired man, why are we fighting? I know you're feeling sorry for yourselves, but listen to me. I used to be a warrior serving someone highly esteemed before I came here. If you follow my instructions, you'll..." Lizard man, shut up. You were a warrior? Then why the hell are you here? Because you were beaten and taken prisoner, yeah? That's not a good sign. Tattooed man, there's nothing more idiotic than to put one's life in someone else's hands. I won't let anyone control my fate. Rust-haired man, why you bastards? However, both the lizard man and the tattooed man did not listen at all to the words of the rust-haired man that stood in between them. To make matters worse, with the two talking back, the rust-haired man turned red and started getting angry. Given that what lay ahead was unknown, this definitely was not a good situation. Subaru, G. Gustav-san. Gustav, Schwartz, there is nothing in my capacity left to be said. I, as the official, have already told you my intentions. Even a single drop of blood that is shed within the Gladiator Island shall be utilized for the prosperity of the Empire. Even a single drop. Subaru, even if you state it once more, I still don't get it. The three had their scuffle, and the one remaining, Subaru, was unable to pick up on the meaning of Gustav's words. As he gazed down at the four of them in their immensely desperate situation, Gustav would not speak anything further, and then the relationship between the four of them remained at its worst, and thus Sparker, the problem at hand, commenced. Subaru, a circular field surrounded by high walls, that was the stage for gladiators called the gladiatorial arena. On the other side of the wall, there was staircase-like seating for the audience. The seats were gradually filling up with the figures of people sitting down, and one could tell that a quiet enthusiasm enshrouded the whole venue. What was eerie, however, was that those who overlooked the gladiatorial arena, the so-called gladiators if Gustav's explanation were to be followed, were doing so without complaint. The way Subaru had imagined it, the audience in a place like this was expected to be a vulgar and boisterous bunch. However, such a large difference from what he imagined was perhaps inevitable. After all, it was Gustav the one who managed and controlled this island. It was unthinkable that the big, unbending man would tolerate any vulgar attitude from the gladiators. Subaru, just running down the hallway would probably have severe punishments. Hence, Subaru was doing his best to put on a brave front while averting his eyes from reality. Otherwise, he would have to force his trembling knees to run away at any moment. Slowly, from behind the opening iron gate, the glint of a witch beast's eyes emerged. Gladiator beast, the witch beast stepping out wore a lion's face, and Subaru recognized its garish body. It was the large witch beast that had been brought into the mansion by a girl wearing braids in the past, and it was also the monumental opponent that had become the material for Subaru's whip. Although, its name did not come to him immediately. Subaru, L. Lion? Gladiator beast, Aruu. As if answering Subaru's call, the witch beast, or rather, the lion gladiator beast, roared. The roar echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena, and Subaru could feel the sound reverberating within his body. A gladiator beast larger than Gustav, even just seeing something of the sort at a distance was unbearably terrifying. Rust-haired man, if we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. Glaring at the lion, the rust-haired man spoke with an unpleasant voice. Indeed, that was correct. That was the condition to end this Sparker, a challenge that Subaru and the three others had to work together to accomplish. It was a dreadful challenge with no chance of victory in sight. Lizard man, shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Rust-haired man, enough with the whining. We need to do everything we can to survive. Look over there. Lizard man, huh? Covering his face with both hands, the lizard man lamented as if it were the end of the world. Tapping him on the shoulder, The rust-haired man pointed to what appeared to be the edges of the gladiatorial arena, to be more precise, to something affixed to the left and right edges of the venue, as seen by Subaru's group located on the corner opposite to the lion. There, they could see something stick at each of those corners. Tattooed man, are those swords? Subaru, oh, it looks that way to me too. Upon agreeing with the tattooed man's words, what Subaru received was a cold stare, but even if his allies did not agree with him, it was not like what he saw disappeared like smoke. There were indeed 2 swords lodged in the ground over there. Rust-haired man, they wouldn't simply feed us to that gladiator beast without weapons. So our first priority is to secure weapons. However, only the sword on the right is viable. Tattooed man, yeah. The tattooed man nodded in agreement to the rust-haired man's words. Subaru was of the same opinion, though he remained silent, as he thought he would be stared at if he spoke out. After all, the sword on the right was small, while the one on the left was too large. The sword on the left was so large, its blade so thick, not to mention how unwieldy it was, that it made him wonder if that sword was possibly for Gustav's use. Even if Subaru had not been shrunk, it was so huge that it seemed impossible to lift. Perhaps the rust-haired man and the tattooed man were also unable to use a sword that large. Therefore, only the smaller sword could be used as a weapon. If they had a member who could use that large sword, it sure would have been reassuring. Rust-haired man, it's too large. There's no other way but to get a weapon, and aim for that gladiator beast's eyes. We stir up the insides of its head, and finish it off. That's our only way to win. Tattooed man, can you use a sword? Rust-haired man, I told you. I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. The rust-haired man answered confidently, and the tattooed man closed one eye and pondered. Coercively judging that silence as an affirmative from what it seemed, the rust-haired man turned back to Subaru and the lizard man. Rust-haired man, when he announces the start, I'll go and secure that sword. In the meantime, as I'll be defenseless, keep the gladiator beast away from me. Subaru, how am I gonna keep it away? Rust-haired man, you can draw attention by shouting or making sounds. At least figure that out on your own. Subaru, got it. At the rust-haired man's powerful retort, Subaru nodded meekly. It was a pretty reckless and scary strategy, but it was not like he could think of any other method. And if the rust-haired man's swordsmanship was as good as his confidence suggested, they could take down the lion. He needed to get this dreaded sparker over with so he could figure out his next course of action. Therefore, Gustav, well then, let Sparker commence. With that bold, stark proclamation from Gustav, the unleashed lion poised itself to pounce. Pressured by its intimidating presence, Subaru took a breath in preparation to get the gladiator beast's attention, so he could buy time for the rust-haired man to secure his weapon. Rust-haired man, Gua. Subaru, HK. Faster than he could shout, he immediately became speechless as he saw the rust-haired man collapse to the ground right next to him. The rust-haired man, who had planned to start running right after Gustav's declaration, collapsed onto the ground. That alone was a surprise, but what was even more surprising was that a kick struck him in the face. The one who did that was the tattooed man, who was supposedly his comrade. He had swept the rust-haired man off his feet as the latter was about to sprint, and launched a kick as the latter fell. Then, after ascertaining that the rust-haired man had tumbled over and laid sprawled out. Tattooed man, I tolcha. I ain't putting my life in someone else's hands. With that said, the tattooed man ran off at a brisk pace, heading toward the small sword. Subaru's eyes widened at the suddenness of the situation, and panicking over what he should do. Lizard man, not me. I ain't gonna die. Subaru, hey? The lizard man screamed in a quavering voice and fled with his back to the lion. Like that, he stuck to the wall of the gladiatorial arena and slowly began to change the color of his scales. His gray-colored scales blended in with the color of the wall, making his large body surprisingly difficult to see. One person outmaneuvered his comrade, one person clung onto the wall, one person got beat up by his comrade, and the last person just widened his eyes in panic, completely confused by the situation. This was the worst possible start. Subaru, what can I possibly do? And as Subaru's face went pale in shock, he looked towards the lion. Looking at this group with zero sense of unity, just what kind of impression did the gladiator beast have? Or rather, Subaru was frightened that its fangs would pierce him the moment he turned around. However, gladiator beast, Subaru, huh? The start had been declared, and he thought that surely the gladiator beast would toy with them, foolish as they were. But the lion remained in the same poised posture it had made at the beginning, without even the slightest movement. It was as if the beginning had not even been declared. And, while thinking about that, Subaru realized it. That things were progressing just as it felt it would. Subaru, it's no good. Reaching his hand out, he tried to speak right away, but he could not continue beyond that point. After all, Subaru did not know his name. He could not call out the name of someone he did not know, so even if he called out to them, just how much impact would it have? Because of that, Subaru's voice was lost of strength, nor could it stop what was to come. Tattooed man, now that I have this, I can. Outmaneuvering his companions, the tattooed man, who had run so vigorously, reached the sword lodged in the ground of the gladiatorial arena. Chuckling to himself, he pulled the sword out from the ground and felt it in his hands. Just how much courage did the feeling and weight of the cold metal give him, who had been unarmed? Jauntily, he turned his head, his face was as though there were no enemies. Gladiator beast, Aru. The tattooed man's face was blown off without mercy by the lion, with a swipe of its front paws. Its sharp claws and everything upwards from the man's neck flying, and with his body not yet recognizing its own demise, it took a little bit before blood violently spurt out. Subaru, eek. At the sight of this horrific scene, Subaru's throat hitched. At the same time, he cursed himself from the bottom of his heart for his stupidity in not realizing things sooner. The lion had gotten up at the very moment the tattooed man gripped the hilt of the sword. For the lion, that had been the true declaration that the event had begun. Up till then, Subaru and his team certainly still had time to refine their strategy. However, through impatience, and through anxiety, Subaru's squad had ruined it all. Gladiator beast, Aru. Along with the high-pitched clang that rang out when the sword hit the ground, the tattooed man's headless body toppled over backwards. Indifferent to the death of its prey, the lion howled loudly, commencing a ferocious sprint using its 4 large legs. Straight toward the wall of the gladiatorial arena. Lizard man, stop, 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 get away, get away, get away. He did not know what method the lion had utilized to find the whereabouts of the lizard man camouflaged against the wall. Although he did not know that, what he did know for certain was that the lizard man's inability to bear the lion's approach, as he let out a scream and ran away, was undoubtedly what caused the decisive blow. Gladiator beast, Aru. The lion plunged headfirst into the wall, its powerful headbutt crushing the lower half of the lizard man before the latter could escape, causing the contents of his body to spill out like a frog ran over by a car. Lizard man, Pui. Although he had taken the color of the wall, the organs ejected from his squashed mouth took on a vibrant red and pink color, and Subaru absent-mindedly thought about how his innards remained the same. With those thoughts, Subaru also understood, without a shadow of a doubt, that the crushed lizard man in front of him was dead. And then, rust-haired man, what? What, a stupid thing to do. Shaking his head, the rust-haired man feebly grumbled at the sight of these 2 deaths. He had been desperately trying to get through this situation and to get everyone to join forces in his own way. But one of his companions had outwitted him, the other had tried to run away, thus completely nullifying that possibility. The rust-haired man did not expect Subaru to be capable of doing what he had expected from the tattooed man and the lizard man, as well. Even if he had indeed expected something of him, Subaru himself did not feel that he could meet those demands. Perhaps having understood Subaru's inner thoughts, the man looked into Subaru's eyes. "Rust-haired man, stay behind me." Upon comprehending just how hopeless their situation was, how many humans could put on such a brave front and face their demise head-on? The rust-haired man, devoid of weapons, devoid of comrades, could only hope to at least face his last moments with integrity. With the child Subaru sheltered behind him, he glared at the lion who had turned around. In response to his stare, the lion let out a short roar, then rushed towards Subaru and the man, lifting a cloud of dust as its four powerful limbs kicked off the ground. Subaru, ah. He could not wrap his head around the events that had occurred in that split second. If only one of his reliable friends were here, would he somehow find a way? If Louis, Medium, Flop, Tarata, Al, Abel, Myzelda, Holly, Kuna, Utakata, Rem, if any one of his friends were here, then could he somehow do it? Subaru, in a place like this. Am I gonna? And Subaru tried to wring the rest out of his trembling voice. However, he was unable to. Because before he could do so, the lion had caught up to Subaru and the man, but not quite. That was because Subaru's shoulders had been grabbed and forcibly thrusted forward. Rust-haired man, no, I don't want to die, HK. Screaming, the man with rust-colored hair pushed Subaru in front of the lion. Staring in astonishment, he had no time to curse him out. Only, Subaru's body flew as light as a leaf from a tree as the lion rammed straight into him. Subaru, .. What a frail body he had. Subaru's body was quickly shredded by the gladiator beast's ramming attack. This did not mean he had been dismembered, but rather that his insides had been scattered into tiny pieces. Bones, internal organs, all broke and crumpled, as if he had been hit by a truck. Rust-haired man, save me. I made a mistake. I lied. Me being a warrior was a lie. I was just trying to make myself seem important. Let me out. Let me out. Below Subaru, as he whirled around in midair, the rust-haired man screamed and shouted as he jumped against the wall. Desperately, he appealed to Gustav, high above the wall. And yet Gustav, upon observing the man crying, snot dripping from his nose, stood with a nonchalant face, with nary a movement of his eyebrows. Perchance, he was already aware of the rust-haired man's lie. Perhaps, he was not at all interested in whether it was true or false. Whichever it was, it mattered not. Rust-haired man, save. As the rust-haired man pleaded and clung to the wall, he was struck by one of the lion's paws, thrust from right behind him, and he was squashed like a tomato thrown at a wall. The tattooed man, the lizard man, and the rust-haired man, all had fallen before the gladiator beast. Sue, Basu, can you hear me? Suddenly hearing a voice amongst the loud ringing in his ears, Subaru limply shifted his head. Only then did he realize that he had been blown away and that, before he knew it, he had fallen to the ground, tumbling about. Even if he had realized it, he was powerless to stop it anyway. In addition, the voice he had heard was coming from atop the wall, where a figure was watching Subaru tumbling on the ground. A boy with tied-up blue hair, and a somewhat detestable face. Cecilus, my bad, it seems like I was wrong in my expectations. I thought I'd be able to, but it seems like I'm not as good as my dad. It appears that I'm not a good judge of character. Subaru, Cecilus, in the meantime, is there anything you want to tell your companion once she wakes up? I thought how story-like it'd be to pass a message, so why don't I seize this opportunity? While he observed Subaru's groans, the fake Cecilus's demeanor seemed completely steadfast. Thinking back on it, his attitude had never changed. Not when Subaru woke up, not when he and Subaru talked in the healing room, and not when Subaru was like this, on the verge of dying. He felt that this insane view of life and death was an element that made the fake Cecilus, though he was supposedly just a boy who cried wolf, seem a tad more authentic. If that much were to be assumed, then he truly would be the most powerful general of the Wallachian Empire. Subaru, it. Cecilus, huh? What? Basu, please speak louder, as these are your last words. If I get the message wrong, I think I'll regret it forever. Subaru, I hate it. Cecilus, .. So he declared towards the fake Cecilus, who had cupped his hands around his ears to try and hear Subaru's voice. The fake Cecilus raised his eyebrows at these words. He would speak a bit louder, from the depths of his throat. Subaru, the Empire, I really hate it. Cecilus, yes, for sure. I'll remember that well and pass it on, Basu. Holding tightly onto his resentment, he cursed the fake Cecilus, whose face looked like he was dealing with someone else's problem. But whether that curse would destroy the Empire, Subaru could not be sure, after all. Gladiator Beast, Aru. Of the four that had been fighting against it, only Subaru remained, and so, the gladiator beast approached him, opened its gigantic maw, and mercilessly swallowed Subaru whole head first. Subaru, HK. Though all the bones of his body were in pieces by now, the lion's fangs tore every aspect of his body into ribbons. The little mercy he received was that his body had become unable to feel pain due to how crumpled it had become, and so, he was incapable of feeling anything more than a slight displeasure at being devoured into nothing. Then, he tried his best to raise hell and get stuck in the lion's throat, but he was unable to do that either. Because with one final bite, that sly head of his attempting revenge was crushed. If we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. It was just after a few moments of being crushed by the writhing reddish-black flesh surrounding him, seemingly caught off guard upon hearing that voice, Subaru was brought back to reality. However, it was a reality that was so hopeless that it was tempting to mistake it for a nightmare upon waking up. The noisy sensation of that silent heat and the dry sands were spread out the grounds of the gladiatorial arena. The worst-case scenario had arrived right before his eyes, and his comrades, or rather, those who had simply wound up in the same situation as him, were each plotting various ways to protect their own lives as their number one priority. Were he not to think of them as that, everything that had just happened would have been very hard for him to accept. Subaru, Though he had no need to, he still thought about it. Because of that, Subaru's whole body remembered the gladiator beast's ramming attack, the fear of being chewed up, and his reckless anger towards reality. As these thoughts surged, he could hardly stand up straight. Damn, he's just a child after all. Well, I've had enough. You guys, look over there. To the crouching Subaru's side, the rust-haired man directed the tattooed man and the lizard man to look at the large and small swords that had been prepared for them. However, their attention had naturally focused to the side of the smaller sword. Disregarding the larger, unusable sword, their strategy was set on securing the other, and defeating the gladiator beast. Tattooed man, can you use a sword? Rust-haired man, I told you. I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. The same things he had heard earlier continued unabated, and anxiety began to simmer within Subaru. But, even in a state of being seized by fear and anxiety, that was a remark he could not let slide. Subaru, that's a lie. Rust-haired man, what? Suddenly, the men's strategy meeting was interrupted by Subaru's voice. The moment he heard that, the tone of the rust-haired man's voice changed. The man turned around, and looked down towards Subaru as the latter crouched. Kneeling, Subaru fixedly stared at the man's face. And so, he repeated himself once more. Subaru, that you used to be a warrior, it's a lie. You're just downright lying. Rust-haired man, on what grounds? You bastard, are you intending to insult me just because I called you a child? Subaru, who's the one insulting here? Lying and trying to make yourself look like a big shot is a much greater insult. In a situation like this, what's the point of playing the tough guy? Rust-haired man, GH. Perhaps he had thought that he could silence the child by yelling in a loud voice, but, instead, The rust-haired man was visibly flustered at Subaru snapping back in opposition. The tattooed man, who had spoke earlier, had probably perceived his shaken manner as well. Tattooed man, oi, is what that kid said true? Thatcher weren't a warrior for real, and that you were trying to deceive me. Rust-haired man, wait, that's just a child's ramblings. You can't just go spouting such nonsensical things in a place where our lives are at stake. Tattooed man, exactly, since our lives are at stake, why don't you try and explain yourself? The tattooed man grabbed the rust-haired man by the collar, the skeleton-like tattoo on his face contorting with anger. The rust-haired man gulped down his spit at that threatening attitude, lowly panting as if suffocating. Because he had thoughtlessly interjected, such a fight had broken out. The lizardman, not involved in the fight, was visibly stepping back slowly and beginning preparations to escape. Although Subaru's interruption had been the impetus, this team was once again in a state of disarray and fragmentation. Moreover, whether Subaru and his team were in such a state or not. Gustav, well then, let Sparker commence. Gustav would not procrastinate in his pronouncement of the battle's beginning. Tattooed man, care to explain? Ya, A deep voice boisterously declared the start of the battle, and immediately after, the cracking voice of a man cut through the gladiatorial arena. Anyone looking over would see that the one who had cried out was the tattooed man, pressing the rust-haired man for an answer. Somehow, the rust-haired man had bitten the hands that were grabbing his collar, and he seemed to have bitten those fingers off. While the rust-haired man's mouth was stained with blood, he pushed off the screaming tattooed man's chest and sprinted for the sword. Lizard man, not me. I ain't gonna die. And so, in contrast to the rust-haired man running towards the sword, the lizard man did as he did before and stuck to the wall of the gladiatorial arena, then started to change the color of his scales for camouflage. Having lost 2 fingers, the tattooed man was crouched down clutching his right hand, and Subaru's knees were trembling in fear at the situation before his eyes, which was even worse than last time. Rust-haired man, mind your own. If only you'd just done as I said obediently. Without care for Subaru or the others, the rust-haired man with bloodshot eyes had arrived at the smaller sword. Cursing that his lie had been discovered and that the tattooed man had grabbed him, he reached out his hand and pulled the sword out of the ground, readying it like a warrior would. Gladiator beast, Aru. Then, having received the start signal, the lion pounced ferociously. The resulting incident was practically identical to what had happened just before once the tattooed man had taken the sword. The rust-haired man did not even have the time to swing the sword he had readied, and both his arms were completely blown off as he was hit by the paws of the gladiator beast. With a firm grip on the sword, the rust-haired man's arms were torn off from the elbows down, and just as he stared in astonishment and let out a thin cry of "ah," the lion forcefully hurled itself at the man's armless body and sent him flying, throwing him against the wall headfirst. The rust-haired man became a stain on the wall, and the roaring gladiator beast, ignoring Subaru and the tattooed man, ferociously sprinted straight for the rear wall of the gladiatorial arena. Lizard man, stop, get away. The lizard man, having disguised himself as a wall, shrieked at the intimidating air of the lion running toward him. Having given away his position by yelling, the lizard man hurried to change positions, but he did not have enough time. The lion's charge crushed the lower half of his body, mortally wounding him as he vomited out his own internal organs. Then, the lion that had murdered the 2 men in a blink of an eye slowly turned to Subaru and the tattooed man, and let out a bloody roar. Subaru, eek. Tattooed man, shit, it just keeps getting worse. His brain numb, his paralyzed thoughts slowly began flowing anew. Because of that, Subaru's body remembered the fear, his teeth clattered, and his internal organs tightened. As the tattooed man grinding his teeth had stated, the worst kept piling on top of the worst, and as a result, it had become an even worse and hopeless situation. There had been no significance in calling the rust-haired man a liar. Although nothing good would have come from exposing the rust-haired man's lie there, Subaru had still done it without thinking. Because of that, everything was a mess. Tattooed man, still wanna live, kid? Subaru, huh? Tattooed man, if you wanna live, pick up the sword. The man with the tattoos spoke this to Subaru, the latter's vision blurry, looking as if he was about to break down crying at any moment. Gazing towards him, the tattooed man pounded the ground with his bleeding right hand, and stood up while breaking into a greasy sweat. As he did so, he jerked his chin to the sword lying on the ground, indicating what had fallen to the ground together with the rust-haired man's severed arm. Tattooed man, I'll draw that monster's attention. You grab that sword, and throw it to me. Subaru, but. Tattooed man, even if I'm missing 2 fingers, I can use it better than ya, kid. Having been told so clearly, Subaru was at a loss for words. There were 2 swords, one large and one small, and although he had been referring to the smaller one, it was still a sword too long and large for a child's body to use. Just as the tattooed man had stated, even if Subaru were to wield it with both hands, the only outcome would be that he would tumble due to its length and weight. However, when the tattooed man declared that he would take the sword and defeat the lion, Subaru thought of it as impossible, remembering his death last time. And yet, Subaru, I don't want to give up, either. Tattooed man, you're better than that fraud and that scaredy cat. Bearing the pain, the tattooed man contorted his lips, welcoming Subaru's determination. And with that, the tattooed man glared at the lion who was carefully observing them, and, bit by bit, widened the distance between him and Subaru. Tattooed man, it's Whites. Subaru, huh? Whites, that's my name, Schwartz. Being called Schwartz, Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Subaru wondered where the man had heard that name, but Gustav was the only one who had referred to Subaru as Schwartz. That was why the tattooed man, Whites, remembered the name he had been called during their first meeting. Of course, that did not really amount to anything, and he knew that last time, Whites had been a coward as he tried to outmaneuver the rust-haired man. He knew that, but Whites, go. Whites's shout just then became his reason to rely on him and run without hesitating. Subaru, .. Firmly enduring his urge to scream, Subaru ran along the ground of the gladiatorial arena with all his might. Naturally, he was slow. His childlike body had short limbs, and his internal organs, contracted by fear and tension, were in terrible pain. Even though he already often suffered from a lack of strength under normal circumstances, this body was a far too lacking one. Still, he ran, desperately. He ran, and ran, and ran, until he reached the sword. Subaru, coup. Both of the rust-haired man's hands still clung to the sword, and just looking at them made him want to retch. However, this was no time to throw up. Peeling off the firm, rigid fingers one at a time, he forcibly detached the sword from the rust-haired man's hands. Then, while breathing heavily, Subaru lifted the sword. Subaru, yes, I got it out. Taking a large breath, Subaru hoisted the sword he had picked up. Then he turned around and was about to throw the sword over to Whites's direction, when Whites, Schwartz. Whites's frantic voice made all the hairs on Subaru's entire body stand on end. Subaru turned around, and filling his field of vision was a lion, its mouth gaping wide, barreling toward him. At that moment, he felt like a deer about to be eaten, and the lion's movements seemed to be in slow motion. Subaru, .. Slowly, the scary-looking lion was drawing near. It seemed as if he could dodge it, but since his own movements were in slow motion much like his vision, he would be unable to escape at all. Only, he continued to throw the sword that he brandished. At the very least, he wanted to finish throwing the sword before the lion's attack hit him. Hurry, 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 hurry. Within the frustrating slowness, the voice in Subaru's head cried out desperately, wishing upon his arms and fingers. Would it reach him? The sword finally left Subaru's hand, whirling around and spinning vertically as it flew past the dashing lion and toward Whites. Whites, his hand outstretched with missing fingers, was shouting something to Subaru, who was being hunted down by the lion. However, he did not understand the true form of that shout. Even though he did not understand, it was okay. Anyway, he just needed to put the sword that had been thrown to good use. Subaru, wah. Right when he thought he had completed his part, the once slowed world returned to normal. The howling lion dived at him, and Subaru, screaming and expecting to be torn apart by the gladiator beast's claws or fangs, fell onto his butt. Tears and snot streaming down his face, Subaru accepted that he was going to make an incredibly pathetic dying face. And yet, Subaru, huh? The lion's attack, that which should have killed Subaru, did not reach him. Because the lion had stuck its front paws into the ground right in front of Subaru, dispelling its own momentum, then fired off its hind legs into White's directly behind it. White's, Having received the sword thrown by Subaru, White slashed at the lion from behind. White's face, riddled with tattoos, was smashed to bits by the hooves of the lion's hind legs. Exactly as before, White's died having had everything above his neck exploded. The sword he had brandished fell out of his hand and rolled on the ground into the distance, fruitless. Gladiator beast, -aroo. Then, the lion that had just killed White slowly turned its attention back to Subaru. There was no lenience there to let him off the hook, only a ferocious intent to kill. Basu. Basu. Excuse me, but do you think you can still recover from that? Behind him, calling out to him from the audience in the gladiatorial arena, was the fake Cecilus, who had been watching this pitiful fight. And as he looked down at Subaru, who had fallen on his buttocks, Cecilus, like some awakening of a hidden power, or the release of some sealed technique triggered by the brutal death of a fellow comrade. Is it likely? Is it unlikely? Subaru, I don't have anything like that. Cecilus, seems about right. My bad, looks like I was wrong in my expectations. Do you have a message for the girl who was with you, or something? I wonder how story-like would doing something like that be. Unchanged from the time he had died earlier, being spoken to in such a relaxed tone, Subaru let out a ha, exhaling. What was different from before was that the bones of Subaru's body were not yet in pieces. Even though he might be ripped to pieces after this, and even though he was scared to death, he had yet to die still. Subaru, Ceci, just one question. Cecilus, not a message, but a question. A so-called memento for the afterlife? Whether or not my answer would fulfill Basu's question will be a test of an actor's blossoming brilliance. Subaru, that lion, why didn't it kill me earlier? Cecilus, Pointing to the gladiator beast in front of him, Subaru asked the fake Cecilus perched on the wall. Subaru was not sure if he, the boy who cried wolf that he was, would give the straight answer that he desired. He just comforted himself with the thought that it was not so bad for a useless struggle. To Subaru's question, the fake Cecilus spoke as he stroked his slender chin. Cecilus, that's easy, Basu. Even if it's ferocious, a beast is a beast. In that case, a beast only hunts by instinct. Instinct is the power to live. Subaru, what do you mean? Cecilus, if you were that beast, Basu, who'd you aim for? The riddle-like phrasing did not give Subaru that simple question and answer sequence. Irritated, Subaru pondered the meaning of the fake Cecilus's words. If Subaru were to be that lion, just who would he target? If he were to aim for someone, what would be his reason? Subaru, Suddenly, it dawned on him. So that was what the reason was, he understood. And Cecilus, when she wakes up, I'll tell her that Basu was brave. I suck at lying, so thank heavens you were brave. Hearing such an insensitive voice, he did not have any time to respond. Having reached an understanding, Subaru widened his eyes, and the lion standing in front of him swung its paw towards him. For the first time, Subaru truly heard the sound of his own body being crushed. If we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. His skull had been crushed, his shoulders had been crushed, his body had been crushed, his hips had been crushed, every part of him had been crushed. Slowly, Subaru experienced just that, a human body being dealt a blow of such unbearable power and speed that it would be brought to ruin in that manner, as if it were from someone else's perspective. Of course, it really was not someone else's problem. If possible, he would meet the end with the least amount of suffering, with the minimum amount of pain and fear. Still, Subaru's way of thinking was only possible due to how much experience he'd had at a Chaos Flame. Those 10 seconds of hell. Since that had happened, Subaru deeply understood the importance of a mere few seconds. And because that understanding permeated his body. Shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Enough with the whining. We need to do everything we can to survive. Look over. Right beside him, the lizard man and the rust-haired man became desperate as they accepted the situation before them. While listening to this already familiar conversation, Subaru called out. Subaru, Whites. Hold that guy down. Whites, what? The moment Subaru shouted that, the tattooed man, Whites, had his facial tattoo distort in confusion. That was natural. Although he had never once mentioned it, Subaru knew his name. But even if he had been called out by his name, he had no intentions of doing as he was told by some creepy kid. But neither the bewildered Whites, nor the rust-haired man, nor the lizard man, startled by Subaru's sudden loud voice, had time to stop his sudden action. And then, Subaru, lion. Who are you aiming for? Subaru's tiny hand grabbed the sword lodged in the ground with force as he shouted. At that moment, without waiting for Gustav's command, the gladiator beast howled, kicked its feet upon the ground, and ferociously barreled forward toward Subaru. Cecilus, if Basu were that beast, who would you aim for? The words of the fake Cecilus, like a riddle, had been painfully seared into Subaru's brain. Indeed, that was it. If Subaru were the lion, he would go for the dangerous ones first. For instance, in this place, that would be the one wielding a weapon. Gladiator beast, Aru. Subaru gritted his molars, and faced the howling lion lunging at him. He had a visceral shudder of fear, but he would not be defeated, he would not run away, and he would not cry. He had already been killed twice, and no matter how many more times he had to face this scary experience. Subaru, don't think that just because I'm a kid, I'm gonna cry and give up right away. Cooperating with a coward, a scaredy cat, and a fraud, with all his might, with all his power, with all his body and soul, he would fight through this sparker to the bitter end. In that decisive moment, the lion's powerful paw ferociously reaped the life of Natsuki Subaru, along with his third attempt. Arc 7, Chapter 64, Magic Words. An abominable technique left behind by the vicious old man, Olbart Dunkelken. By meddling with the odd of others, the shinobi's secret infantilization technique could remarkably reverse the growth of one's body. All living beings were not more than containers for that which came into existence from nothingness, the odd. Depending on the shape of the odd, the size and form of the container would vary accordingly. Therefore, all living creatures would don different appearances, and establish themselves as unique life forms. If this theory was correct, that the body only served as a container for the odd, then by altering the shape of one's odd, the form of its container could be altered freely. By compressing one's odd, then the body, serving as the container, could also be shrunk. Well, tell you the truth, I'm not sure how the shinobi ancestors came up with those ideas. In the first place, not knowing the methods train your body the brink of death, nor how ascertain that limit, must have been scary, huh? And so, that's what a shinobi is. When the time of trying to become one arrives, you're on the path of Shura, not mentioned that the tale becomes one of constantly walking over a mountain of corpses, you see. There are lots of techniques, but if you don't test them with your own life, you can't leave them behind in a book of secrets, you know? My secret techniques. Just one among several dozen, but even so, it's no exception to that. Question mark, but, it's amusing that the actual result and the effects deviate so much, you know. I was sure they'd just shrink someone, you know, but it goes as far as tar completely restore the brain tar its youthful state. Question mark, unfortunately, I really don't understand why either. Well, it's 'cause the odds forcibly tampered with. Just as your body shrinks tar fit your odd, your mind probably shrink tar fit your odd as well, yeah? Question mark, well, it's a technique I don't use very often, 'cause I usually have to kill the person I'm using it on, so I've never bothered tar find out the reason why. In fact, it's easier tar kills someone if not only their body but also the contents of their head shrink, so it's a perfect solution, you know? Question mark, although, you'll sometimes get guys who've already got some serious resolve in them, from the time they were kids. You can't expect that trick tar work on those kinda guys, even if the stuff in their heads shrunk. And? Question mark, dash dash. Question mark, oh, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm fond of it since it's one of the more amusing shinobi techniques, you know. It's easier to deal with a weak enemy, isn't it? Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. There was fear. There was also tension. Furthermore, there was also unease. He thought that of all the negative emotions one could think of, he probably possessed them all. But, all those negative emotions blazed, burning though every carefully folded and wrapped thing until naught, without exception, remained. His raging anger surged up. Lizard man, shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Shut up, idiot. No one'll listen to your whining. Rust-haired man, I told you. I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. Shut up, idiot. That's a lie, you're just trying to show off, it's been obvious for a long time already. Whites, I toldya. I ain't putting my life in someone else's hands. Shut up, idiot. Like hell you can survive this alone. Look around yourself a little more. Yes, look around you, do so properly, at everything that you can put to use. Subaru, whites, take this. It'll aim for the one who has the sword. The moment he grabbed the sword, a roar reverberated through the gladiatorial arena as the black lion broke out into a ferocious charge. He already knew that it was aiming for him, no, at the prey that wielded the sword. So, grasping the sword he had pulled out, he tossed it towards Whites, who was standing still. When Subaru ran ahead, breaking out into a sprint at the outset, the three members of his team froze in surprise. Among those three people stuck in place, the one to receive the sword that Subaru had thrown over proper was the tattooed man, Whites, the only one to come to their senses in their last moments. Whites, kid. Witnessing the spinning sword lodge itself underneath his foot, Whites immediately grabbed it by the hilt. However, he had given a proper listen to Subaru's voice, so he quickly understood that rather than being the key to defeat the lion, the sword was more of a flag to change its target. The problem was, rust-haired man, give me that sword. I'll take that gladiator beast and... Subsequently coming to his senses, at Whites' side, the rust-haired man tried to snatch the sword the former had secured. His mind riddled by tension and fear, the rust-haired man's judgment was beyond repair. If this continued and became a scuffle over the sword, the two of them would both fall prey to the lion's paws. For that reason, he had to prevent that before it could happen. Subaru, Hyan. Behind you. Hyan, be behind me. Just before the rust-haired man grabbed onto Whites, Subaru called out the name of the unaware lizard man, Hyan, convincing him that he was cornered by the imminent danger behind him. Being the most cowardly among the three, he turned around in panic at Subaru's voice to ascertain what was about to attack him. But there was nothing there. Subaru merely wished for him to turn around. With his body stiffening in fear, Hyan turned around and... Rust-haired man, gah. Instinctively extending his tail, Hyan struck the rust-haired man's flank from the side. The latter was sent rolling at the unexpected obstruction, allowing Whites to snatch away the sword. Then, the lion came flying towards Whites, who was properly standing on guard, having changed its target from Subaru to him. Subaru, get down. Whites, TCH. Hearing Subaru's voice, Whites crouched as the lion's fangs bore down on the air right above him. Whites' tattooed face contorted into a grimace as he dove underneath the lion's belly, releasing the sword before the next attack could come. With a plop, the sword, thrown without force, settled itself atop Hyan's chest, who instinctively grabbed it. Hyan, huh? Gladiator beast, Aru. Hyan, Hya. Naturally, the lion's focus turned toward Hyan, who reacted poorly. As if he did not fully understand the situation, Hyan turned his back to the lion with the sword held in his arms, and with his surprisingly fast sprinting speed, he immediately distanced himself from the lion. The lion relentlessly chased him down, and proceeded to unleash an onslaught. Subaru, while that's happening, I'll. While Whites and Hyan were somehow managing, Subaru ran alongside the wall of the gladiatorial arena. What lay ahead of his gaze was a small handle installed in the wall, something akin to a lever. At first glance, his eyes had been drawn to the two swords, one large and one small, lodged in the ground of the gladiatorial arena, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that a lever of sorts had been inconspicuously installed on the wall. Subaru, if I pull this, what'll happen? The lever was a little too high for the child's Subaru, so he jumped up and pulled down the handle. Putting his weight on it, he forcibly lowered the lever, and a heavy sound reverberated. Gears were interlocking, and the sensation of something beginning to rattle and move sent a tremor from under his feet. It was the sensation of something mechanical being put into operation directly beneath the gladiatorial arena. With this, the situation had changed, and Subaru looked back at the circumstances of the gladiatorial arena. Subaru, you are. The next moment, making a sound as it split the gladiatorial arena in two, an iron fence rose from the ground. It was a wall that had been raised to divide the circular gladiatorial arena into two semicircles. If utilized properly, it was possible to force the lion into the other side. However, Gladiator beast, Aru. This time, he had failed. He had corralled it on the wrong side. The lion was on his side of the raised fence, so the fence only narrowed Subaru's room to escape. With its hunting ground having become smaller, it felt as if the lion's body had doubled in size, and the remains of what used to be Hyan were caught in its blood-stained mouth. Rust-haired man, Wark. Furthermore, at the lion's feet was the rust-haired man, crying out in pain as he laid down. It seemed that he had been right above the fence when it was raised. Because of that, he had been sent flying, and in a stroke of bad luck, had fallen on the side where the lion and Subaru were. In contrast, an uninjured Whites was dumbfounded on the other side of the fence. Rust-haired man, Cho. Raising its paw overhead, it then trampled on the rust-haired man, collapsed on the ground, mercilessly fracturing his head. A sound similar to that of ice being smashed rang out, and the rust-haired man's screams were cut off there. The lion, unable to climb over the fence behind it, turned its gaze towards Subaru. The way it stooped down ever so slightly made his skin crawl as it charged at him. The sword was on the other side of the fence with Whites, but it seemed that if the attack were unable to reach it, the lion would not consider it as dangerous. That was why it then ferociously charged at Subaru. Whites, Schwartz. Whites called out. At these critical moments, Whites called Subaru's name every time. Of course, only when he did not die before Subaru. While also keeping that at the back of his memories. Subaru, next. As he howled that out, the gladiator beast's sharp claws pierced Subaru's chest. In less than a second, together with the impact that felt like being struck by lightning, Subaru's body was split in twain, and his consciousness went white. Subaru, Idra. The fence won't hold any longer. How's the sword over there? Idra, I can't pull it out. It's too heavy. There's no way I can move it. Suffering the powerful ramming attacks, the iron fence was being tremendously warped, and the lion was thrusting its body over to their side. He had heard that even humans would be able to pass through most narrow spaces, provided their heads could pass through. Even though its form was considerably different, given the gladiator beast's face gave off the feeling of a feline's, it was probably able to get through even more easily. Behind Subaru, who was gnawing his molars in alarm, the rust-haired man, Idra, was desperately trying to pull out the large sword lodged in the ground, but it would not budge an inch. The lever to raise the fence, and the two swords of large and small. What he had found after thoroughly searching were just those two types of gimmicks. The rest would be a genuine contest of ability. Idra, boy. What should we do? Subaru, don't be frightened. You're the heir of your noble father, aren't you? Idra, HKT, that's right. I'm not going to chicken out. Panic ran through Idra's voice, but Subaru's words brought strength back into his eyes. Idra was no warrior, nothing of the sort. He had drifted onto the gladiator island like this because he had become unable to repay his debts and was thus reduced to the status of a slave. But the reason behind his debt was that he had taken it on to protect the family business he had inherited from his father. Even though Idra was not a warrior, he wished not to be a man who would bring shame to his father. Those were the true feelings on his mind. Idra, Ra. The untalented son of a miller, applying his weight, leaned to uproot the large sword. Subaru too rushed to Idra's side, and applied his weight to the large sword in a similar way. The lion was coming at them from the other side of the fence, and behind it lay the corpses of Whites and Hyan, both of whom had already been killed. Now, there was hardly a chance of anything like winning. Even so, Idra did not abandon Subaru and run away. This was the first occurrence of that. Gladiator beast, Aru. Subaru, Idra, it's coming. Idra, I know. There was a violent sound of the iron fence creaking, followed by the lion finally coming over to their side. Even if the broken fence had wounded the lion's skin covered in black fur, it did not display the least bit of pain. Rather, blaming the pain on them, its motivation ignited as it charged at them. Idra, Ufk. Idra had somehow managed to get the tip of the large sword out of the ground, and through sheer force carried it on his shoulder. Subaru put his hands on the tip of the sword from below, and used the principle of leverage to help Idra to try and swing the sword, even if only a bit. If Subaru pushed up the tip of the sword from below, the sword should be a little lighter to swing. If that sword were to score a decent hit on the lion. Subaru, Guru. Idra, Ra. Subaru and Idra joined forces to swing the sword at the lion's face as it lunged at them. The large sword, swung with the force of a shoulder throw above Idra's shoulder, aimed true at the lion's head with miraculous timing. But Idra, oh. The obvious strike was repelled by the gladiator beast's claws without a hitch, and Subaru and Idra were hit with the force of that ramming attack, blown away simultaneously. Then, the two struggled midair as they slammed into the walls of the gladiatorial arena together, becoming one. Idra, Ba. Indistinguishable from each other, the blood from the two was spread out and stained the walls. Subaru, Ni. XD. Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. Whites, I was desperate for food, so I stole. If I let him think I was a dangerous person, surprisingly, I could avoid deadly situations. White said this as he stroked his skin, which was so filled with tattoos that there was no spot left uncovered. It seemed like he was apologizing for giving a false impression, but Subaru thought it was proof that Whites had opened up to him in his final moments. Hyan, y'all are gonna use me as bait to escape as well anyway. I'm not gonna be used anymore. Like hell I'm gonna be used. While abjectly avoiding eye contact, Hyan had said this as if wailing. He had the ability to run and hide by changing the color of his scales, seemingly well known among his own people. He had stated that he had always been given the most dangerous roles, and in the end, he willfully became the decoy and was made into a slave. That timidity had been instilled in him by his surroundings. Hyan was not at fault. Idra, people I trusted deceived me, stole my family's business away from me, and in the end, I became a slave. If living honestly only makes me look like a fool, at least I'll be the last one standing." Biting his lip in frustration and embarrassment, Idris sobbed those words out. Unaccustomed to telling lies, he was unable to stick to them to the very end. In the first place, ever since he was brought to the Gladiator Island, he had been introducing himself as a warrior. That had been a lie, not much thought put into the consequences. It would be exposed later, anyway. Sure enough, Subaru found out right away. Though it was the result of having cheated. Cooperating with a coward, a scaredy cat, and a fraud, he would survive this sparker. Subaru, next. Next time. Next. Next time for sure. I'll do it next. HK. Next is. I can do it next. Next. Next is. Definitely next. Next. The contradiction of accumulating deaths in order to survive amassed more and more. It hurts, it's difficult, it's scary, it's tough. I want to stop, I want to cry, I want to shout, I want to howl, I want to grieve, I want to scream, I want to resign, I want to refuse, I want to lament, I want to give up, I won't give up. He was nipping off the possibilities. Out of those endless possibilities, crushing the paths which lead to dead ends, crushing them, crushing them, crushing them, crushing them. He would twist his small body into that path unknown, laying ahead of the ones he was crushing. Whites, Hyan, Idra would die. Of course, Subaru would die just as many times, and yet he raised his head still, and proceed forward. Cecilus, Asu, is there anything you want me to tell your sleeping companion? Subaru, next. Natsuki Subaru yelled back at the inconsiderate voice, and though his entire body was bathed in death from the assailing claws, Natsuki Subaru still refused to desist. Because. Subaru, I won't lose. Because he did not feel like losing in the slightest. Oh? Just now, were you hesitating to say something? Geez, you're a clever fella, aren't ya? Oh that, I told you about the guy who was troublesome even when he got shrunk, didn't I? Even if the mind shrinks, the effect'll only be half as powerful on whose resolve was unchanged from before. Of course, guys like that'll also get their bodies shrunk, so they'll also become seriously easier to kill, you know. Although, let's imagine here. Supposing there was a guy whose body and mind were instead both perfect since they were little, what do you think d'd happen if you were to apply this technique onto that guy? I know. I also don't think there's a guy like that in the slightest, you see. But you know, I'm an incredibly pessimistic old man. I've always imagined the worst, so I can harass my opponents in the worst possible ways. Right? That's what I think's the worst possible scenario against this technique. When the guy gets more dangerous when shrunk, that's really darn frightening. It isn't limited to just me, but getting older means you gotta give things up and compromise, you see. What if those things would disappear from a guy like that? Scary as can be, right? Subaru, next. That outcome, it was way too ironic. The vicious old man Albert Dunkelken's technique, and the harm of the infantilization it brought about, had transformed Natsuki Subaru's body into that of a child, regressed what little intelligence he already possessed. Gradually losing both his knowledge and memories, Subaru was reshaped into a weak and frail young boy. Taking away threats both physical and mental, was the purpose of that technique. For the shinobi, who would utilize all means possible to accomplish their objective, it could be said that secret art was a rather fitting secret technique. The truth was, as his memories faded as if flaking away from him, the faces of those important to Subaru grew distant. Thus, befitting of Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance, he had returned to being a young child of around 10 years old. Around 10 years old, before, to the times Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Subaru, next. Before, Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Actually, that he was an existence overflowing with talent to the point of being called a child prodigy, was not that important. The important thing was, it was none other than Subaru himself who possessed that level of self-esteem. As a young child, Natsuki Subaru had been overflowing with confidence, and held no doubt in his belief that he could accomplish anything. Drawing in the children around him, his belief that he could reach that starry sky was unceasing. Subaru, next. In accordance with his growth, his self-esteem wore down in the face of reality, and ended up being lost altogether. His number one truth had been erased in spite of whatever he would do, and what remained in Subaru's possession were not feelings of almightiness, but rather feelings of uneasiness and powerlessness. Those shining stars were concealed by an overcast sky. Together with the growth of his stature, Natsuki Subaru had lost his confidence. Subaru, next. The moment in which Subaru's self-esteem reached its lowest, that had definitely been the day he was sent to another world. After that, his encounters, his experiences, his conversations, and his actions gradually wrapped Natsuki Subaru with new desires, and had also led him to the assessment that his own perseverance was not a bad thing. And yet, he was still insufficient, his heart still lamented so. Subaru, next. The things that Natsuki Subaru had gained through growth, the things he had lost with growth, had all vanished. Together with their body turning younger, people would also regress mentally, so the person was supposed to become weaker. Physically, that was the case for Subaru. He had become weak. However, what about mentally? Subaru, next. Before, Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Never knowing defeat, never knowing how to give up even when his dreams did not come true, even when he did his best but could not reach, even when he mourned his own inadequacy, even when he lamented a dead end, even when he sulkily withdrew, he had never known those. From just being insensitive, to being flat-out reckless, he firmly believed he could accomplish anything. He recklessly believed he was the ruler at the center of the world. That was the kind of boy he had been. Then, the magic words that sustained Natsuki Subaru's sense of self. He's that guy's child, after all. The unlimited power pouring from those words freed the heart of the young Natsuki Subaru from its shackles. More than it was scary, it was revolting. More than it was painful, it was vexing. More than he wanted to cry, he wanted to smile. In a country he hated, joining forces with comrades he had little emotional attachment to, in order to return to the place where the girl he liked and his friends should be waiting for him, just what point was there in hesitating? Therefore, this time, because he had been summoned to another world. Subaru, next. As the strongest existence, Natsuki Subaru would trample upon Jinnenhive. Everyone was left speechless. From the get-go, the gladiators had been under strict orders from the island's governor, Gustave Morello, to witness the Battle of Sparka quietly. That was why, it could be said that it was inevitable that some sort of odd silence would envelop the gladiatorial arena. However, this time the silence and stillness were not simply because Gustave had proclaimed it. Even if Gustave had not given those instructions, no one would have been able to say anything. That blood-curdling scene had overwhelmed them to such an extent. Subaru, whites. Idra. Scatter to the left and right. Hyan, I know you're scared, but don't run. Pick up the sword, draw its attention, then throw it. Ferociously roaring, the Giltilor, the gladiator beast, fiercely leapt around the gladiatorial arena. The beast had been trained for use in Sparka, its horns broken off, now lost of its bestial obstinacy. In its place, the level of threat the humans known as gladiators posed had been thoroughly drilled into it. That was why it took the initiative to target opponents with weapons and eliminate them, since they were dangerous existences. Only, since it had the bad habit of relentlessly following this devotion, one could imagine that the members of a unit would be able to scatter its attention by passing the weapon between each other. Although, it was not uncommon for units to fail to recognize this at first sight, and consequently suffer total annihilation. It could be said that once someone was able to recognize this, a certain level of excellence was guaranteed. But even so, the scene this time was extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Amazing, amazing. You're really doing your best, aren't you, Basu? Among everyone who had lost their voice, welcoming the sight before him with a warm reception was only one boy, clapping his hands. His long blue hair tied behind his head, he was a person whose charming face was adorned with a smile. Apparently showing indifference to Gustav's commands, the boy cheered on the unit fighting bravely in the gladiatorial arena. Whether that cheering had any effect was unclear, but while dodging the gladiator beast's onslaught by a hair's breadth, the 4 men challenging the Sparker continued to fight desperately. With no decisive blows, the progress of the deathmatch was, to a certain extent, boring. However, one point was that even if it seemed like they were going to die, they would not forfeit their lives, and the other point was they were being supported by the continuous voice of the young boy. These 2 points made it unthinkable that the death match was boring. Following the boy's directions, the 3 men that continued to move too were desperate. That was only natural, but they had the freedom to ignore the boy's instructions. However, the boy's instructions had now saved their lives from the gladiator beast many times, hence, that freedom had been closed off. Like that, with the young boy at their center, it was as if their unit was a single living being with perfect coordination. That which had become a solely defensive battle, was it caused by their hopeless gap in fighting power, or perhaps, just what are you aiming for? In the hearts of all the gladiators overlooking the battle, the same burning anticipation began to dwell. Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. With deaths piling up, and the pain and fear compounding with it, his arms, legs, and internal organs were all shriveling up. If he shut his eyes, on the back of his eyelids, the face, the fangs, and the inside of the mouth of the lion he had seen up close so many times would come to mind. Unfathomable fear manifested. Though, while seething, together with it came something. Anger. Those vexing thoughts, invigorating his cowering viscera and limbs, Natsuki Subaru opened his eyes. Those attempts which he had already gotten sick of counting, were all for the sake of snatching even just one step closer to victory. That he had not the slightest intention of losing, for the sake of proving that to himself. Subaru, Hyan. Throw the sword to Whites, then head to Idra. Hyan, shit. I ain't got a clue on what's happening. Furiously running on all 4s over the ground, Hyan tossed the sword he was holding over to Whites. Like that, he accelerated as to come to Idra's side by the large sword. Whites narrowly caught the sword whirling around and spinning in the air, and as Subaru tried to direct their next course of escape, his eyes widened in astonishment. Gladiator beast, Aru. The roaring lion, having chased the fleeing Hyan until just a moment ago, had its legs halted at the other half of the circular gladiatorial arena. Meanwhile, rather than being positioned in the other half of the circle, they were all right before him. Everyone was still alive, and on top of that, this was the first time they had gotten to such an ideal position. Subaru, Whites, get ready. Idra and Hyan too. With vigor akin to blood hurling out of his throat, Subaru cast rolls at the 3 of them. Though that may not have been enough to get everything across, Whites readied his sword and faced the lion, and Idra and Hyan hurriedly jumped to the large sword. Then Subaru, too, clumsily ran with all his might, heading towards the wall. Gladiator beast, Aru. 1 step, 2 steps, during his frustratingly slow-feeling speed, the lion howled from behind them. And with that, the lion kicked off the ground with an explosion-like force and charged toward Whites, who had his sword at the ready. Straight at him, with no pause, Whites was holding his sword at the ready, but if he were to collide with that force, nothing would be able to stop it. 1 hit and he would die. He was well aware of this. However, it was certain that only Whites possessed the courage to square off against the lion until the very last moment. Whites, rah. The foul-reeking mouth letting breaths escape, the mouth embellished with sword-like fangs, the mouth that had masticated Subaru and the other 3 countless times, was charging right at the one brandishing a sword, Whites. And right before it could dispossess Whites of his life. Subaru, oh. The moment his fingertips were on it, Subaru used the entirety of his minute body weight to pull down the lever. Immediately after, the sound of gears turning came from beneath their feet, and the iron fence that thrust upwards struck the lion's head from directly below. Crashing into its jaw, the lion's gaping mouth was forcibly shut. The force of its charge slamming into the iron fence, Whites, who had drawn the enemy until the very last second, with a whoa, exclaimed his surprise at the shockwave and was blown away. The iron fence was squashed by the impact, and the lion's head emerged from the bent part of the fence. The lion, which had received a severe blow to the face, scraped the ground with its front paws, and after having stood back up somehow, seemed to be trying to break through the fence. But it would not be permitted to do that. Subaru, Idra. Hyan. Hyan, Yu, Wa. Idra, Ra. In White's stead, who had just been blown away, Idra and Hyan rushed over to the iron fence. Clasped in the hands of the two was a very unwieldy large sword. It was a weapon that not a single one of them could utilize properly. However, there was no rule that they must use it alone. There was also no rule that they could not use two people to lift it up and swing it down on an opponent unable to move. Gladiator Beast, Aru. With all their might, the large sword swung by the two men fell from directly overhead onto the lion's neck, which was protruding from the iron fence. As the large sword pierced the beast's thick neck, the lion's shrieks echoed into the sky. Blood spurted out, and as if rejecting death, the lion violently struggled. Hyan, diade. Idra, please let it end. Hyan and Idra applied their weight onto the large sword as they bawled, and the blade was buried deeper in its neck. If they continued and beheaded the lion, the moment of their long-awaited victory would come. Over and over again, those claws and fangs had killed them and killed them and killed them. Gladiator Beast, Aru. Hyan, Ga. Subaru, guys? They had been just one step away. However, just like them, the lion did not want to die. With the large sword lodged in its neck, the lion forcefully twisted its body and pulled his right paw to their side of the fence. That paw swept away the bodies of the two men grasping the large sword. He was able to witness Hyan and Idra violently tumbling along the ground, raising cries of pain. There was no telling just how deep the wounds that they had sustained were. However, more so than rushing over to the two who had collapsed, jumping to that large sword was important. Subaru, as if I'd let you go. Not wanting to let it get away after coming this far, Subaru jumped to the hilt of the large sword. But he was too light. Taking the place of both Hyan and Idra's body weight, the current Subaru was far too light. The large sword dug a little deeper, but as if returning the favor, a paw swung back at him. Just like the two before him, Subaru was also struck by its paw. Whites, don't think. I'll just lecture, you beast. HK. Its front paw was skewered to the ground by the downward swing of a sword. The one who had thrust the sword was the one who had supposedly been blown away by the charge, Whites. With all of his might, teeth clenched and facial tattoos distorted, he had used the sword to pin the lion's paw. And then, Idra, lying down here, just how can I call myself a warrior? Hyan, just die already, you shithead. Having gotten back up, Hyan and Idra leapt onto the large sword Subaru was dangling from. With the strength of 3, or rather, of 2.5 men, the large sword bore deeper into the lion's neck. With Whites also keeping the front paw firmly pinned down, the 4 members of the unit joined forces to lop off the lion's head. Howling, the lion greatly writhed in pain, and the iron fence violently creaked. No more chances would come around. He could not lose, he did not want to lose, he must not lose. Gritting his teeth, Subaru desperately clung to the large sword. And yet, Gladiator Beast, Aru. Subaru, Wa, HK. Shaking its head with all its strength, the lion's huge body swept Subaru and his comrades away, tearing away the bodies clinging to the large sword. The 3 of them, no, including Whites, all 4 of them sluggishly tumbled to the ground. Due to quite literally exhausting his desperate efforts, he had no strength left in his limbs. Subaru, I have to get. He had to get up, he had to jump to that large sword once again and lop off its head. Despite these thoughts, his body did not listen to what he was saying. It seemed that not only Subaru, but the other three were also in the same situation. Even after all this, the lion was still the most vigorous of them. Gladiator beast, Aru. With the sword lodged about halfway into its neck, the lion groaned in a low voice. Rather than weak, it was a voice that sounded like its stockpiled rage had reached its limit. Of course, it probably had bore effect, but its strength had not been depleted. Subaru, darn it. HK. Even after trying, and finally being just one step away from reaching it, still, he could not reach it. Even though he had utilized everything he could think of, and reached this far. That is why, next time, I won't lose. Subaru, next time. He would definitely arrive at this same place and seen more quickly, Subaru firmly vowed so. Oblivious to his vow, the lion slipped through the iron fence, raising its unharmed paw towards Subaru, and... Excuse me. The next moment, the lion's thick neck was chopped in one swift motion. Subaru, huh? Facing death, Subaru stared in wonder at the death of not him, but his opponent. Its decapitated head falling to the ground with a thud, the lion's body slowly fell sideways. The one responsible for that was the large sword that had been deeply lodged in the lion's neck. Like a surprise attack, a small figure had fallen from the sky, and, stepping on the large sword, pushed it in. Thus, the lion had been decapitated. And, the one to perform that deed was... Why am I in such a place? And the girl, Tanza, had a visible expression of worry on her usually emotionless face, at the girl whose kimono had been removed, clad only in haidajube. Subaru let out a soft breath. One he was unable to respond in any way. However, when Subaru turned his head and looked back, the three others also seemed to have survived by a hair. In other words, Gustav, that is enough. You have done well to survive Sparker. By my jurisdiction as the official, I accept you all as members of the Gladiator Island. A loud, booming voice resounded from high above, and Gustav's declaration marked the end of the fight. Immediately, having quietly watched over the battle until now, the spectators, no, the gladiators stood up and, all at once, in praise of Subaru and his comrades' victory, raised their voices. Well done. That was a huge feat. You sure got it in ya, lil one. As the voices of the excited men rained down, Gustav crossed his forearms and said nothing. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Subaru threw himself to the ground with a thud. Tanza, approaching with trepidation, peeked down at Subaru's face. Tanza, pardon me, you are Subaru, Natsuki Schwartz. Tanza, huh? Seeing the round eyes on Tanza's surprised face become even more rounded as he laid down, Subaru let out a long, long breath, and continued. Subaru, first of all, I'm Natsuki Schwartz, so it's nice to meet you. There's a lot I wanna talk about, but... Tanza, yes, but... Subaru, I want you to let me rest, just for a bit. He felt bad for Tanza, who tilted her head, but Subaru had reached his limit. The strained thread of tension was severed, the heat that had been seething in his soul also fizzled out. Of course, his hate for this situation was still left smoldering within him. Nevertheless, he had somehow managed to survive Sparker. Subaru, so please. Let me sleep for a bit. With that, as if falling straight down into a pit, Subaru's consciousness slipped away. Gustav, ... Looking down, Gustav narrowed his eyes at the boy who had lost consciousness while sprawled out on the gladiatorial arena below. That it was an incredible battle, with an unexpected outcome, that he could say. He would have never thought that the boy possessed such talents. That was amazing, wasn't it, Gustav-san? Picking Basu was bang on the money. It's great that you kept him instead of throwing him away. Isn't this a glorious achievement for me? Gustav, segment. As Gustav was lost in his thoughts, Cecilus came over and relaxedly spoke towards him. At the boy's words, whose hands were crossed behind his head, Gustav rubbed his forehead and brow with his two right arms. Gustav, there was some truth in your proclamation. Is this what you had been anticipating? Cecilus, I had my expectations, you know. I thought it'd be nice if this happened, and it did. It's exactly the feeling where what you believe in is what saves you. Gustav, such a frail possibility, and you would stake your own life on that. Cecilus, Yes, I did, so what? Tilting his head, Cecilus made a puzzled face. It was an attitude as though he was wondering if he had spoken something strange. If the two people who he had pulled up, Schwartz and Tanzer, could not be put to use, he would take responsibility for their lives, and pay with his own. He acted as if he had never even asserted that. Cecilus, nothing really happened in the end, did it? It was a very generous offer from my perspective. I'm not the kind of person who'd succumb to idleness in a place like this. Gustav, I, in my capacity, am unable to comprehend your logic. And aside from that, what did you do in that final moment? Gustav questioned Cecilus, who had puffed up his thin chest in pride while smiling. In that final moment, in the midst of the sparker that he had even staked his life on, only once, and only for a short amount of time, had Cecilus disappeared. Given what happened after that, one could roughly imagine that. Gustav, did you go to wake the girl? Cecilus, oh dear, if you know the answer you don't have to ask me. In the first place, since there are 5 people per unit, if that girl didn't wake up, they'd have to do it while lacking in people. It was Gustav-san who said that, you know. That means she could join in any time after she woke up, right? With one eye closed, Cecilus looked up at Gustav, their heights not level, and gave an awe. Cecilus, do you want to withdraw that now? Saying that this sparker is found to be unjust. Gustav, it is not unjust. His Excellency the Emperor shall be pleased with the birth of a magnificent gladiator as well. Cecilus, it's just my opinion, but it sounds like His Excellency the Emperor isn't a decent person. Gustav, insults toward His Excellency the Emperor will not be tolerated. There shall be no second time. So Gustav commanded in a stern voice, as Cecilus shrugged his shoulders and backed down somewhat. Exhaling through his nose in that state, Gustav looked again at the gladiatorial arena. Schwartz, the most meritorious, and 3 men were being carried out by the guards under Gustav's command. In the healing room, they would receive treatment from a healer. The young girl, seemingly aloof, also accompanied them for now. Gustav, did everyone in the unit survive, due to just one person? It was a conclusion that could not have been reached without everyone's help, but it went without saying who had shown the greatest strength. By not overlooking the weapons and mechanisms the gladiatorial arena had been prepared with, keeping an eye on his comrades in the same circumstances, and even observing the enemy's movements whenever possible, they had crossed a fine thread. As someone who had seen that final resolution. Cecilus, you see? Don't you just get the feeling that a grand tale's going to begin? Like that, Cecilus proudly asked for approval, while keeping his face stern, feeling that answering in any way would be annoying. Gustav silently crossed his 4 thick arms. Arc 7, Chapter 65, The School Food Fighter. Chaos Flame has been destroyed by a very big disaster. The evacuation of the residents should have been completed by Yorna Summer, but as for anything beyond that. The ends of her gentle eyebrows lowered, with downcast eyes, the girl's voice was filled with sadness. He had always thought of her as a child who did not reveal many emotions. In fact, even now her expression could not quite be called one of sadness. However, he believed that anyone who did not consider this as sadness was an idiot. Subaru was not very smart, but he did not want to continue being an idiot. Therefore, he decided to seriously accept what Tanzer had said, and sympathize with her pain. However, a disaster that'd destroy the demon city'd be quite the big deal, wouldn't it? While I'm like this, locked up on an island, the world's going through loads of crazy developments. Goodness, I'll need to keep this in mind so that I don't get a late start. It'd be totally uncalled for. Subaru, Ceci, can you shut up for a second? Cecilus, huh? Did I do something wrong again? The personage who completely disregarded Subaru's inner feelings and Tanza's heartache as he proceeded to talk, the fake Cecilus, received a stare as he tilted his head to the side, a confused look on his face. Subaru was amazed and astonished and amazed by that attitude which never changed no matter what, both before and after the Sparker. This was compounded upon thinking of the dozens of times Cecilus had tried to cold-heartedly listen to Subaru's final request. Subaru, and despite that, it had all been for nothing had Ceci not woken up Tanza at the end. Cecilus, there's no need to feel indebted over that. The moment you cornered it that far, it was Basu's victory. The final push was something like a bonus. Besides, whether this girl would wake up or not was a gamble. Tanza, I apologize for worrying you. The fake Cecilus was immodestly humble to the bitter-looking Subaru. Hearing that, Tanza slightly bowed her head, and beside her, the one she had saved, Subaru, was at a loss for words. Subaru had been able to surmount Sparker, the dangerous welcoming ceremony of the Gladiator Island. After repeating that challenge that now felt distant over and over again, somehow or another, Subaru and his team had attained victory by cutting off the lion's head. Yet, he was obliged to say that it would have been difficult without the cooperation from Tanza and the fake Cecilus. Had the fake Cecilus not woken up Tanza at the end, and had Tanza not lopped off the lion's head with the sword stuck in its neck? Subaru, I don't know how many more times we would have failed. Of course, the option to give up did not exist, because that had been a constant struggle that could not be stopped until they were successful. Even so, whether they had the willpower to do so or not, would have greatly influenced the outcome. And it was quite possible that, if the situation arose, they would not have survived in their entirety. Had it turned out that way, he would have regretted it forever. Subaru, Whites, Hyan, and Idra, we all persevered together. Cooperating as one had been extremely difficult, but they would not have survived had even one of them not participated. The fact that all of them had survived was the best-case scenario for Subaru. It was a great confidence boost for him, to have been able to do something typical of a leader. With this, he had the confidence to say he was the son of Natsuki Kenichi with pride. Tanza, Schwartz Summer? Subaru, oh, sorry, I got lost in my thoughts for a bit. So well, about Chaos Flame. Tanza, yes. I wish to get back as soon as possible to help with the reconstruction. Subaru, yeah, that's right. I want to get back and reunite with everyone as well. Returning to the original topic, with her face downcast, Tanza looked very pitiful. It was only natural that she would worry about her family and hometown, and Subaru too, held those very feelings. Even more so having heard about the turmoil Chaos Flame had gone through without him knowing. He was worried about whether or not everyone he was separated from, Louis in particular, had been found by the unkind Abel. He thought that if Yorna was with her, she would surely protect Louis. Tanza, The forlorn Tanza was now back in the kimono outfit that he had seen in the Demon City as well. Subaru had slept for a whole day after the Sparker was over, according to what he was told. At the time he woke up in the healing room, he was told by a toothless old man who claimed to be a healer that there was nothing wrong with his physical health, but he would feel drained and heavy mentally. However, he could not afford to calmly be at a loss. Subaru, what about the other three? Whites and the others? Has everyone already woken up? Tanza, as far as those three go, they have already woken up and returned to their room. It seems that they are all sharing a room. Schwartz Summer and I are also sharing a room, as well as Cecilus, yes, that'd be me. You see, it's the room Basu first woke up in, But that's where our bedroom is going to be. I'm also glad that people that can share a room with me finally came. Well, rather than saying that you came here, it's more like I pulled you up here by myself. Tanza, pulled up? Subaru, don't worry about it too much, it's just a tale of me and Tanza falling in the lake after all. Come to think of it, he had a faint memory of swimming frantically and trying not to drown. Whether he had swam through in just one go or drowned several times was quite vague, but it was not that important, so thinking about it would be futile. Either way, he was relieved after hearing that the other three were also safe. Although it was unavoidable, he had learned a lot about their various circumstances in the midst of the Sparker event. A coward, a scaredy cat and a fraud. Though not very commendable personalities, they too had their reasons for being cowardly, timid, and fraudulent. Subaru, yes, it's just like I'm Superman, eh? Cecilus, oh my, your face sure is overflowing with an abundance of confidence. I think it even raises your level of manliness and gives it a pleasant feeling. To be so swept up in the situation that you worry about this and that, that's the behavior of a minor actor or a member of the masses. Basu needs to stand tall. Subaru, I don't plan on going along with Ceci's drama geek mind, but I think so too. In the first place, it was not good to dwell on things too much. Though for some reason, Subaru up to now had been far too passive regarding many things. No matter what, taking a passive response would just cause the opponent to get overconfident. Whether it be a hated opponent, or fate itself, it was the same. And recently, fate had been getting a little too cocky. Subaru, from now on, I'll be more proactive in moving towards achieving my goals with avarice. For now, Subaru's goal was to escape the island. Escape the Gladiator Island, and return to Chaos Flame together with Tanza. Of course, the ultimate goal was to leave the Empire and return to everyone in the kingdom, however. Subaru, you'll fall if you're preoccupied with big goals after all. Even for summer homework, you've got to finish them one at a time. You can't write a whole diary all at once. Despite what he seemed, Subaru was the type of person who did his homework diligently during summer and winter vacations. Sometimes there were classmates who would come to school after the vacations without having done their homework, but he never fully understood the nerve they had, nor what they were thinking in pulling that off. Though somehow, feeling like he had lost in terms of the idea and courage was a bit frustrating. Subaru, but I did the homework, so I'm the superior one. Tanza, then, Schwartz-Summer, may I have a moment? Subaru, yeah? Tanza timidly called out to Subaru, who had placed his hand on his chin, watering himself with self-esteem. Directing Subaru's gaze to herself, she indicated the fake Cecilus beside her with her hand. And, sitting on the bed, watching as he dangled his legs with a carefree look on his face. Tanza, this one here is an ally, but... Cecilus segment Summer is. Subaru, yeah, he's a boy who cried wolf, he keeps insisting on that. Cecilus, haha, they do say I am insistent, you know. And what do you mean by boy who cried wolf? If it means I'm a wolf person, could you please stop with that bad-mouthing? Sure, I may say some incomprehensible things, but it's only enough to make me dangerously attractive, right? 1. Subaru, sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Showered by questions, Subaru spontaneously let that slip, and clutched his own chest. When he closed his eyes, he could recall the face of a lovely young girl, and along with that, the faces of everyone who was precious to him. Still, he was certainly aware that the drawer of those recollections was becoming harder to pull out. This situation could not be allowed to continue for much longer. Subaru, aside from Ceci's flippant comments, what has gotten you so worried, Tanza? A general of the Empire and a celebrity, is it any wonder that there might be a kid with the nerve to pose as him? Tanza, that may be so, but... Well, I saw Cecilus Summer once before, and I was thinking he looked a lot like him. Subaru, you've seen him before? Ceci? Tanza, I have seen Cecilus segment Summer. He was once sent in to assassinate Yorna Summer. Tanza explained that she had only seen the real Cecilus. Hearing this recollection, Subaru also remembered the story he had heard before. As he recalled it, Yorna would every so often raise a rebellion against the emperor, and so time and time again a suppression force would be sent in. However, now that he knew about Yorna's personality, from Subaru's perspective, that became quite an unexpected impression. Subaru, to try to kill Yorna-san, he must have been a really terrible guy. Tanza, that is correct. Cecilus Summer is an atrocious fiend. No, that is not what is important. I am just curious about the fact that, although this Cecilus Summer here and that Cecilus Summer have an age difference, they are like two peas in a pod. Subaru, exactly alike, just with an age difference. Tanza, yes. Perhaps he is a sibling of Cecilus Summer. Hearing what Tanza, who had seen both Ceciluses, spoke of that Cecilus and this fake Cecilus, Subaru fixedly stared at the latter. He had not considered that possibility. Or rather, it was natural that he had not considered it. Subaru did not know the real Cecilus, so he could not judge whether they were similar or not. However, it was fortunate that he had a partner who knew the real one. Giving up, the lying fake Cecilus submissively admitted to the lies he himself had told. Cecilus, no, that's not correct. I'm an only child, so I don't have a sibling that looks exactly like me. Of course, it's possible that my dad made me a younger brother after we separated, but if we're going by the current flow of the conversation, then he'd be my older brother, wouldn't he? Subaru, that's right, but you don't know when to give up, do you? Cecilus, how very upsetting. But there's a basis for it, you know. My basis is that both of those, having an older brother or a younger brother, would be odd. He crossed his arms and leaned back as Subaru and Tanza fixedly stared at him. The basis for the fake Cecilus's offended face, just how persuasive could it be? For now, in response to Subaru and Tanza, who were eager to listen, prompting him with their eyes. Cecilus, the basis is simple. My existence. Subaru, what do you mean? Cecilus, if I had an older brother, then my dad would have gotten him killed when he had me. And if I had a younger brother, then it'd be strange if my father hadn't gotten me killed. In other words, considering I'm alive, there's no way that an older or younger brother of mine could exist. How's that? Subaru, what do you mean? It was a theory that did not make sense to him at all, even though he said it with vigor as though it was self-evident. By his description, it sounded like the fake Cecilus's father was under some kind of curse to not have more than one child. Whether that was true or false, he felt like a guy who would rather abide by the curse. As for Subaru, he would like to think that the liar fake Cecilus had piled more lies upon lies. However, Subaru, with him being so brazen about it until now, I'm starting to feel like it's true. What do you think, Tanza? Tanza, I would like to be in accordance with Schwartz-Summers' notion. Subaru, that's a serious responsibility. Being relied upon by the reserved Tanza, Subaru put a slender finger to his small chin and pondered. The fake Cecilus tilted his head as if wondering why they were unable to understand him, and yet even if they were to ask him about his family environment, it seemed that no answer would be obtained. The only thing that mattered here was whether they believed the fake Cecilus or not. If they did not believe him, it would be the same as it had been thus far, they would just treat the fake Cecilus as a mere boy who cried wolf. But if they were to believe the fake Cecilus in that he had no siblings, that only left Tanza's testimony on how very much alike the fake Cecilus and the real Cecilus she spoke of were. And if he were to fully believe her testimony and the fake Cecilus's own awareness. Subaru, I'm afraid to ask this, Ceci, but perhaps your body has been shrunk? It was a prospect he wished to deny if possible, but it was a prospect he could not afford to ignore. If it had been a pre-shrunken, grown-up Subaru that was here, he might have hesitated to ask so many questions after having put on airs. However, since the Subaru here was a post-shrunken, underdeveloped Subaru, harboring doubts for a long time did not suit him. Sometimes he would carelessly ask questions with the intention of apologizing were he to offend them by asking. At that specific question, The fake Cecilus slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Cecilus, are you saying I've shrunken? Ha, you sure say some interesting things, Basu. If there was such an interesting thing as the human body shrinking, wouldn't that be super fun? Laughing hysterically, the fake Cecilus pat Subaru on the shoulder in a good mood as he spoke those words. Subaru was very much lost in his remarks as he frowned. Subaru, what is it then? Was he playing dumb or not? And if he was playing dumb, was he doing it consciously or unconsciously? Subaru himself felt that his memories were falling out in large drops due to effects of the infantilization, so it was possible that the fake Cecilus had forgotten all sorts of things for that very reason. But when compared to Subaru, who still remembered many things, the fake Cecilus had even forgotten that he had been shrunken. Was such a thing even possible? If the fake Cecilus had been infantilized the same way Subaru had, was this fake Cecilus's state of mind how Subaru would end up? Subaru, that shitty old man. I mean, did Ceci also get smaller because of Olbart-san? If that were the case, then that would be a major incident. It would become a major incident among the 9 divine generals. The fact that this was also the work of Olbart was a situation that he did not want to think about, but then again, he also did not want to think that anyone other than Olbart was capable of utilizing such an absurd technique. Naturally, he was tempted to think that Olbart was also the one who had shrunken this fake Cecilus. Subaru, wait, in other words, Ceci isn't a fake, but the real deal, so Olbart-san was the one who made the real Ceci smaller, and Ceci's, the ruins of what I'll become in the end. Tanza, Schwartz-Summer, are you all right? You seem to be quite confused. Subaru, I'm fine. I'm incredibly confused, but it's all coming together incredibly nicely. The situation was narrowed down to approximately 2 possibilities in Subaru's mind, although hearing only the thoughts that leaked out of his mouth would sound rather disorganized. One was that the fake Cecilus was an infantilized version of the real Cecilus segment, dubbed the shitty old man Olbart theory. And the other was that, taking advantage of resembling the real Cecilus, he was true to his nature as a boy who cried wolf and sublimated a lie, dubbed the shitty brat fake Cecilus theory. Subaru, the shitty brat one and the shitty old man one, let's keep both of them in the back of our minds as we strategize. Cecilus, ho, that sounds somewhat interesting. May I ask you to tell me more about it? Subaru, no dice. I don't think it'd make sense to talk to you about it, Ceci. Cecilus, ha. What a cold attitude. That's a rather self-centered thought, but I don't dislike that way of going about things, rather, I quite like it. Rather than being angry at the cruelty, the fake Cecilus, provisionally, but still the fake Cecilus, that reaction of his was helpful in many ways. There were already so many things to worry about, so it was valuable to have someone that he did not have to worry about. Subaru, for the time being, Tanza, you should also shelve everything about Ceci. Because whether he's real or fake, the fact that he's unreliable won't change. Tanza, yes, that is correct. Since he is the one who tried to cause harm to Yorna-sama, I personally hold no favorable impressions towards him. Subaru, thank you for being straightforward and honest. Now, having thus reached some sort of conclusion, Subaru switched gears. Now that they were awake, they were also done occupying the beds in the healing room. They would be heading to the room Tanza had been talking about earlier, the room that had been assigned to these 3. But, before that, Subaru, I'd like to feed my very empty stomach. You see, my stomach's been whining miserably for a while now. So, rubbing his belly, Subaru made a shameless demand of the island he was imprisoned on. There was a saying that went, you can't fight a war on an empty stomach. Beyond this point, the obstacles which Subaru and his unit would face would all be in the vein of battles. In order to fight them, Subaru's group must be in perfect physical and mental condition, otherwise, in case they were unable to act when push comes to shove, they would be in trouble. To operate without sparing time for sleep, one should avoid making such a decision so rashly. Subaru, seems to me that before I shrank, since I had more physical strength than I do now, I used to do those kinds of rash things often. I'll likely get my due deserts if I misunderstand that. Such being the case, they wanted to treasure all the eating and sleeping time they could get. Somehow, it seemed that due to fatigue from the sparker, he had slept for a whole day. He accepted that as a sufficient rest, and now intended to find a chance to regain his physical strength. Hence, now that it was time to eat, the fake Cecilus guided them to where they would receive their meals. Eat, Schwartz, your shares this. With a thud, a large platter was placed before his eyes, and Subaru stared in wonder at the sight of the meat on the bone served on that platter. When Subaru looked up to see what was going on, the brows on the man's tattoo-riddled face scrunched as if to say what? Though he was making that face, Subaru was actually the one who wanted to say what? What exactly was he supposed to do when something of this sort was done to him without any explanation? Whites, say what you like, but I don't think that's going to happen. Look, Schwartz is frozen stiff. Are you trying to say that we ain't got anything to worry about, huh? To begin with, there's no need to pile up a mountain of meat for this midget. We'll split it between us. Oh. Whites, it's the portion we discussed and settled on for him. And if you're gonna ignore that, why don't you try it and convince me? As he said this, the tattooed man prodded the lizard man on his side with the fork in his hand. Screaming, the lizard man fled to the other side of the table. Sighing at that sight, the rust-haired man looked at Subaru with a shrug of his shoulders. Sorry for all the racket, Schwartz. How's your body? Subaru, it feels okay. Same there. We're not badly hurt either. Thanks to you. After rephrasing this, the rust-haired man, Idra, bowed his head slightly toward Subaru. It was not just Idra. The squabbling tattooed man and lizard man, Whites and Hyan, raising their hands in surrender, both agreed with Idra by nodding their heads in Subaru's direction. Currently, Subaru was in a corner of one of the island's areas that were open to gladiators, a large hall with tables and chairs, generally used as a dining space. As soon as he appeared in the hall, Subaru had been immediately grabbed by 3 people who had come into his sight, and was suddenly brought to one of the tables, being presented with the platter in front of him. Frankly, it was a dizzying, bizarre situation, and yet. Subaru, by any chance, did you save this for me? Hyan, what else could it be? Ungrateful brat. Oh. Whites, don't say that like you're taking credit for it, I'll be at ya up. Hyan, I didn't say that, and I'm grateful for what you did, damn it. Pointing to the pile of meat on the bone, Subaru had asked a question, resulting in the ensuing altercation. This could not be called a very smart way to show it, but it seemed to be a sign of appreciation. For a feast like this to be served, Subaru became quite unsure about the way the gladiators were treated. Subaru, it's like, even though you make them kill each other, you let them have their fill of food? Technically, it's not killing each other, it's a death match, you know. Also, Gustafsson's policy is that should a gladiator die, it should only happen in the gladiatorial arena. Letting them die anywhere other than there'd only prove the incompetence of the management. So you can relax and enjoy your time here. Next to Subaru, who tilted his head, sat the fake Cecilus, who had pulled out a chair with great enthusiasm. Subaru thought he would reach for his plate, given his brazenness, but surprisingly, he did not. Instead, he filled a chipped cup from a jug and took a sip of water. Tanza, everyone believes that Schwartz Summer has done service of utmost greatness, therefore, we have decided to prepare a treat. Subaru, Tanza. Everyone, is that right? Tanza sat in the chair opposite the fake Cecilus, with Subaru in between. While in surprise at Tanza's words, Subaru looked at the group of 3 of which Idra was a part of. Idra nodded deeply at that gaze and said, yeah. Idra, as I said before, it's thanks to you that all of us are safe still. The night we survived the first Sparker, we were treated to a feast for the unit, and I thought it'd be strange if you didn't get your share of it. Whites, for the record, I'm the one who suggested it. Hyan, hair, though I wasn't gonna leave any for the brat. In turn, they told him why the platter of food had been saved for him. But at the words left behind by Hyan, Tanza next to him tilted her head. Tanza, I wonder if that is so. As I recall, I believe it was Hyan Summer who first said that he was uncomfortable eating with only those present. Hyan, ho? I didn't say that though. I dunno anything 'bout that though. Hey, you lil bitch, I won't tolerate your sayin' unreliable shit like that. Idra, cut that out. Hyan, you can't beat Tanza. That girl beheaded the Guiltilaw. Tanza, I did indeed behead it. As Idra stopped him with a hand, Tanza bowed, and Hyan, unable to retort, concluded it with a guh, and gave up his assault by turning his reptilian face away. So this was a token of appreciation from all of them, including the not-so-honest lizard man. Subaru, I'm grateful, I won't be shy at all about taking this meal then. Cecilus, oh, you're a really gluttonous eater. The way you show your generous acceptance is also terribly excellent, you know. Whites, don't overdo it and get a stomachache. Subaru, don't worry. I may look like this, but I used to be a famous school food fighter who ate up all the school lunches of those who were absent, too. Getting milk from the kids who would not drink it was a piece of cake, and he also brushed his teeth before breakfast. That was Natsuki Subaru's school food fighter battle style. 3. The meat was cold and tough, but its generous seasoning was not that bad, so he couldn't complain. Above all, it was a treat that everyone had saved for Subaru, and that was the best spice of all. Yet, as he watched Subaru bite the meat off the bone like that, Whites turned his pattern-covered face to the side and said, "No. Whites, don't get any creepy misunderstandings. Not like I'm worried 'bout ya. Subaru, dash? So you're regretting the piece of meat you gave me now, or something? Whites, that's not it either. It's the deathmatch." Subaru, dash dash, Whites' words were low and hushed, but the words resonated very profoundly with Subaru. That very instant, Subaru almost dropped the meat from his hand, but fingers from the fake Cecilus caught it from the side and quickly stuck it in Subaru's mouth. Subaru, ugaju. Cecilus, relax relax relax, you're going to choke. Besides, Tattoo-san over there was a little lacking in his words just now. Don't worry, there won't be a deathmatch anytime soon. Subaru, ugu. Is that right? Tanza, indeed, currently, we have not received any notice of that so far. However, we do not know at what time we will be informed of a deathmatch, it seems. After finishing off all the meat, leaving only the bone, and pecking the remnants on his plate, he looked at Whites. Listening to what the fake Cecilus and Tanza had to add, Whites nodded. Whites, that's what I said. Subaru, no you didn't. I thought they were going to make us kill each other soon. Idra, it's not that harsh a place, indeed. I heard it used to be handled in the way Schwartz was concerned about, until the island chief was replaced and the policy changed. Subaru, before the changeover. So since Gustav-san took over? Idra nodded in response to the question, as Subaru reached for the next piece of meat. In his mind, as he was reminded of Gustav's intense face, which did not reveal any emotion at all, Subaru puzzled over what kind of person he was. He was ruthless enough to suddenly throw Subaru into Sparker as soon as he took a look at the latter after waking up. He had thought he would be very much something like the violent rules of the cruel Wallachian Empire in person, but from the extent of what he heard, it was not like the gladiators were being forced into seemingly deadly battles straight away. Subaru, or maybe they just like to do it slowly rather than all at once? Cecilus, you can see that I'm not just a do-on-a-whim kind of person. In fact, if Basu hadn't woken up, probably only these three here would be in the unit facing the Sparker. If that had happened, you'd probably have a much darker look on your face at this dinner party. Hyan, that ain't funny, you know. In the first place, why the hell are you even here? The fake Cecilus laughed at Subaru's words, followed by Hyan pointing and barking back in his face. Indeed, if one were to ask, it was true. The fake Cecilus was the one who had helped Subaru and Tanza get ashore on the island, but that was the only connection between them. Idra, I've heard that every gladiator here joins a unit for Sparka at some point or another. After that, depending on their success, they may break up the unit depending on their performance, but your unit is. Cecilus, if you're worried about my unit, don't. Everyone except for me has died, and fortunately I'm already a gladiator who gets allocated solo death matches. Subaru, what? Cecilus, I'm the strongest. No one can beat me, so you don't have to worry about me at all, haha. Subaru and everyone else clammed up as the fake Cecilus slapped his knee. However, Subaru and Tanza's reasons for keeping quiet were surely different from the reasons for the other three men. For that matter, both Subaru and Tanza's were also a bit different at the core. Idra and others would probably consider the words of the fake Cecilus as a huge lie, while Tanza was suspecting that the fake Cecilus was actually related to the real Cecilus segment. Then there was Subaru, who was thinking that he may be the shrunken Cecilus segment, which, if true, then the fake Cecilus may still be the strongest even in this state. If so, it would be very advantageous to have the fake Cecilus on their side. Cecilus, you shouldn't do that, Basu. Looking at your opponent with such greedy eyes'll have you be scorned. Subaru, Han? Cecilus, a person with the attributes to stand on top and in front, they shouldn't have that sorta avaricious, pleading look in their eyes. It's not smart in any way, shape, or form, so you should stop it. If you want to impress me, don't use words. Use actions, resolve, and a treasured signature catchphrase. Saying this, the fake Cecilus advised Subaru, by taking two of the bones from his plate and crossing them in front of his face, forming them into an X symbol. Having been told something so astute that it was as if the fake Cecilus had read his mind, Subaru gulped down his saliva. And then, Subaru, you said it wasn't about words, but if a signature catchphrase is needed, then you need words too, right? Cecilus, hey, that's true. That was quite sloppy. Just what has struck me, out of all people? With wide-open eyes, the fake Cecilus leaned heavily against the back of his chair and then leaned forward as if being pushed forward. Subaru stiffened as his face suddenly got close to him. Seeing that, the fake Cecilus shaped his whole face into a massive grin. Cecilus, well then, sorry for interrupting you. I've also got a lot of matters to attend to, people to talk to, and ways to pass the time, so I'll leave you here for now. Don't worry, I'll be in the other room next to you, so if there's anything you still need to talk about, you'll have to go there. Subaru, roger that. Cecilus, Roger? I don't know what that is, but it sounds rather gallant. Well then, roger that. While making a slight misinterpretation, the fake Cecilus raised his hand and ran off before there was time to stop him. Although there had been no reason to stop him, Subaru was shocked at the lightning-fast speed with which he had left. In actuality, he wasn't so much of a hindrance that he could be called an obstacle, as he just wanted to have someone around who knew the ins and outs of the Gladiator Island. Subaru, well, it gets tiring hearing him speak roughly 5 times the amount of information I actually want. Tanza, Schwartz Summer, please continue your meal. Subaru, yeah, that's right. I've got to get my strength back. No matter what Gustav was thinking, he had no intention of staying quiet until the next deathmatch was assigned. In the first place, he had no intention of staying here as a gladiator for very long. His goal was to take Tanza and get off the island today or tomorrow. Worst case scenario, they could become hostile to Gustav. However, if they did that... Hyan, what's up, Schwartz? Subaru, I was just wondering if you guys were worried. Can you do this without me? Hyan, the hell you're talking about? You're not thinking of running away, are ya? If that's the case then return the meat. Hyan opened his big mouth to yell at the anxious-looking Subaru. Although they had every right to be angry, Subaru had people who were more important to him than they were. Should he consider leaving with not only Tanza, but also the other three together? Subaru, rather, maybe everyone on the island could escape. Tanza, Schwartz summer? Subaru, sorry, I was just talking to myself, as you'd expect, that was just some rambling. It was a troubling idea that he couldn't let other people hear carelessly, even if he was just talking to himself under his breath. However, Whites, Idra, Hyan, and of course Subaru and Tanza had been forced to come to the Gladiator Island despite the fact that they did not want to participate in the death matches here. If that was the case for the other people as well, then surprisingly, perhaps Subaru's idea was not as ridiculous as one might think. And, just as Subaru was thinking that. So you've finally woken up, kid? That Sparker the other day, that was a hell of a big deal, you know. I screwed up by not going to watch it. I only got to hear rumors about this and that afterwards, man. People gathered around Subaru as he reached for the meat on his plate. The men who spoke to Subaru in such a friendly manner were all men who looked like they had a reason for being there, even without a detailed explanation. He was sure they were all gladiators, newcomers to the Great Hall, and those who had been watching Subaru and his comrades from a distance both gathered there, creating a bit of a buzz around Subaru. Subaru, you all are? Can't you tell just by looking? We're your precursors on this island. You guys had quite the hectic and not at all boring Sparker. The men started laughing around Subaru, whose eyes widened in surprise. Only, they didn't say it in a mocking tone, but in a genuinely complimentary way. Incidentally, while being surrounded by them, Idra had a forced smile, Hyan looked uncomfortable, and White sulked silently. Gladiator, that girl's entrance at the end was a sight to behold. She's a lot stronger than she looks. Tanza, thank you very much. It is all thanks to the grace of those who love me. Gladiator, oh? I see. I don't quite get it, but that was a good death match. Not getting too deep into what the bowing Tanza said, were the perfectly open-minded large men. While they talked about how Subaru and his team fought in Sparker with their every gesture. Gladiator, however, it's a big deal. That gladiator beast. That shadow lion's taken out a lot of units. Another gladiator, if you guys'd been taken out, I think the total number of units knocked out by that thing would have been 10. The recent Sparkers continue to be rough. Gladiator, that's surely what Governor Gustav wants. Once you're welcomed as a gladiator, you're gonna be treated well, as the entrance is the toughest part. The next shows are gonna be scary. There was no shortage of topics to discuss as they raucously talked about the situation on Jin and Hive. Subaru nodded along, urging each of them to continue while he collected information on the island. It seemed that ever since Gustav had become the island chief, the policy had also become much different from before after all. Also, that Lion seemed to be rather strong, and Subaru and the others who won were now rated highly. Subaru, I see. So it was worth all the hard work on our part. Shows, you say? Gladiator, yeah, we have regular shows here where nobles from all over the empire get together and make a spectacle out of our death matches. Sparker and daily death matches are all training for the real deal. Subaru, training. Gladiator, dying during practice won't be any good. The governor knows that. If you work hard, you won't get any reprimands. There's an exception. Subaru, an exception? Subaru tilted his head at the sight of the strong, muscular man with a fierce look stroking his nose as if he'd had trouble saying that. He was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and continued. Strong gladiator, I hate to tell you this 'cause you get along so well with him, but don't associate with that guy. Subaru, and that guy, would be? Thinking of the strong man's phrasing and the one absent, there was only one person who fell under this category. Subaru continued with a could it be? Subaru, you don't mean Ceci? If anything, he's following me. Strong gladiator, yeah, he seems to have taken a liking to you, but how much can you count on that? He came here only 20 days ago. Subaru, MHM. Strong gladiator, at his first sparker, he did nothing and watched as his unit was annihilated, and once his allies were gone, he killed the gladiator beast with his bare hands, effortlessly. Subaru, Strong gladiator, after that, every time he was assigned a death match, he had the nerve to cheer his opponent on till all others were dead. And, for some reason, he calls himself by the name of General First Class Cecilus Segment. As he spoke, the strong man looked at the entrance to the hall with a mixture of heartfelt suspicion on his face and in his voice. The entrance that the fake Cecilus Segment, had exited through just a moment before. And it was not just the strong face speaking directly to Subaru that possessed such eyes. Save for Subaru's unit comrades, who did not know of him, the same held true for everyone present. He was a man who was friendly to Subaru, who had displayed his incomprehensibly narrative-driven brain to the point of having him fed up, who had tried asking Subaru, when he was dying, about his final will and testament, and who was fiercely disliked by the gladiators, who were living side by side with death. That was Strong Gladiator, Governor Gustav and that death god are the central figures in the current Gladiator Island's irregularities. Arc 7, Chapter 66, Haiyan Yats. Life on Gladiator Island Jinnenhive was not that bad for Subaru. Subaru's performance during the Sparker event had been well received by the gladiators competing on the Gladiator Island, apparently. And so, where he went, he would receive the same reception he had gotten in that large hall. Even in an environment where one would be forced to fight, the way of the Wallachian Empire remained unchanged. Therefore, it seemed that the principle of the strong being valued was valid all the same, and the Sparker performed by Subaru and the others of the unit suited said principle well. Even though he's just a scrawny brat, he's got grit. That seemed to be the common assessment of Subaru. It must have been quite amusing to them that Subaru, a child who could be throttled with one hand if such was one's wish, had put up a good fight against the lion gladiator beast. The fact that Subaru seemed to be just an ordinary child for his age, in opposition to the fake Cecilus, his age the same as Subaru's, was perhaps helping this impression. Conversely, the fake Cecilus's reputation was just that bad. Cecilus, I guess what I really want to say is that I'm just living my life as myself, so I really don't care what everyone around me thinks of me. After all, none of you will be able to complain once you see the results. Oh, I don't mean physical results, but emotional ones. Give or take, that had been his reaction at the time he overheard his reputation from the people around him. He had already sensed that was the case in some way, but the fake Cecilus had no desire to change his way of being, nor did he care to live in accordance with the people around him. He possessed a strong will to stick to his beliefs, and the strength to carry that through, both of which affirmed the fake Cecilus's outlandish ego. And, as per the rules of the Gladiator Island and the Empire both, that was acceptable, Idra, but, being loathed for it isn't really beneficial. We cannot survive on the island alone, because we are a unit. Whites, so you're saying that in there lies the power to survive, that's so. Guessing from that brat's uncontrollable behavior, he seems to be confident in his way too. Haiyan, TCH, what a weirdo, it ain't any of our business. I mean, dealing with these two creepy little brats is plenty enough. That was the impression the unit's members had of the fake Cecilus. It might have sounded harsh, but it was an entirely natural thought. To begin with, unless they were very strong and in a safe place, all gladiators would struggle so they could survive day in and day out. That was the norm, hence why they were left them with little time to care about the people around them. Subaru, well, I do have a problem with Haiyan treating us like creepy little brats, but what do you think, Tanza? About Ceci? Tanza, to me, it matters not. More importantly, Schwartz Summer. Subaru, yeah? Tanza, Schwartz Summer, do you really intend to leave this place? Having been asked this all of a sudden, her voice sounding half exasperated and half reproachful, Subaru's eyes widened as he turned around and mindlessly let out a huh? In the communal room given to the gladiators, a space that could be called a shared cell, Tanza, Subaru's roommate, furrowed her smooth eyebrows and took in a breath in a way that was almost dramatic. Tanza, this is not the moment for hung. I see that Schwartz-Sommer has been having a good time with all of the gladiators over the past few days, but do you remember the plan you had at the beginning? Subaru, the plan at the beginning? Tanza, HK, you were thinking of leaving the island and returning to Chaos Flame. For a moment, Tanza's voice became voiced towards Subaru's words that were as if he had no clue as to what she was alluding to. And with that, the girl took her eyes off Subaru and prefaced with my apologies, before continuing. Tanza, I was intending to follow Schwartz-Sommer's plan if possible. But if Schwartz-Sommer is not working proactively, then everything changes. I must rendezvous with Yorna-Summer. Subaru, Tanza, even now, I still do not know anything on what happened after Chaos Flame, only that Yorna-Summer is safe and sound, as evidenced by her continued love for me. As she stated this, Tanza touched her own right eye. What this gesture meant was the change Subaru had witnessed in the residents of the Demon City, the same blaze within the eyes of those under the effect of Yorna's soul marriage technique. Beheading the lion in a single stroke was certainly not something Tanza could do naturally. It meant that the power given by Yorna's favor towards her was still in play. Subaru, that means Yorna-san is well, doesn't it? Tanza, physically. But I do not know if she is well in heart. Subaru, that's. Well, yeah. Because Yorna-san treasured everyone in the city. Because she was too kind, she had been treated as a traitor on multiple occasions for failing to follow the policies of the Empire. Subaru believed he somewhat grasped Yorna's circumstances and the feelings of Tanza and everyone else protected by Yorna's ideals. So, it was understandable why Tanza wished to go back to Yorna right away. Subaru, but you can't rush that. You can't get what you want by scrambling in the dark. Tanza, but I cannot afford to be as leisurely as you, Schwartz-Sommer. Subaru, leisurely. Tanza, correct. I thought you were walking around the island looking for a way to escape for the past 2 days, but it turns out you were chatting with your unit and with other gladiators. Using her fingers to count, Tanza criticized Subaru's behavior over the prior couple of days. Indeed, for 2 days, all Subaru had been doing was talking to people. Not looking for a way to escape or figuring out how to work the only drawbridge that connected to the outside world. Sometimes he would spend time with whites and the other people in his unit, but he gave precedence to learning the rules of the Gladiator Island, as well as other interesting tidbits of information from those who had been on the island for a longer time. Those were very leisurely actions in Tanza's eyes, and perhaps it looked as if Subaru had been preparing to make the island his home until his death. But if that were the case, Subaru, that's absolutely wrong, Tanza. I also have someone I want to see as much as Tanza wants to see Yorna-san. I absolutely have to get out of here. Tanza, say, are those the people who were with you? Subaru, that's true with the exception of Abel, and there are others. In a big walled city. And also in the country next door to the Empire. I've been very busy, you know. Tanza, Once Subaru replied that he had others he wanted to meet both there and elsewhere, Tanza fell silent. Perhaps she was thinking that her singular love for Yorna was greater than Subaru's love for multiple people, but she did not state that out loud. That alone was enough to understand how earnest she was. One could only admire Yorna's dedication to her education, had she been the one to teach her so many things. Subaru, still, I probably can use my head better than you. Tanza, what is that supposed to mean? And something happened right when Tanza tilted her head at Subaru's words. Basu. The drawbridge is going up. New people have just arrived. As he raised a boisterous shout, the fake Cecilus came running down the corridor and appeared before them. Tanza's shoulders jumped at the intensity and loudness of his voice, but Subaru's reaction was the exact opposite. Exclaiming, "Here they are." As he leapt up on the spot, he continued. Subaru, that's a lot faster than I've heard it is this the usual pace? Cecilus, nah, like I told you, the latest Sparker, your groups, was an exception. All but the 3 members in Basu's unit failed in their escape and ended up at the bottom of the lake. So, Basu and his team made up for the lack of manpower in a hurry. Subaru, I see. As the fake Cecilus had said with a shrug of his shoulder, the previous Sparker had been held with irregularities. The gladiator candidates, who were originally supposed to enter the gladiator island with whites and the others, had attempted to escape en masse before arriving onto the island proper. However, this had ended up failing miserably, resulting in their carriage overturning. All of those who had escaped from the drawbridge into the lake then became food for aquatic witch beasts. As a result, the Sparker had not been held for whites and the others as there were not enough members, and was going to be postponed until the number necessary to form a unit was replenished. But Subaru, so back then, when Tanza and I came in, whites and the others must have been really down, huh? New recruits meant that they had to undergo Sparker, and not only that, Subaru and Tanza were the ones joining, and Tanza was unconscious. Essentially, with the inclusion of one child with nasty eyes, it was a 4-man Sparker. All 3 must have thought it was the unluckiest day of their lives. Subaru, however, it was actually the luckiest day of their lives. Cecilus, oh, you have a very nice, confident look on your face. So, Basu, what do you want to do now? Subaru, yeah, I'm going to check out the drawbridge. I'd like to talk to some of the people from outside as well. Cecilus, that might be a little difficult. I think this sparkles start rather early in comparison to last time, so you may not get a chance to meet them. Subaru, I see. It's tricky, but if that's the case, there are ways to make it work. With Subaru answer that while putting his hand on his chin, the fake Cecilus raised his eyebrows in response. His interest, or perhaps his favorable impression of Subaru's reply, was easily understandable from his reaction. His personality was the type of having trouble keeping secrets, but still someone they had to keep their guard up against. There were few people in this world who could kill a person regardless of how much they liked them. The rumored personality of the fake Cecilus on the island was enough to make Subaru treat him as if he were a ticking bomb. Of course, too much apprehension would only shorten the fuse, so finding the right balance was a good idea. Anyhow, Subaru, finally, there seems to be some progress. Tanza, what do you think? Tanza, no, well, what do you mean? Are you and Segment Summer plotting something? Cecilus, it's nothing of that kind. I wasn't told anything of Basu's thoughts, and even if I was, it wasn't anything big. He simply told me to inform him when the drawbridge was about to be raised. Everything planned afterwards is inside Basu's head, you know. Tanza, Schwartz Summer? Seeing that there was no information to be gained from a Cecilus displaying himself as having not the slightest clue, Tanza's gaze turned to Subaru, as if to accuse him of hiding something from her. Although, Subaru had no intention of hiding anything from her. Though, it was his intention to move rather cautiously. Subaru, for now, let's talk while we go check out the drawbridge. We'd all be stupid to miss it. With Tanza looking as if she wanted to say something and the amused fake Cecilus in tow, Subaru left the common room and headed for the upper level of the island, from where he could see the drawbridge. Atop the island, gladiators were allowed a great deal of freedom in their activities, and except for those whose behavior was abhorrent on a daily basis, they were not restricted in any way aside for when they would go to bed or had their death matches. There were certain rules when to bath or eat, which apparently needed to be followed, but it was a far cry from what he had imagined, which had been the life of a slave or an inmate in a prison. The Gladiator Island had a gladiatorial arena at the center of the island, which became the stage where grand events were held for the likes of spectators from outside the island. As such, and because the gladiatorial arena and its surroundings were what the outsiders would be seeing, it was decorated in a rather flashy and standout style. On the other hand, the rest of the gladiators' free living spaces were simple, so, with the exception of the bare minimum facilities essential for living, the island felt grey as a whole. Subaru, but there's also the healing room, and there's also a library, isn't it? Tanza, It is said that they began taking in books ever since Governor Gustav became the island chief. Surprisingly, I hear that it has become the place where everyone spends their relaxation time together. Subaru, yeah, there were a lot of books. Though it'd be nice if I could also read them. Whilst nodding at Tanza's description, Subaru scratched his temple with his finger. The letters of this world, which Subaru had supposedly studied, seemed to have been kicked out of his brain right after it was shrunk, so he could only read and understand them falteringly. He remembered some bits vaguely, so it was not impossible to decipher them were he to try hard enough, but he had to use his mind like he was on a treasure hunt just to read a single page. Subaru, if Nay-sama knew about this, she'd be extremely upset with me. The person who had given Subaru the most help in studying the letters was Nay-sama, Ram. And so, were she to become aware of Subaru's current predicament, she would be very angry. Even discounting that, he had left Rem by herself. He was sure that Ram would be angry upon learning that. As for that, Subaru too wanted her to get mad at him. Tanza, Schwartz-sama? Subaru, in order for us to get off this island, there are two things which will become our obstacles. One of them is the drawbridge that connects the island to the other side of the river. Tanza, yes, I am aware of it. The stage was for the purpose of running the gladiatorial arena, which was built on the island in the center of the lake. As half of it came from the island side, and the other half from the riverbank side, the drawbridge could not be crossed unless it was suspended from both sides. It was problematic, because it was usually raised so that it could not be crossed. Cecilus, that's why it's usually lowered. It's raised only when needed. Subaru, that still doesn't make sense to me, no matter how many times you tell me. That's why I want to see the real thing. Although the tone of Cecilus's voice was as if he was speaking to someone who just did not want to listen, at any rate, within Subaru the image of the drawbridge was without a doubt that of one bridge divided into two from the middle, with each side causing the bridge to withdraw. Naturally, according to that image the drawbridge would be lowered. Tanza, then, Schwartz-sama, the second obstacle is. Sweeping away the conceptual image in Subaru's mind, Tanza inquired as to the direction of the conversation. At those words, Subaru let out an aha and took a short breath, then. Subaru, needless to say, it's the curse rule. The one Gustav says is placed on all the gladiators. Tanza, .. As the ends of her gentle eyebrows lowered, Tanza made a complicated face. Naturally, she would have understood the issue without even being told. It was the curse rule. A curse mark was bestowed upon all the gladiators on the gladiator island, and it was activated on those who broke the curse rule, dispossessing them of their lives. That was the main reason why Gustav continued to reign as the absolute ruler of the gladiator island, as governor. No one could defy Gustav, defying him would cost one of their life. Even if one did not defy him, as long as the curse mark was not removed, one did not know when their life would be terminated for violating the curse rule, how to remove it, and the details of the curse rule, nobody except Gustav himself knew. Subaru, if you ask me what I'm scared of, that'd be that I don't know the detailed rules. I could just be spending my time normally, and then inadvertently violate them and die without realizing it. Cecilus, well, from what I know there was that sort of unease when Gustav first became governor, but lately, that unease seems to have faded away for the most part. That said, it seems like Gustav doesn't want to reduce the number of gladiators all silly-nilly, so it's a relief that he's declared what should never be done. Subaru, declared. So that'd be stuff like, do not defy the guards and fighting amongst fellow gladiators outside of death matches is prohibited and do not flee from this island without permission, and so on. Cecilus, you pup. Subaru, as I thought, the last one there is the problem. For maintaining the rules for living on the island, Gustav had imposed the curse rule. Nevertheless, it was true that this was in direct conflict with Subaru's and Tanza's objectives. Subaru, aside from less than upright methods, there are other ways to break the curse rule and quit being a gladiator, right? Cecilus, yeah, there certainly are. That specific case be the large-scale show that they hold once a year. His Excellency the Emperor is invited, and it's the famous reward for the death match they hold in his presence. There's also other ways, such as someone in the audience spending lots of money to take you out. Therefore, the gladiators also need to look good, meaning a necessity to charm them with magnificent beauty emerges. Subaru, for some reason or another, my mental image is that of gladiators. That was something that resembled the so-called gladiators from the Roman Empire. 1. He did not know much about the details, but it had a nuance along the lines of a slave that was made to fight with a sword, which could be said to be literally the same position as the gladiators of the island. He had heard that there was a person, seemingly a famous gladiator of old, who had brought about a rebellion alongside the other gladiators, but, 2. Subaru, what I want to do is escape, not rebel, so I'm thinking more like a great prison escape. What could become a hint, would be the patterns of those who have escaped from prison. However, knowledge of such movies and manga was also rather hazy within Subaru. It seemed that they would not be able to utilize that with things as they were, so Subaru still had to find the right answer. Subaru, whatever the case, for the sake of getting off of the island we have to do something about these two things, the drawbridge and the curse rule. For that reason as well, it is absolutely essential that we go observe the drawbridge, got it? Tanza, I concur. Still, that does not explain why Schwartz-Sommer was taking his time relaxedly up until the drawbridge moved. Subaru, you sure are holding that against me. Responding to Tanza's intent gaze, Subaru scratched his head as he made a troubled face. While they were talking like that, the three of them headed to the vantage point they sought. Halfway up the mountain that got taller as it approached the center of the island, a balcony had been built in a position that overlooked half of the lake. Rather than a balcony, it was more accurate to call it an observation deck, but there were a few other people in attendance besides Subaru and the other two. The other gladiators seemed to have come here as curious onlookers. Amongst the ranks of the onlookers, a figure suddenly turned and waved to Subaru and the others. That's Schwartz, ain't it? What are you doing here? Subaru, oh, Hyan, you're here as well. Just looking at the goods. Hyan, as if I could be doing something like that. I'd heard the next sacrifices were on their way, that's why. Averting his eyes, the lizard man Hyan was unable to continue with the rest of the words. As a member of the same unit as Subaru, contrary to his cocksure attitude, he was quite timid. He was not a bad person, but on the other hand his character was not something to be openly praised. Even that excuse just now had not fully dispelled any part of that purpose of looking at goods. Tanza, Hyan Summer, did you want to take a look at the people who are coming next? Hyan, Tanza, if you do not want to tell me, it does not particularly bother me, however. At the reserved Tanza's question, Hyan curled his big mouth and hesitated to answer. But with the silence immediately becoming unbearable, Hyan said that's right. With a trembling voice. Resting his elbows on the railing, while scowled at the lake below, he spoke. Hyan, I wanted to see the faces of the guys come in here next. Is that wrong? Subaru, that's not wrong, but for what reason? Since you survived the Sparker, it'd be inconsiderate to come here to check if the next group of incomers can survive Sparker, or something of the sort. Hyan, like I'd do something that evil. I ain't saying there aren't guys like that though, I am different, and with that, Hyan denied Subaru's suspicions. He had decided to trust that answer for the moment. Subaru also earnestly understood that Hyan was not a bad guy, he was just a scaredy cat. He also was the one that seemed to be the least accustomed to the rules of this gladiator island. Hyan, so, why'd you guys come? Subaru, we aren't just looking at the goods, nor are we curious onlookers. Of course, we're interested in the people they're bringing this time around, but we want to see the drawbridge. Hyan, you wanna see the bridge? What are ya, a brat? Wait, you really are a brat, did ya? Subaru, no, that's right, and you sure talk loud. Subaru's lips curved due to Hyan recklessly speaking very loudly, perhaps to cover up his own feelings. As he then stood alongside him, they looked over the lake below. Albeit the sun was still high in the sky, the area around the Gladiator Island was faintly darkened by an overcast sky. For some reason, it seemed the clouds in the area never seemed to clear up, and he had heard that the overcast sky was present all year round. Based on how the sky looked, this was a place that darkened people's spirits. Cecilus, well, there are a considerable number of people who enjoy that kind of environment. I rather like it. Subaru, that's surprising. I thought Ceci'd be a big fan of sunny days. But, you do call yourself lightning, so it's possible you don't care if it's cloudy. Cecilus, I see, it's not something I ever cared much about, but now that you mention it. Shrugging his shoulders at the fake Cecilus, who put his hand over his mouth as his eyes gleamed at the surprising revelation, Subaru and the others lined up in front of the railing, waiting for the drawbridge in question to be raised. Then, not too long after. Subaru, oh. At first, the rattling sound of gears and mechanical parts moving could be heard from somewhere. His thought was that it had to utilize the same mechanism the iron fence at the gladiatorial arena used to spring up, but the drawbridges was on a scale a world apart. After all, not constructing a bridge of tremendous length would not do, so, from what it seemed, they'd had to balance that with turning either large gears, or a large number of gears. Before Subaru's eyes, slowly, the drawbridge rose Subaru, . What had appeared so slowly, was the drawbridge that had been submerged deep within the lake. Just like how the fake Cecilus had corrected him about it many times, moving in conjunction with the mechanism of rotating gears, it rose out of the lake to reveal itself. Rather than lowering a drawbridge that had been raised, they raised a drawbridge that had been submerged. In precise terms, it was not one singular bridge that was brought up, but multiple connected bridges that emerged from the bottom of the lake, apparently structured to form a single bridge. Once the bridge, divided into multiple sections, was lifted to the same level, it was then connected together to become one, which was completed while a large quantity of water was drained from it. That very mechanism was also in operation on the river bank side, and so the drawbridge would also rise on the opposite bank. The two drawbridges raised in that way would then become one, releasing the Gladiator Island from its isolation for a limited time. 3. Subaru, the thing that's moving that bridge is. Cecilus, there's a tower that controls the drawbridge, so it's pretty much operated in that tower, you know. I've never actually been inside, so I don't know what to expect. Subaru, inside the control tower. As far as a bridge of that scale went, it would probably be difficult to raise and lower it covertly. That said, crossing the lake in something like a small boat was also impeded by the presence of the witch beasts in the water. It seemed that his thinking was still insufficient to provide a realistic means of escape. Tanza, likely, that is the carriage carrying the next people. Beside the pondering Subaru, Tanza muttered that while looking towards the opposite shore, pulling a single carriage, a large sable galewind horse slowly crossed the drawbridge. The galewind horse appeared to be an army horse equipped with armor, and it seemed quite tough at a glance. Guarding that carriage, positioned around it, were soldiers, riding something smaller than the galewind horse. It seemed that they were worried about the carriage overturning like last time, so their vigilance was increased. Cecilus, oh, it's Gustav-san. Looks like he's coming in person. On the other side of the drawbridge, a group was waiting for the carriage to arrive. Among the guards in their black uniforms, Gustav stood, his extraordinarily large chest puffed out. Was this also a precaution against the last time the carriage overturned? Or, considering it was Gustav, he would have been present regardless. Subaru, it's a little over a kilometer to the other side of the river, maybe no more than 2 kilometers. It was hard to tell because it was quite a distance away, although the distance of the drawbridge appeared to be more or less what he had guessed. Even with the mechanism that allowed them to divvy up the weight of the bridge, a drawbridge of such length was unimaginable. Even if magic or some other special magical tool had been used as a basis, it was still quite a feat. And so, as he was checking the state of his target, the drawbridge Hyan, ah. Hyan, who like Subaru and the others had been looking at the drawbridge, exclaimed, his voice cracking. No, he was not looking at the drawbridge, but at the carriage coming across. The carriage pulled by a huge gale-wind horse had finished crossing the drawbridge, the people inside exiting. These were the people who would be handed over to Gustav as gladiators, or, more correctly, as candidates to be gladiators. Hyan's eyes widened at the sight of these faces. Hyan, those idiots. Ya ended up getting caught. With both hands covering his face, Hyan stared down below him through the gaps between his large, webbed fingers. Upon laying eyes on the new faces, Subaru understood the meaning of his words. The people brought in were all much like Hyan, lizardmen. Although the color of their scales suggested that they were possibly of a different ethnic group, they could still be broadly categorized as such. And Hyan's reaction was in response to knowing who they were. Hyan, even though you went as far as to use me as bait to get away. Subaru narrowed his eyes at Hyan, who muttered to himself bitterly. During Sparka, when he had tried again and again to get to know Hyan and the others who had participated alongside him, he had been told the circumstances that had brought Hyan to the Gladiator Island. He had told Subaru that he had been made to play a decoy with his ability to change the color of his scales and blend in, and that he had been used as a sacrificial pawn to buy time for his friends to escape from Slavers. That said, from Hyan's response, it was clear that Subaru, they're the ones who used you as bait, huh? Hyan, ga. Tanza, Hyan sama. Hyan's expression changed once Subaru spoke his words, which made Tanza look at him with concern. Although Tanza was probably not fond of him, she probably held sympathy for a person with whom she had exchanged words. But, once he saw that boy and that girl gazing at him, Hyan sniffled and Hyan, serves 'em right. Endin' up making fools out of yourselves 'cause you took advantage of me. After all the pain they caused me. Ridiculous. Cecilus, Hyan, what, you got a problem or something? The fake Cecilus closed one eye at Hyan's words, the latter lashing out angrily, his mouth distorted, at the former. When Hyan recklessly snapped at him in response, the fake Cecilus shook his head. No. Cecilus, I'm not criticizing you. I was just surprised and impressed at the same time, because it was just a mediocre statement by a mediocre character who exists just to be beaten. Hyan, I'm a character who exists just to be beaten? Cecilus, what else can I say? This is something I've been thinking about for quite a bit, but why do all these people who are supposed to be side characters always blurt out things that make them sound like they are side characters? Why don't they just read one of those picture books, and understand how foolish it all sounds? In front of Hyan, whose voice trembled, the fake Cecilus clasped his hands up high together. With a dry sound, the fake Cecilus drew the attention of those around him to himself. Cecilus, look around and see for yourselves. I haven't read every story I can find of the past and the present and of every location, but if you read ones that catch your eye from cover to cover, you'll find that there are many members to their cast. The famous ones say and do things worthy of their renown, and those who aren't say and do things that are worthy of their stupidity. And this applies to reality outside pictures book more than you might think. Hyan, what the fuck are you talking about? Cecilus, weak people say things that seem weak. Strong people say things that seem strong. The leading actors say the coolest things, and the minor characters whisper in a voice that's hard to hear. Oh, it's all so bizarre and strange, don't you think? Hyan, Cecilus, why are you all so eager to play the smallest roles out of your own will? We're all actors who need to live out our own lives. Of course, the lead actor can only be me. Keeping their gazes focused on him, the fake Cecilus lightly tapped on the ground under his zori, focusing not only their gazes but also their hearing all towards himself. 4. And Cecilus, why don't you think things over before you say anything? That statement makes you sound kinda like a small fry who's about to die. Hyan, HK. Hyan swallowed as the fake Cecilus brought his face closer to him, staring at him from below. With a smile on his face despite Hyan's reaction, the fake Cecilus swiftly backed away. But Hyan seemed to be afraid of the fake Cecilus's eyes, and found himself panting. And with that, Hyan turned his back to run away from the fake Cecilus, and... Subaru, Hyan. Hyan, what? Leave me alone. The only time I'm getting involved with you is when we're together as a unit, and... Subaru, what about those people down there? I thought they were your companions. Subaru stopped Hyan as he was about to leave, asking him a question. Hearing Subaru's words, Hyan exhaled with a ha. Hyan, it's as I said. They used me as bait and after that, they fucked up. I don't give a shit about those idiots. Subaru, what, when you dropped that bag down the cliff, they shared their food with you, didn't they? Hearing Subaru's words, Hyan's eyes widened with an ah. To Hyan's astonishment, Subaru continued with more than that. Subaru, they helped you get away from bandits, and when you couldn't start a fire, they did it for you. The last thing you remember about them might be a bad memory, but... Hyan, ... Subaru, it's too lonely to think that the last thing you saw of them makes up everything about those people. There was the saying that a person would show their true colors in extreme circumstances. How ridiculous, Subaru wanted to say as to tell him to discard that logic. It was ridiculous to assume that, when a person was placed in an extraordinary, uncontrollable situation, the actions they took there would determine everything about them. Then, would what Hyan, Whites, and Idra had done during Sparka be their true colors? Would Subaru think they were a scaredy cat, a coward, and a fraud? And that all there was to them? There were moments they would cooperate with Subaru without running away, without outsmarting them, without deceiving them, and that was why they were all here together like this, having narrowly escaped from death. That was why? Subaru, if you talked to them, you might get a different story. Even Subaru had been unable to love the people who he now loved from the get-go. He had also seen the less pleasant sides of those people. Still, Subaru wanted to like everyone. And Subaru believed himself to not be the sole unique person in this regard. Hyan, you're a creepy lil brat. Always talking like you know it all. At Subaru's appeal, Hyan muttered something that sounded spiteful. From his point of view, it had to be quite sickening, to be told a story that he did not remember telling Subaru, and yet, with a face portraying a thought that preceded the eeriness he felt. Hyan, they'll never get past Sparka. So, it's impossible. With that, Hyan walked away from his perch, this time without stopping. But did he realize it? Hyan's answer did not come from his feelings at that moment, but was merely an excuse as to why he could not do those things. Because the situation would become even more suffocating. Did he realize that, if the circumstances changed, that excuse would no longer be tenable? Tanza, Schwartz Summer, I am sorry to hear about Hyan Summer and his acquaintances, but... As Hyan turned away, Tanza gently touched Subaru's sleeve. Her round eyes were shimmering with impatience, accompanied with sympathy. Out of the obstacles they had to overcome, one of them was the drawbridge. Because she had seen the bridge with her own two eyes, it must have strengthened her resolve to escape the island. Naturally, for Tanza, getting off this island was much more important to her than Hyan's feelings. Of course, it was the same for Subaru. Subaru also had things that were important to him, and things that he wanted to prioritize. There was no need to compare Hyan with what Subaru had encountered in the past. Yet. Cecilus, Asu, that's what's called a thorny path. Subaru, Ceci. As Subaru fought the boiling, burning sensation in depths of his chest, the fake Cecilus told him that. When Subaru turned to look at him, the fake Cecilus let out a hup, then stood nimbly atop the railing in front of him. It was a sight that made him feel a tad uneasy, but the fake Cecilus dexterously balanced himself on the narrow railing. Cecilus, it's rare that we get everything to be the way we want them, no matter how many of the best choices we make under the circumstances we find ourselves in. There's a precondition for those beings who obtain everything. The qualification of being the chosen leading actor. If you do not possess it, and you want something you're undeserving of. Subaru, what if I do? Cecilus, only death awaits, isn't that so? As the fake Cecilus stated so, his body leaned heavily toward the other side of the railing. Seeing this, Tanza's eyes widened and she quickly tried to reach out her hand. But faster than she could do so, the fake Cecilus, bending at the knees, killed the momentum of his fall. Then crouching, he came face to face with Subaru in front of the railing, and Cecilus, so it's much easier to have things move along if you think of them as what needs to be done, whether you like it or not. Subaru, what needs to be done? Cecilus, yes, that's right. Accepting what is in front of you as supremely natural, coming to the conclusion you can't change destiny. Those who cannot overcome obstacles with their own strength will inevitably stagnate on the road ahead. You've got no choice but to carve open your own path. That's what needs to be done, regardless of what you think about it. The fake Cecilus said this while squatting down, skillfully maintaining his posture without moving a single muscle. As Subaru was bombarded directly by those words, the rumors about the fake Cecilus resurfaced in Subaru's mind. It had been said that, in the sparka which the fake Cecilus had participated in, he had not acted until all of his allies had been wiped out. Then, as soon as he had been left alone, he had killed the gladiator beast by his lonesome, and since then, he had been fighting to the death without the members of his unit at his side, taking the lives of everyone he came to face. Subaru, is that why you don't help others, Ceci? Cecilus, you must be able to clear your way through any obstacle by yourself. If you accomplish things by borrowing the strength of others, you won't be able to overcome the same thing the next time you encounter it. You can't borrow power forever. People'll eventually die. Even I am not immortal. His intentions were understandable. His logic, too, was not impossible to comprehend. But that was a type of logic that only the fake Cecilus could declare because he was strong, someone who could cut through problems. It was very harsh and unkind. Subaru, you say that, Ceci, but sometimes encounters can change a person, you know. Then, that changed person might overcome the next obstacle. Besides. Cecilus, besides. Standing on one foot on the railing, the fake Cecilus rested his elbow on his bent knee and rested his hand on his chin. Scowling at that face holding back a grin, Subaru bared his teeth. As an ordinary person who was unable to live alone, to this superhuman who could get through anything on his own. Subaru, Ceci, you say to treat it as what needs to be done regardless of my feelings, but it's important to keep this feeling of not being able to do that. Cecilus, Subaru, this feeling of not being able to throw away my personal feelings to do something, is the driving force to save someone else. Even if I'm told this is the selfishness of a naive brat, because that's what it is. Indeed, that was what Subaru would like to believe. The size of one's body did not matter. This was something that Natsuki Subaru thought, no matter how big or small he was. A belief. A naive logic that could not be disregarded by cleverness posed as mature. Cecilus, aha. Hearing Subaru's declaration, the fake Cecilus's expression changed. From a thin smile to a big, satisfied grin. Seeing that out of the corner of his eye, Subaru decided what he needed to do and walked away. Tanza, Schwartz Summer. Segment Summer, what are? Cecilus, oh, that's great, Basu. That fits my logic as well. Cool people say cool things, strong people say things that seem strong. Both castes start by saying things that are worthy of their standing. That's the very spirit of someone who rebels against fate. Tanza, Segment Summer. Tanza turned on the fake Cecilus, who was cackling on the railing. However, Subaru had no time to spend on these two people. There were two places that he needed to go to, and although he could just stop by the first, he needed to have a little discussion, persuasion, or perhaps a somewhat baseless accusation for the other one. That was something he would have to get ready for later, and Subaru, Old Man Null. Quickly heading back inside the island, Subaru rushed to the healing room. As he flung the door open, he saw the back of a panicked figure that had been secretly dozing off inside. The old man with a thin body, an untended long beard, and the impression of a cotton swab was Old Man Null, the healer cooped up in the healing room. Null shook his head and blinked at the visitor who had rushed into the room, Subaru. The latter prefaced his question with, sorry, and then, Subaru, the thing I asked for, is it ready? ? Looks like they're having the next Sparker. We should have a reason to go watch. Hyan loathed whites, who, unable to read the situation, had made such an invitation. Since they had been assembled as members of the same unit, they frequently had no choice but to be together. However, from the beginning, Hyan had never gotten along with whites. In addition to that, he knew that this was where he himself, who would impulsively flare up at people, and who had poor chemistry with whites, who was genuinely courageous, he, who could not back down, would be the first to spew inflammatory words. Even though he knew this, he had never been able to fix it. Because of that, he had been through utterly terrible experiences up to this point. He had been sent to Jinnenhive as a gladiator. That mess, too, had been caused by the disaster his mouth had made. It was true that the people he had been working with had used him as a sacrificial pawn in order to get away from Slavers. But, in the first place, it had been Hyan's own slip of the tongue which had drawn the Slavers' attention to them. Though frustrated for being incapable of even finding a decent job for merely a day, he had gotten into a barroom fight with a group of clearly dangerous people, and was held accountable for it. After days and days of being on the receiving end of a harried pursuit, it finally reached the point of turning to direct violence. And, for his comrades to save themselves, a decision was made. Hyan, damn it, I know that. Though he was a scaredy cat, he was short-tempered and would flare up at people. That was the reason he had incurred problems, and yet, until the very end, his comrades did not abandon him. Reluctant to keep relying on others, and trying to look good, he had told them, if it becomes hopeless, please just abandon me. Despite having said this, however, on his mind had been the thought that they did not have the courage to abandon him. At the very end of the end, convinced that they were scaredy cats just like him, that they would not have the courage to abandon one of their comrades, he had been taking advantage of them. Hyan, I know that I'm the most hopeless of them all, damn it. Being abandoned, being used as bait, being used as a sacrificial pawn, it had been foolish of him to make a big fuss about it. That it had been a very foolish thing, Hyan himself understood that. But, were he to go on without saying that, he would be unable to protect his own heart. He was not at fault, and yet his comrades had been the ones in the wrong that had made him suffer. He firmly wished to believe that. At the very least, by cursing his comrades in that manner, cursing them, who had escaped harm, he wanted to justify himself. Hyan, despite that, why the hell did you all get caught, too? After all the trouble he had gone through, getting himself caught like this, and thrown into such a hopeless situation, why had they gotten themselves caught as well? With his justification to curse them snatched away, Hyan was nothing more than an asshole. Degraded to being merely an asshole, he had no choice but to watch his friends die helplessly. Here. It appears a unit's been established with the people that were brought in this time. Unlike how it was with us back then, they're being thrown in as soon as they arrive. With his arms crossed, with his voice trembling, Idra looked down upon the gladiatorial arena from his seat among the spectators. Idra attempted to hide his trembling voice, but to no avail. Idra may be strong, but deep down, he was not very different from the scaredy cat Hyan. Even then, Idra had the determination to put on a guise of strength. Hyan did not. He was miserable. Gustav, from here on out, the Sparker commences. As the seating crowded with gladiators, the heavy voice of Gustav, the governor, reverberated through the crowd. Although they'd had no leisure for noticing it during their own Sparker, in one corner of the gladiatorial arena, there was a stage from which Gustav could look out over the audience, or rather, a place where dignitaries would be seated during the shows. From there, Gustav looked down upon the venue with his 4 arms spread aloft. At that moment, directly beneath Gustav, a passageway leading to the back of the gladiatorial arena opened, and, from its interior closed off with an iron fence, a gladiator beast slowly emerged. It was a witch beast different from the one Hyan and the others had fought, a very, very large rat with soft-looking fur wrapped around its entire body, and bird wings growing out of both of its arms. However, the differences between the two amounted to only their appearance, and there was no sizable distinctions in their ferocity or danger. That was what Hyan's instinctive alarm bells conveyed to him. In other words, it would not be the case in which, just because it was a different gladiator beast, the difficulty of Sparker would be reduced. Whites, so, looks like these are the participants this time. As he heard the low roar of the gladiator beast, as Whites had stated, the fence of the passageway in front of them opened, and from there the participants of this Sparker, the 5 lizardmen, emerged. The scales of each and every single one of them shook with anxiety and tension. All of their faces were familiar to Hyan. That final hope of having mistaken them because he had viewed them from a distance had been crushed. Suddenly turning his face downward, Hyan realized that there was nowhere for him to run. Just what had caused this? The scaredy cat Hyan had survived the Sparker. Being brought to the same place as Hyan, his comrades would be unable to survive the Sparker, would end up losing their lives. Just what in the world was this curse? That they had to suffer through this, had it been a result of his cursing? If so, the effect of Hyan's cursing had to be a considerable one. Then, he would curse everyone on this island with the exception of himself. No, he would rather curse everyone within this empire, curse them until he ran out of curses, and yet, Idra, idiot. Hyan, To begin with, if he were to curse anyone, he would start with the Slavers who had left him and his comrades here. Hyan, having been engaged with such fanciful and unhelpful retreats from reality, was brought back to his senses by Idra's dumbfounded mutterings. What had occurred? With his eyes wide open in astonishment, Idra stared at the gladiatorial arena. And, doing that was not just Idra, but was also Whites next to him. No, was not just the two of them. The multitude of gladiators in the audience of the venue were all staring in amazement. The reason for that was clear, and looking down at the gladiatorial arena, Hyan's expression became the same as those of the others. Because, beside the 5 lizardmen, was the figure of a 6th person who was not supposed to be. Hyan, www, what the hell are you doing, Schwartz? His throat trembling, Hyan called out the name of the one who should not be there, the name of the black-haired boy, the boy from whom he had just parted at that vantage point. The boy who had spoken to him so cheekily, turned around upon hearing Hyan's pitiful exclamation. Then, present in the midst of the lizardmen trembling at the life-threatening Sparker before, with a snap he pointed at the face of Hyan in the audience, and declared. He had been asked what he was doing, and so. Subaru, the strongest reinforcement. So he declared. Arc 7, Chapter 67, Hidden Behind the Molar. At first, when Old Man Null heard Subaru's request, his mouth, with several missing teeth, distorted in a grandiose manner. From what he'd heard, Old Man Null was a healer on the island, in name only, as he had never done anything like treating others, hence he was acting as an imitation doctor. Old Man Null had been at the island before Gustav had taken over as island chief and governor. In a period during which the island had been much harsher and deadly, he had happened to obtain the role of a healer. It had all started when he did nothing more but to apply a dirty cloth on an open wound of a gladiator who had lost their arm. With that as the genesis of him treating people, the number of times he was being called upon increased, and before long, he was excused from having to stand in the gladiatorial arena as a gladiator, being ordered to work as a healer in the healing room. From there on out, he spent a long time as a healer, and befitting his position, came across plenty of bloody scenes. Thanks to that, he became able to at least do stuff like stitching up wounds or mixing simple drugs. With the belief he would live peacefully as a healer until he died, he gave a smile with his yellow teeth. Subaru also felt guilty for having caused Old Man Null's face to have distorted in such a grandiose manner. However, if Subaru were to try and actualize the things that he wished to do upon the island, the things that he had to do, then no matter what, that was an indispensable thing. That was why Subaru had made a request to Old Man Null, who was doing a praiseworthy job of saving people. Subaru, can you prepare a poison that can instantly kill a person, just by biting or licking it? He felt terrible for old man Null. But this was necessary. It would be a bigger problem for Subaru to pass out in the middle of a fight or survive some half-assed way. There had to be a way for him to start over. And, once he obtained the means to do so, Subaru would be absolutely perfect. Subaru, well, it'd help if my legs were a little longer. Such complaints were the opinion of those who came across a situation in battle where a single big step was not enough. Of course, that one step was forcefully solved by rushing 2 steps ahead, even faster, to the next opportunity. By repeating trial and error to find the best action, he could grasp the desired future. That was why? Gustav, that is enough. You have done well to survive Sparker. By my jurisdiction as the official, I accept you all as members of the Gladiator Island. The resounding declaration conveyed in a baritone commended the end of a fierce battle waged in the gladiatorial arena. In the middle of the gladiatorial arena was the corpse of a gladiator beast, lying on its back with 2 swords, one large and one small, pierced into its body. Its 2 wings and long tail had been severed, leaving it in a pitiful state. But the way it had utilized its wings to move and its attacks used its sharp tail had truly been troublesome. Since conquering those 2 problems had been absolutely necessary to damage its body, he just wished to put it out there that they had not hurt it needlessly. And Subaru, Gustav-san, seriously? Breathing heavily, his shoulders heaving, Subaru looked up at Gustav standing at the seats positioned closest to the arena. The governor of the island, with his 4 burly arms crossed, had overseen the Sparker's conclusion. He seemed like an obstinate, inflexible man, but Subaru had not expected even his declaration of its terminus to be the same word for word. It was hard to imagine that he had coincidentally used the same words for both this battle and for Subaru's groups, which made it seem that Gustav's declaration was probably the same every time, anyway. We did it. We did it. We did it. We survived. We survived. We're alive. You are. He. I can't believe it. I thought it was the end of the world. Maybe we died and went to Odlogna? Around the corpse of the gladiator beast were 5 people, each one with their own way of being stunned and rejoicing at their victory. They were Orson, Hitz, Nadri, Quanson, and Codley. All of them lizardmen, but no 2 were of the same ethnicity, and the formula for victory had been understanding everyone's unique characteristics and how they worked together. As had been the case with Whites et al., victory would not have been achievable were any of them not present. Of course, it would have been impossible without Subaru. But they won. With a snap, Subaru pointed his finger towards Gustav at the seats closest to the arena. Gustav's stern face remained unchanging even with Subaru's provocative attitude, only reacting by squinting his eyes. Without saying a word, Gustav turned his back and walked away from the seats, returning to the island. Cleaning up the corpse and dealing with the surviving gladiators was left to the guards, his subordinates. Schwartz. Subaru, oh? As Subaru watched Gustav walk away, someone running toward him called out his name. It was Hyan, having jumped down from the stands and made a run for Subaru. He seemed to have the scales of his entire body standing on end, and grabbing Subaru's shoulder with his large, webbed fingers, he voiced. Hyan, what the hell were you thinking? No, how did you end up back in a Sparker in the first place? Subaru, punishment, yeah? Punishment. Hyan, it was. Punishment? Subaru, yeah. The other gladiators told me that if you disobey Gustav-san or the guards, the administration of the island, you'll be warned at first, and punished thereafter. Malicious offenders are subject to the curse. After speaking to several gladiators, he had made sure by corroborating it, everyone seemed to know Gustav's desire to not waste gladiators and have their numbers reduced as much as possible, and there was a common understanding of the rules laid out. Punishment, in other words, forced participation in a sparka performed by an unrelated unit. Subaru, sparka is a rite of passage for people who are going to become new gladiators, and those who have already become gladiators don't participate. They have their own units, so there's no reason for them to do it. In addition, the unit assembled for sparka would be determined at random, composed of a selection of people who entered Gladiator Island at the time of the sparka. In other words, choosing people one was compatible with, choosing people one liked, were both impossible. Being paired with people whose capabilities, strong suits, or even identity were unknown, and being forced to work with them to defeat the gladiator beast in order to complete it, was quite the daunting task. A dangerous death match in which participation held no merit, but where the possibility of death was all too great. It was unanimous among the gladiators' statements, sparka had been their toughest death match on the Gladiator Island. Subaru, well, now it seems that because of Ceci, there's the perception that the death matches done with him are the worst. Hyan, I get why you joined that sparka. But. Subaru, but? Hyan, in the first place. Why did you have to be punished? You know, it's strange that you could join the sparka immediately after all that talk up there. It's like. There, Hyan took a pause in his angered speech, letting his gaze wander. Subaru shrugged his little shoulders at Hyan's hesitance to speak the words remaining from that sentence. He sort of understood what Hyan wanted to say. Subaru, it's like I was trying to help Orson and the others? Hyan, HK. Subaru, you're not wrong. If I weren't present, all of them would have been killed. In fact, even with Subaru, the situation of the battle was terrible. Because to be as one with them, who were no better suited for fighting than Hyan, he had to start by becoming their ally, considering they were united as fellow lizardmen. It was rather helpful, though, recalling seeing Chaos Flame. Subaru, from what I got, you were all trying to get to Chaos Flame? Hyan, wah. Subaru, you should really talk about that kind of stuff. After all, you guys got to see each other again. As he said this, Subaru put his hand atop Hyan's hand on his shoulder. Hyan stared into Subaru's black eyes with his slit-pupilled eyes wide open. Staring back at him, Subaru cocked his chin towards the 5 lizardmen. The 5, who had been basking in the joy of their survival, gradually regained composure enough to look around them. Then one of them, Codley, noticed Hyan's presence. And then. Codley, Hyan. It's Hyan. He's alive. He's alive. Codley's voice rang out with a jovial look on his face, and then the other 4 looked at Hyan. They all expressed their delight at Hyan's presence, reacting positively to him. Witnessing Hyan's face contort seeing his fellow lizardmen's reactions, Subaru spoke. Subaru, this is the chance I risked my life for, savor it, bro. Slapping his hunched back, Subaru sent Hyan off in the direction of his comrades. Hyan hesitated a few times, but then moved forward with faltering steps, and. Hyan, S. Schwartz. Subaru, yeah? Hyan, thanks. With that said, Hyan walked up to the 5 lizardmen awaiting him. Orson and the others held no animosity or malice toward Hyan, because Subaru already knew why the 5 had been captured and brought to the Gladiator Island. There would be no reason for them to be at odds with each other, provided they were able to talk it over proper. Schwartz Summer? Subaru, whoa. As he watched Hyan's reunion with his friends, he was startled by a voice from behind. Having hopped into the air, so surprised that he broke out into a coughing fit, Subaru. Subaru, that was close. I almost died. Don't scare me like that. That is what I ought to say. Why are you doing that so suddenly? Do you want to die? Subaru, no, I don't want to die. Tanza scolded Subaru, who turned around with his hand over his mouth, chastising him harshly. The little girl's vehement protests had Subaru shaking his head helplessly. Tanza, however, looked not at all convinced by this excuse. Tanza, I was very surprised to see you join their sparka out of the blue. And knowing it was the result of you defying Governor Gustav, I cannot help but think you were throwing away your life because you felt it unneeded. Subaru, that would be a misunderstanding. I don't think there's many people who understand the value of life better than I do, you know? That's why I saved Hyan's friends, too. Tanza, I am speaking about your own life. I am glad that you were able to save them because it turned out well in the end, but from my point of view, there were many times when you were in a dangerous spot. This is simply a miracle. Subaru, a miracle, huh? Dropping the tone of her voice, Tanza chided Subaru's recklessness from a pragmatic point of view. Just as she had stated, and it was probably true that there had been a number of harrowing moments as she watched, Subaru could understand why Tanza wished to call it a miracle. But it had not been one. Subaru, miracles come from God, but this one's my doing. Ergo, it had been no miracle. It was proof that Natsuki Subaru had kicked away such a shitty fate. Tanza, you acted so recklessly just to help Hyan Summer's companions? Or, is this just retaliation for your tit-for-tat with Segment Summer? Subaru, no, it's true that I was angry at Ceci, but I'd have to be really crazy to risk my life for that. You know, I had a good reason for saving Hyan's friends. Tanza, Subaru, those eyes are awfully filled with suspicion. It was amazing how steep a drop there had been in the persuasiveness of Subaru's explanation. With his shoulders slumped under Tanza's distrustful gaze, as if she were looking at a criminal caught red-handed, Subaru muttered weakly, "It's true." Tanza let out a small exhale at Subaru's pathetic state. Tanza, then, what is your goal, Schwartz Summer? Subaru, it's. As Tanza changed her attitude and moved on from the topic, Subaru turned around once more to answer her question. Hyan and his 5 companions were talking together. Subaru could hear a subtle rise in the pitch of Hyan's voice as he spoke. That was why? Subaru, maybe we should wait a little longer before we talk about it. Tanza, Schwartz Summer? Subaru, those eyes are awfully filled with suspicion. Exasperated by such a lack of trust in himself coming from her, Subaru surreptitiously stuck his finger in his mouth. Then, he double-checked the position of the package hooked to a molar. Subaru, What laid there, was the last resort that Subaru had requested Old Man Null to concoct. He had seized this loop by overcoming a desperate challenge, and he absolutely did not want to accidentally ruin it with an inadvertent mistake. He had to be very careful not to die from careless mistakes. Thinking this, Subaru stuffed the wrapped drug behind his molar. According to what Orson's group said, it seems Chaos Flame's been destroyed. Tanza, at the bitter-faced Hyan's report, Tanza lowered her round eyebrows, her eyes cast downwards. Even thought she had imagined the worst situation possible, that did not ease the shock of being told that it had actually come to pass. Even if someone knew they would trip and fall, it would hurt all the same once they fell down. After Sparker was over, Orson and the others, having survived without a hitch and been welcomed as gladiators, were then led by the guards to show them around the island's facilities and common rooms. Although they were comrades, they and Hyan were from different units, so they could not be together, so Hyan had sheeply made his entrance in Subaru and Tanza's room, who were in the same unit as him. And that was how he had shared the stories Subaru had wanted to know. Hyan, you wanted these kinda stories from the outside, right? You can't get any information from outside if you stay on this island after all. Subaru, it's half and half. No, let's make it about 7-3. The side with the 7's the one where Hyan's and Orson's group are. Hyan, what are you sayin', you creepy kid? Hyan spoke as if he meant it, but, with his arms crossed, he turned away. Subaru was glad to see that Hyan had gotten his feelings in order and had thought on what Subaru's purpose in joining that Sparker had been. Hyan's expression seemed to brighten up somewhat, surely because he had been able to hear the important topics from Orson and the rest. That was. Hyan, those idiots were caught trying to get me back from the slave traders. There's really no salve in them. Subaru, God and fate are both heartless. That's why I helped them. Or should I say we? Hyan, What do you mean? In reality, you're the only one who participated in the sparker. Subaru, Hyan, you got down on your knees with snot running down your nose and requested earnestly, I beg of you to help me, please, Schwartz Summer. Hyan, don't talk nonsense. A hand stretched out and grabbed his head and shook him about and about. Then, letting go of the now dizzy Subaru, the sniffling Hyan noticed Tanza's state. Hyan called out to the girl with a pipsqueak as she remained with her eyes cast down after hearing the story about Chaos Flame. Hyan, are you feeling down about Chaos Flame? Why? Tanza, Chaos Flame is my hometown. When the city was near collapse, it. Hyan, I see. That's it, huh? Hyan's eyes swayed from side to side, puzzled by the unexpected reply. His character of being vulnerable to accidents had slipped out, but he immediately shouted, but. Hyan, it certainly seems that the town was destroyed, but story is, the people who lived there didn't get wiped out. Everyone from that town went to a different place. It ain't easy to explain, but. Tanza, it is hard to explain. Hyan, nah, I just dunno how much of it I should believe. With that preamble, Hyan hesitated about what words to say next. But, the interests of Tanza and Subaru were directed towards the follow-up to his story. Having sensed that, Hyan breathed a heavy sigh and then. Hyan, apparently, there's a big rebellion going on outside. The lot from Chaos Flame are said to be join in that rebellion. Well, story goes that the head of the demon city raised rebellions every so often, and the city was also obliterated as a result of her foolishness. Eek. Tanza, Yorna Summer is not foolish. Hyan, I'm sorry. I ain't really getting why, but I'm sorry. Hyan, apologizing quickly, squeaked out a frightened voice at Tanza's sharp gaze. Once again, Hyan was incurring the wrath of someone else with his unnecessary bravado, but behind him, Subaru found some points of relief in what he had just said. Of course, that was assuming he believed everything in what Hyan had relayed from his conversation with Orson's group. Subaru, Chaos Flame may be done for, but Yorna-san and the townspeople are fine. If there's talk of rebellion, it looks like Abel and the others are safe and sound. The battle to retake the imperial capital would not be able to proceed with Abel gone. In other words, Abel was still alive. He hoped that Medium, Tarata, and even Al were also safe. Hopefully Louis was also safe by Yorna's side. Subaru, as I thought, there's no time to waste. Upon obtaining even a partial idea of the situation outside, Subaru's desire to go outside grew stronger. Naturally, he was worried about everybody in Chaos Flame, but also the people in Garrel, whom Yorna and Abel's group would try to converge with, about Rem. He had a feeling that, if she were to find out he'd been shrunken, assuredly, she would get angry with him again. Subaru, even though I really wanted to show Rem my reliable aspects. Personally, he thought that he was now in better shape, his head clearer, but Subaru could not justify the fact that his outward appearance lacked persuasive power. The fact that Tanza was constantly shifting her eyes to him in suspicion was probably not unrelated to his small body, in any case. Subaru, I got it. Thanks, Hyan, you helped me out. Hyan, the ones who got helped out were my. Well, whatever, as long as you get it. Hyan gave Subaru an awkward reply, the latter having thanked him. Giving a small chuckle at the way he was answered, Subaru was thinking he should follow up on Tanza's side. Schwartz, the governor's calling for you. Outside the common room, the voice of a guard of the Gladiator Island, clad in a black uniform, called out. Hearing that summon, Hyan's expression stiffened, and Tanza's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the guard. Tanza, Governor Gustav is calling for Schwartz Summer? Why? Guard, I haven't heard. There's also no reason to converse. Obey, quietly. Or else. Subaru, it's all right. I'd go with you obediently even if you weren't being so hostile. By the way, would you punish me in case I didn't comply? Guard, Subaru, kidding, kidding. Faced with Subaru's talkativeness, who had one eye closed, the guard, who was in the prime of his life, contorted his lips. It was obvious that he was not very fond of Subaru. Of course he wasn't. This guard happened to have been present when Subaru had been talking with Gustav before the Sparker. This was because he was also someone who had seen the trigger for Subaru to participate in Sparker, or in other words, he had been present when Subaru had become subject to punishment. From his point of view, Subaru's true nature would seem like a mystery. Because he was ready to join a Sparker of his own volition, he was surely a kid who was out of his mind. Subaru, well, I'm heading out for a bit. Tanza, please be a good girl and wait for me. Tanza, though it is you, Schwartz Summer, do take care to moderate your mischief. Subaru, yeah, I can't argue with that. At Tanza's stifled tone of voice, Subaru's wry smile grew deeper and deeper. With that, obeying the guard who silently urged him to hurry up, Subaru left the room. Just then, Hyun called out towards Subaru's back with a Schwartz. Hyun, well. Subaru, what's up? Hyun, no. Take care of yourself. It'll be us who'll be in trouble if the number of people in our unit decreases, even if you are how you are, after all. Subaru's face became puzzled at those disingenuous words of concern. Then he immediately spit out a PFFT and nodded back at Hyun. Subaru, yep, I know. Well, see you later. With a wave of his hand, Subaru temporarily parted from Tanza and Hyun. Then, while following the back of the guard walking in front of him. Subaru, was Gustav-san angry? Guard, the governor is not one to get emotional. Unlike me. Upon the implication that he should not provoke him with any unnecessary words, Subaru ducked his head in dejection. And thus, the two of them saw Subaru off as he was taken away by the guards. Whites, hey, what did that Schwartz kid do? Idra, just now, what the guards took him away for, was it for something other than the Sparker? With those words, Whites and Idra showed up in the room where Tanza and Hyun had stayed behind. They, too, had watched Subaru's Sparker from the spectators' seats. Naturally, there were many things they had wanted to ask Subaru, the perpetrator of such recklessness. Although, while they had not been as cornered as Hyun had been, it was not like their tempers would have been as short as to make them jump down from the spectator seats, but... Whites, Tanza, are you aware of what's going on? Tanza, I am both somewhat aware and unaware. It is complicated. It seems that Schwartz Summer is hiding things from me as well. Whites, he's a suspicious guy. Though he has some skills in his own way. After Tanza spoke, whose eyes were turned down, Whites and Idra exchanged glances and heaved a sigh. Listening to the conversation of those three, Hyun remained silently still. Although he was a lizard man, making it difficult to discern his expression, his eyes, swaying from side to side, made it obvious that he was worrying about something. As a result, the three called out to him with Hyun and Hyun Summer respectively, and Idra, what's with that face? Hyun, no, you guys. Are also aware that Schwartz kid got mixed up in the Sparker on purpose. Right? Idra, that's what it seems everybody thought, upon seeing that situation. Idra answered the faltering Hyun's words, and Tanza and Whites both nodded their heads in agreement. This seemed to be the common understanding of all the gladiators who had witnessed the battle in the gladiatorial arena. Then, from anyone's perspective, the Sparker held during the present day would not have been a success without Subaru's active participation. Whites, for me, I dunno what his intentions were in doing that, but... Hyun, I ain't got any idea either. But... Whites, but, what? Hyun, I ain't exactly sure why he did that, but why he was able to do that, you know, maybe. You might get it. As he continued with that, the three aside from Hyun also seemed to understand. The question was not why Subaru had joined the Sparker, but how Subaru had joined the Sparker and been able to survive. Tanza aside, that question was one not unrelated to White's and Idra. Therefore, as he was met with a look of intense interest, Hyan gulped down his spit, and then, "Hyan, something I heard, from those people who just came from outside, is that there seems to be a rumor going round that the illegitimate son of the emperor's out there somewhere. So, here's the thing. Everyone, Hyan, the rumor's bout a brat, with black hair and black eyes." Arc 7, Chapter 68, Guidance of the Sword Wolf. Gustav, wait for a moment, Schwartz. Now, let me look over this until I get to a good place to leave off. Having said this, Gustav did not even take a fleeting glance towards Subaru, whom he had summoned to the room. His gaze remained cast towards the desk, upon the letter in his hands. Led by the guard, Subaru had been brought to the highest stratum of Jinnenhive. Behind a door that looked luxurious, Subaru was greeted by a simple, plain room. Contained inside the spacious room was nothing except a desk to be used for work, a bookshelf to be used for work, and a toolbox to be used for work. Since the room was too spacious for someone to know what to do with it, it was possible that there had been more things filling it originally. The room to be used by the governor, which had been stripped of everything unnecessary for his work, had a very tidy look to it, displaying Gustav's no playing around nature pretty well. It was conversely reassuring. "Subaru, you tell me to wait until you find a good place to stop, but there aren't any chairs." Subaru was at a loss when Gustav had ordered him to wait in the room. But having been told to wait, he had no other options. With nothing to do for the moment, Subaru looked around the room until his eyes encountered a person who gave off a feeling of being out of place. Subaru had found them, or rather, found them casually waving towards himself, the other person a sodden look on his face. Hey, Basu, you sure worked hard. You got some business with Gustav-san?" Subaru suppressed a sigh and walked up to the fake Cecilus, the one who'd spoken to him in such an easygoing tone, wondering what he could say. The relationship between Subaru and the fake Cecilus had become a bit more complicated again. To an extent, Subaru's participation in Sparker had been the result of the fake Cecilus's incitement. Although Subaru did think he would have joined the Sparker even if there had been no dispute. "Subaru, Ceci, I still really wanted to get back at you, there's no doubt in that." "Cecilus, my. Getting back at me sure's quite the ambitious goal. Is that why you joined Sparker? If so, then sorry." "Subaru, you're sorry?" "Cecilus, no, you see, I didn't go to see the Sparker that was going on earlier." Subaru's jaw dropped due to the fake Cecilus's answer, the latter sticking out his tongue in a quite indifferent manner. However, a surge of anger for screaming "you bastard" arose immediately. Subaru himself had become quite determined to prove him wrong, and Subaru himself had also rushed in for the sake of having Cecilus take back what he had said, by having him see it with his own eyes. "Subaru, why you bastard." "Cecilus, now, don't be angry. Okay, I do understand your feelings of wanting to be angry, but it happens to be the case that I have my reasons too." "Subaru, then how about you let me hear them? They better be good, or else." "Cecilus, I mean, I knew the outcome even without seeing it, you know? Basu would have finished it quickly with a perfect showdown. Then there'd be no reason for me to go, since my life wasn't on the line after all." Subaru, Since he displayed no reaction to any amount of hounding, Subaru backed away from the fake Cecilus and his unchanging mannerisms. Being honest with himself, Subaru was aware that for everything he had done, it was only natural for Hyan to call him a creepy little brat. Subaru, for someone on the outside, it'd be pretty fitting to also call Ceci a creepy little brat. "Cecilus, it may be that the people who achieve supremacy will always be incomprehensible to others, you know. In this case, both Basu and I fall into that category." Subaru, well, you really seem to think highly of me. Cecilus, yes, by now I'm pretty much convinced. So rest assured, and continue to pull off unconventional, off-the-mark, daring and misguided acts. Subaru, I don't want to be off the mark or misguided though. Subaru's lips twisted in protest at the fake Cecilus, who was half-mindedly spouting a bunch of words along that sort. Then, at the tail end of their back and forth, there was the heavy sound of a slam on the desk. Upon looking, the one to have made that noise had been Gustav, having finished reading the letter. Gustav rested his chin on two of his crossed arms, placing the remaining two arms atop the desk. Subaru was impressed that with 4 arms, he could do nifty things like these. Subaru, I wonder, if you were to put all 4 hands together, would it be too big to put your chin on? Cecilus, well, that's a good question. Gustav-san's got an adequately large face, so it may be that, surprisingly, stacking 4 hands on top of each other would make it the perfect size. Could you put them on top of each other for a minute? Gustav, do you too lack the consideration to be quiet? Common sense would dictate that, if you are waiting for someone to read a letter, silence would be valued. Subaru and Cecilus, but you didn't say anything. Their quibble had been a childish one devoid of logic, yet regardless, Subaru's and the fake Cecilus's excuses overlapped. Because of that, Subaru's feelings towards Gustav had become those of guilt. Sharing the same view as the fake Cecilus meant that Subaru had behaved in an absurd fashion. Subaru, Gustav-san, I'm sorry. I'm at fault here. Cecilus, aren't those thoughts of yours sorta just thoughts of seeking acceptance? Be that as it may, since you've admitted your fault, I'm going to blame everything here on Basu. Gustav, Schwartz is, in my appraisal as the official, humbler for having uttered an apology. In addition, I, in my capacity, do not recall granting segment permission to enter this room. Subaru, oh, is that so? Well then, why are you here, Ceci? Cecilus, naturally, that's because my plans are to be where I want to be, when I want to be there. No one on this island can put shackles on my freedom, so I think that's a reasonable way to go about it. Nonchalantly, the fake Cecilus uttered about how he conformed to nobody. Subaru looked to Gustav with trepidation, but the chief of the island was still conflicted, his eyes closed and his brow furrowed. It seemed that the fake Cecilus's remarks were no lie, but of course, Gustav was not willing to overlook the situation, is how his position seemed to be. But Subaru, no one can stop Ceci, huh? Cecilus, yes, that's right. It's so-called special treatment. Namely, towards the leading actor of this world. Subaru, I don't really get what that means, but although expressed in a peculiar way, it was not hard to understand what the false Cecilus had been trying to say. Only, were the fake Cecilus to not be mistaken in his statements, another major inconsistency would arise. Such a contradiction was something that Subaru could not ignore. Subaru, so, Gustav-san, I was told you wanted to see me, but is it okay if Ceci stays here and listens to us? Gustav, segment. Cecilus, please don't bother. Nobody'd be able to drive me out. Don't worry, if what you talk about's related to me, it'll reach my ears, and if it's not about me, I'll forget about it quickly. My ability to forget's amazing. It's even possible that I'm forgetting a lot of important things at this very moment. Subaru, that's not amazing at all. Both Subaru and Gustav had given up because of the fake Cecilus's insolence, the latter puffing his chest out. Finally, without the room's occupants changing, Subaru headed towards Gustav, just in front of him. The fake Cecilus watched on with his hands folded behind his head and his back against the wall. It was an inspection by a terribly strange actor. Subaru, forget about Ceci in the back, you called me. Gustav, of course, it is a warning of punishment for your case of misconduct. Subaru, aren't you being roundabout on that? A low voice interrupted his statement, and Subaru frowned as he muttered. As per the rules of the Gladiator Island, after the warning came the punishment, and supposedly, after that, lay a death at the hands of the curse rule. Regardless of the final conclusion, for a warning to come after the punishment was the incorrect order of things. As Subaru pointed this out, Gustav's expression did not even twitch. Gustav, Schwartz, you made a statement before me, the official, that threatened to disturb the order of the Gladiator Island. You ignored the warning, and consequently reached the stage to be administered punishment. Are you not aware of this? Subaru: Yeah, I am. Gustav: Then, you must vow to never speak of it again before me, as the official. Never speak that you are planning to escape this island, or that you possess any other plan to oppose the will of His Excellency the Emperor. His expression remained unchanging and unmoving. The look in his eyes and the tonality of his pupils also did not change. His tone of voice had a quietness akin to a giant boulder, yet it produced an overwhelming air of intimidation. If he were a bit more emotional, such as being angry or annoyed, then it would be easier for Subaru to understand. However, neither anger nor annoyance resided within Gustav. Subaru: An absurdly strong sense of duty. Gustav: Subaru: Gustav-san, do you owe His Excellency the Emperor a debt of gratitude? Gustav: Are you attempting to sidestep the question? Subaru: Nothing of the sort. He did not intend to sidestep it, nor was he in a position to. Gustav did not seem like he was willing to let Subaru leave without getting a firm pledge from him. Therefore, Subaru's question came from suspicion and interest towards the genuine Gustav. Since he roughly understood the position of the person Gustav called His Excellency the Emperor. Gustav: I have no personal connection with His Excellency the Emperor. As governor, I have been entrusted with the management of this island. To endeavor, in my capacity, in the professional duties of my position, that is only natural, is it not? Subaru: You're saying that being overly serious is just your personality? Gustav: It is somewhat dishonest to describe the performance of one's natural duties as being serious, though, is it not? Subaru ducked his head, not having intended to make fun of him, but it had been taken as a slanderous remark. Nevertheless, Gustav's answer was not what Subaru desired. Whether this was Gustav's true intention, or a front to hide it, he did not know. It was something that was impossible to know about Gustav without learning more about him. Subaru: In Gustav-san's case, I don't think I'd be able to gain his trust even if I tried 5 or 10 times. Subaru's successes to date had been due to what he believed to be a kind of suspension bridge effect, created by the extreme conditions in which he had been placed. In the midst of Sparka, where lives were on the line, Subaru's words, spoken with an air of knowledge, seemed to pull everyone's attention away from their own situation. Getting to know them was the biggest reason why Natsuki Subaru had been able to surmount the Sparka. However, this method was quite difficult to pull off outside of Sparka. Gustav: Schwartz, what is with that face? Subaru: No, I was wondering how I should melt Gustav-san's frozen heart. Gustav: There is no such correlation between heart and ice. I ask you to refrain from speaking in the same manner as Segment. For the sake of not increasing the seeds of headache burdening me, in my capacity. Subaru's frivolous comments were answered seriously, and there was a hint of a laugh from the fake Cecilus in the back. Subaru and Gustav exchanged glances as they cooperated to ignore it. Then, they returned to the question that had not been answered once more. Gustav: You must once again pledge, Schwartz, that above your activities as a gladiator of this island, you shall obey me in my capacity as the governor. You shall refrain from doing anything that goes against the will of His Excellency the Emperor. Subaru: Closing his eyes, Subaru repeated Gustav's statement in his head. Upon making a proud declaration that he would leave the island, Subaru had been given a warning by Gustav, and when he still did not correct it, Gustav had sent him to Sparka with the goal of punishing him. If what the gladiators had stated was correct, the warning would be followed by a punishment, and if that had no effect, then the penalty of the curse rule would ensue. Then, there was something Subaru had to make sure of no matter what. It was the confirmation that was absolutely necessary for Subaru and the others to get off the Gladiator Island. Gustav: Schwartz, your answer. Subaru: Definitely, no. Gustav: In response to the low, insistent question, Subaru proudly raised his voice, his chest puffed out. Gustav's brow furrowed at the answer as he went silent. After seeing this quietude, Subaru immediately understood that the true meaning of his words had not been conveyed in the way he had just said them, and so rephrasing them was necessary. Subaru, no means I refuse. I'm sorry, but I can't accept what you say, Gustav-san. I've already decided that I'm going to get out of here, no matter how stupid it may be. Breaking down the words that may not have been conveyed, Subaru so declared once more that he would escape from Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, spoken to none other than the island's governor himself, Gustav Morello, with complete confidence. Gustav, .. Subaru's answer was not what Gustav had sought, of course. He let the astounding sternness of his face simmer, without changing his expression or the intensity of his eyes. Simmering, like magma waiting to erupt. Gustav, schwa. Cecilus, ah ha 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 ha. A moment later, a high-pitched laugh coercively disturbed the magma about to erupt. The one laughing hysterically was the fake Cecilus, at the back of the room, nonchalantly eavesdropping on their conversation. The fake Cecilus, as he laughed hysterically, wiped away tears from his eyes with his fingers. Cecilus, definitely no. Definitely no, he says. I don't know what no means, but I personally really like it because it gives me a strong sense of rebellion. Wow, Basu, you just don't know fear, do you? Well, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. Subaru, I see. Well, I think of Ceci as a creepy little brat. Cecilus, ah ha 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 ha. The fake Cecilus never stopped laughing, as he slapped and stomped his feet on the spot. Despite the fake Cecilus's uproarious laughter pouring cold water on them, Subaru's words of rejection to Gustav had not wore away. Gustav, Schwartz, as the official, I have warned you and punished you for not recanting your comments. Furthermore, I have given you another chance to rectify your attitude, yet you still possess no intention of doing so. Subaru, yeah, I don't hate you or anything, Gustav-san, it's the Empire I hate. Gustav, in my capacity, I do not possess the right to twist your subjective opinion about liking or disliking individuals. Implication was, Gustav had stated he did not care if he was disliked, but it was true that Subaru did not dislike Gustav. Subaru did not know him well enough to decide whether he liked or disliked him. To make a decision about someone based on first impressions would be such a ridiculous decision. Subaru, that is, unless they kiss the hand of a girl I like, of course. Gustav, Subaru, I was talking to myself, about someone completely unrelated to this. Subaru glanced at Gustav, regretting the words that came out of his mouth so suddenly. From Gustav's point of view, Subaru must have been the most troublesome child to deal with. Even though he had sent Subaru to Sparka under the guise of punishment, Subaru had not shown any repentance. Gustav had certainly realized that Subaru had not taken it as punishment. And if that were to happen? Subaru, will you actually reprimand me, aside from warning and punishing me? Gustav-san, Gustav, if you do not recant your opinion, at worst, I, in my capacity, am compelled to do so in accordance with the power vested in me, as the official. Subaru, I see. Then, why don't you do it? Gustav, Tilting his head, Subaru replied to Gustav as if it were nothing. Hearing Subaru's words, Gustav's expression shifted slightly. It was not the action of wrinkling his brow, nor of rubbing it, but rather, his cheeks stiffened. It was not that he was pondering it over, but it was rather the reaction of one who had been hit in a sore spot. Subaru, you can use it to punish me, the curse rule that's been put on all the gladiators on the island. I'm a cheeky brat who doesn't do as he is told at all, and Gustav-san's the governor here, so making an example out of me should be perfectly acceptable. You can do it. But Gustav, Subaru, Gustav-san, you won't do it. No, I don't think you can do it. There was no rebuttal from Gustav, who was thrust into silence. Subaru probed for what the silence meant, as he continued with his thoughts. The curse rule was the main reason why the gladiators of the island were afraid and restricted in their actions. The gladiators, having been inscribed with the curse mark, could be deprived of their life, at the will of the governor, Gustav. Subaru suspected that Gustav was unable to utilize that deterrent. Subaru, I asked Old Man Null, the geezer gladiator who's been living here for a long time. He said that, before Gustav Sand's arrival, the Gladiator Island was a lawless place, and more people died from injuries or illnesses. But things have changed a lot since Gustav Sand arrived. Fewer people die. Gustav, it is the natural duty of the chief. To begin with, a gladiator should use their life for the island's shows, and they should avoid losing their lives due to other factors as much as possible. Other than shows, the same is true for daily death matches. Opportunities are provided to maintain tension and competence, but it is equally important to avoid dying in situations other than the real thing. Subaru, yeah, Gustav-san wants to prevent the unnecessary loss of gladiators as much as possible. I felt that too, from the days I've spent here. Surprisingly, you've got good employee welfare. Cecilus, employee welfare, more words I don't know that get my heart racing. 1. The fake Cecilus got caught on something in Subaru's questioning, but Subaru was not going to play dictionary. Even for Subaru, this was a moment most important. Subaru, I think the reason deaths are allowed in Sparka is to maintain the quality of the gladiators, and maybe to keep the other gladiators on their toes. Gustav, Subaru, I said it earlier, but, once you become a gladiator, the rules here are much more lenient. But, it's not desirable for gladiators to learn to slack off in their lives here. Therefore, they have to participate in Sparka. That makes them more nervous, but also reassured. Gustav, reassured, how? Subaru, it's relieving that we managed to become gladiators, that's how we're reassured. To Gustav's question, Subaru answered while clearly looking him in the eye. When Subaru had thought about the purpose behind Gustav's actions, that was the feeling that seemed correct in more than one way. There was, of course, the possibility of having missed the point, but there was not much to lose by asking. There would only be something to lose when being laughed at, or when being flatly denied. Gustav, But Gustav chose neither, he instead remained silent. Subaru, Gustav-san wants to prevent the gladiators' deaths as much as possible. On the other hand, he doesn't want gladiators to get carried away or become insubordinate. That's why Sparkas are used. When I think about it that way, it just feels right. Gustav, sounds like a reasonable theory. But, it is not reasonable evidence as to why I, as the official, am not activating the curse rule. It is merely your wishful thinking. Subaru, there's one more basis for this. Someone who's rebellious and gets carried away, Cecilus, what about me? Subaru stuck up a thumb and pointed towards his back, prompting the fake Cecilus to widen his eyes at Subaru. When Gustav's eyes glanced in that direction, Subaru nodded broadly. The fake Cecilus was a cut above the rest of the gladiators in his unruly behavior, including him having openly participated in the discussion between Subaru and Gustav. Naturally, some sort of warning and punishment should have been given to the fake Cecilus, but that bore no effect on him at all, in a way different from Subaru. If that was the case, it would not be surprising if the fake Cecilus would be punished before Subaru. And yet, Ceci's safe. Although, it's possible that Ceci's Gustav-san's personal favorite, but that doesn't seem to be the case considering you, Gustav-san. Gustav, quite discerning. As the official, I do not hold any favor towards Segment. I am firm in not letting any likes or dislikes reflect in my duties. Cecilus, hey. Are you telling me that people don't like me? Good grief, sorry for taking center stage everywhere I go. Subaru, your mental strength is too much. The fake Cecilus was quite unconcerned in spite of the rather direct accusation. It would be difficult to grow to have his kind of personality without having been that bold. Regardless, The continued existence of the fake Cecilus was a fairly strong basis for Subaru's theory. In other words, Subaru, Ceci isn't being punished either. I'm as much or more of an eyesore to Gustav-san as Ceci is. On top of that, what do you make of my refusal to do what you just said? Gustav, Subaru, do you intend to punish me with the curse rule? Gustav-san, what will you do? Gustav's eyes narrowed subtly in response to Subaru's question. Gustav, the man of the multi-armed tribe, his 4 arms atop the desk, had his chin planted on 2 of them and the other 2 resting on the desk as if hugging it, while Subaru waited for his answer. With those statements of his, Subaru's intentions had certainly been conveyed to Gustav, telling him to do it, provoking him. That was not what Subaru was doing. Rather, he was trying to confirm that there was no such thing as a curse rule that held the gladiator's lives in its hands. Gustav was intimidating with his stern appearance and oppressive demeanor, but he believed him to be very careful in his management of the island. Whatever his intentions in following the instructions of the emperor were, and despite his appearance, Gustav had managed to govern the gladiators of the island not by violence, but with rules. If one were to overcome Sparka and become a gladiator, because of their newfound situation, the gladiators would soften up and not become unruly. And if he were to keep them on their toes by holding Sparkas regularly, making them think that participating in another Sparka was not within their wishes, then he would not have anyone wanting to fall prey to the curse rule that laid ahead of punishment. With that 2-sided safety net, the non-existent curse rules chain, so to speak, kept the gladiators' feet tied to the ground. This was Subaru's understanding of the true form of the curse rule system that enveloped the gladiator island. And whether this was correct or not, would be revealed by Gustav's subsequent actions. If he were provoked and the existence of the curse questioned, all the rules that Gustav had laid down would be circumvented. To prevent this, Subaru would definitely have to be punished by the curse rule. Gustav, Subaru continued to stare at Gustav, attempting to discern the answer. Faced with Subaru's gaze, Gustav remained silent for a while, and then, Gustav, I shall punish you. Schwartz, I shall send you to the next Sparka. And so, as if giving in, Gustav did not dispossess Subaru of his life. Cecilus, that did give off the feeling of a complete victory for sure, but how are you feeling, Basu? As soon as they left Gustav's office, the fake Cecilus, right next to him, inquired that of him. Seeing that carefree attitude, Subaru let out a big sigh. Subaru, what are you saying? Are you my enemy, Ceci? Or my ally? Cecilus, gosh, that's an odd question. I'm the one who went to the trouble of pulling you and the dear girl out of the lake, remember? Considering that you and your companion might have died had I not been there, doesn't it make my position obvious? Subaru, yeah, sure. Well, are you my enemy? Or my ally? Cecilus, which of the two do you think is more interesting? Subaru asked once more, paying no attention to his long, useless monologue, to which the fake Cecilus answered with a question. It was a flippant question, making Subaru feel annoyed for a moment, but it possessed a wholly different tenor in comparison from his stare-down against Gustav. The exchange with Gustav had been a critical turning point that could make a big difference going forward. But the question of the fake Cecilus was, Subaru, it doesn't matter which one I say, Ceci'll decide according to his mood at the time. Cecilus, spot on, by the way, I'll say I'm leaning toward your side at this point. For now, my intuition's whispering to me that it'd be more interesting to watch Basu's bizarre activities. However, even I can't trust my mood, so do be plenty cautious. Subaru, I'd like you to at least have a good grip on your own steering wheel. Rather than simply being a moody person, the fake Cecilus was a very dangerous moody person. He thought it was amazing how the protagonists of various games and manga chose their party members so well, like they were accompanied by battle freaks and berserkers. When he thought about it, he had always struggled to select party members ever since he had come to the Empire. Because of that, Subaru felt sorry for himself. Subaru, my Emilias and Beertromin deficiencies about to reach lethal levels. Cecilus, ho ho, again with the unfamiliar words. Are these also local words from Basu's hometown? Subaru, more like terms I coined, the dream substances that make up half of my being, like a medicine half made of kindness. To say that half of Subaru's being was made of affection for his loved ones would be no exaggeration. It was an exaggeration, but he would stand by it. That was why the dialogue with Gustav earlier had been so significant. Subaru, it's annoying that Ceci was right, but it certainly got the desired response. Cecilus, joining in the next punishment? Or Subaru, naturally, I'm talking about not being killed by the curse rule. As for Sparker, well, yeah. Subaru, against the wishes of His Excellency the Emperor, had publicly declared his intention to escape the island. Seeing that Gustav had not punished him with its utilization, the invocation of the curse rule was a virtual impossibility. No, Gustav was unable to do such thing. And because of that confirmation, he was given the punishment of participating in the next Sparker. Cecilus, in any case, it's not a harsh blow for Basu, since he was planning to participate in Sparker anyways. Subaru, I think it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that I was planning to do it anyway. I wouldn't want to participate in a scary event like Sparker if I didn't have to. Cecilus, I see, got it. It's a stock phrase to liven things up, right? Subaru, it's not though? Subaru brushed the back of his molar with his tongue as he replied to the fake Cecilus's unjust suspicion. Should he attend another Sparker as he had this day, he would still have to rely on the drug. It was a depressing thought, but unavoidable. In any case, Subaru, another plan in my mind's moved forward. I don't know how much longer my relationship with Cecil last, but don't get in my way. Cecilus, I'll keep those words in mind as they were spoken after all kinds of struggles. Now, what in the world are you going to do, Basu? Subaru, During this talk of theirs, Subaru and the fake Cecilus were descending to the living quarters where gladiators were gathered. Subaru's eyes widened at the sound of the fake Cecilus's strange remark, and he turned his head to look in the direction he was looking. Schwartz Summer. The one to call out to Subaru, while standing at the end of the group that occupied the table in the middle of the hall, was Tanza. In the hall where Subaru and the fake Cecilus had arrived, in the area for meals, the largest number of gladiators he had ever seen was present. And in their center were the members of Subaru's unit. It seemed strange that the antisocial whites, the socially anxious Idra, and the reserved Tanza would be there. That Hyan, loud and full of false bravado as he was not so strange, though. But what surprised Subaru more than the unexpectedness of such a lineup was the fact that Subaru, what's wrong with everyone? Everything got quiet all of a sudden. Scratching his cheek, Subaru so asked of the people in the hall, wearing a forced smile. For some reason, as soon as Subaru and the fake Cecilus entered the room, everyone went quiet and stared intently as if they were scrutinizing them. Everyone, keeping silent, they steadily observed Subaru and Cecilus. No, they observed Subaru. That was the first thing that made him uncomfortable. He could understand the reason for their reaction if they had seen the fake Cecilus and sank into silence. Because the fake Cecilus was a creepy brat, feared and hated by the gladiators. However, it was not the fake Cecilus they were looking at, but Subaru. Tanza, Schwartz Summer, we have been awaiting your return. Then, Tanza slowly approached Subaru, still puzzled over their reaction. Her polite words made Subaru's skin crawl, as he responded, "Oh, yeah." Even though Tanza's polite way of speaking was normal for her, for some reason there was a pervading feeling of tension. Or rather, it was not Subaru and Tanza who were brimming with tension, but the atmosphere of the entire hall. The room was ill at ease, and that sense unconsciously made him choke up. Subaru, you said you were waiting for me to come back. Oh, you were wondering why Gustav-san called me, right? Sorry to worry you, it went fine and… Tanza, No, that is inconsequential. Subaru, inconsequential? Tanza, more importantly. Subaru was surprised to be cut off so quickly, but was silenced by Tanza, who quickly approached him. He recoiled with an oof at how forceful she had been, only to be caught from behind by the fake Cecilus. Taking a look, Subaru saw that the fake Cecilus, who seemed as cheery as ever, had blocked his escape route, his face one that conveyed that his head was empty of thoughts. It pissed Subaru off. Tanza, Schwartzsummer, I have a question I would like to ask you. Would you please answer? Subaru, yes, sure. If it's something I can answer. Tanza, Schwartzsummer, about your father. Subaru, about my dad? Tanza posed him a question with a meek look on her face, and Subaru frowned, not understanding what she meant. Tanza had come to Subaru with such momentum, putting on such important airs, querying him about his father. What was more, it seemed that the question was not being raised by Tanza, and only Tanza. Subaru, the heat in the gazes of the gladiators staring at Subaru was growing stronger. Hyan, Whites, Idra, and naturally the other gladiators too, were all holding their breath, seemingly paying undue attention to what Subaru would reply with to Tanza's question. None of it made any sense to him at all. However, Subaru, just so you know, if I tell you about my dad, it'll be a long story, okay? Tanza, please try to be brief. Subaru, you asked and then you put a condition on it. Come on, already. Scratching his head in a rough way, Subaru sullenly grumbled, tilde. But that sort of attitude did nothing to divert Tanza and the others' interest. Subaru did not understand why the topic of telling them about his father was brought up, but Subaru, my dad's my idol. He's super cool, loads of people love him, and he's always at the center of everyone's attention. What can I say, he's got charisma. Like he was born with the disposition of a natural leader, he's amazing. Tanza, always at the center of a great number of people. Subaru, he's got a lot of people depending on him, and his work seems tough too, but he always has time for me and he teaches me a lot of things. I respect him a whole lot. He's super cool. Tanza, As he spoke, the face of his father, the face of his mother, the face of those who loved him came to mind. Subaru felt a sudden surge of warmth behind his eyes and clutched at his chest. Now that he was in this other world, it was both joyful and very painful to remember the two of them. But, as painful as it was, his cherished parents were the pillars that supported Subaru's core to this day. Tanza, Schwartzsummer, that is. Subaru, yeah. Tanza hesitated for a moment before saying her next words, perhaps taking what she had been in Subaru's expression into consideration. But, having said all this, Subaru would not be offended no matter what Tanza asked him. Thinking this, Subaru waited for Tanza's next words, and after waiting for a while, Tanza said, Tanza, your father's name, what is it? Subaru, it's. Subaru tried to answer Tanza's question, but hesitated. With a sentimental feeling, Subaru tried to answer Natsuki Kenichi as usual, but this would have been a bit complicated. Since Subaru was known as Natsuki Schwartz on the Gladiator Island, the combination of his family name and his first name was reversed. On the other hand, telling them another name, such as Kenichi Schwartz, would have added to the complications, with little benefit. So, Subaru wavered for a moment and then said, Subaru, sorry. I can't tell you my dad's name. Tanza, HK. Subaru, Tanza? The moment Subaru replied, Tanza's expression stiffened in plain sight. Her eyes were wide and wavering, and her round cheeks were tense and tight. And, though he was surprised by Tanza's reaction in front of him, that was not the only one. Whites, seems it's no joke, apparently. Idra, is it possible? Well, no, but it was that conduct that led us here. Hyan, SC, I toldya. How about that, am I still crazy? Well, oi. The gladiators in the hall, with the members of Subaru's unit at the helm, began to make a commotion all at once. Their mutual exchanges of glances and their noisy chatter brought great puzzlement to Subaru. What could be the reason as to why everyone was so surprised? Subaru, guys? Everyone, dash. The commotion receded as soon as Subaru called out to them. Subaru felt a pang of loneliness there and then. Whites, Schwartz, whoever ya are, we're not gonna think any different of ya. And so, Whites was the first to speak to the anxious-looking Subaru. Whites donned scary-looking tattoos on his face and all over his body, but the words he said were out of concern for Subaru, and were probably meant to reassure him. Idra, I agree. I mean, I have come to a point of understanding. I'm more than ready to cooperate with you. Schwartz. Hyan, yeah, that's right. What's the matter with ya bastards? He ain't any different. He's a gladiator just like us, he's my bro. Following Whites' words, Idra thumped his own chest, and Hyan, running up to him, put his arm around Subaru's shoulders and turned back to the gladiators as he spoke. Idra aside, Hyan's behavior had even Subaru bewildered, but... Right. Great kid, that Schwartz. I knew ya weren't some run-of-the-mill guy. That's the only way ta explain it. Yes, the guidance of the sword wolf we serve. Thank you for this day's charities and fortune. Triggered by the words of the three members of his unit, the silent gladiators erupted in cheers. The voices echoing through the hall were so loud that they sounded as if they might shake the entire gladiator island, and Subaru's amazement intensified as they went round and round. But before he could fully process the surprise, Subaru was being vigorously pushed by Hyan. Hyan, hey, we haven't even finished celebrating today's Sparker yet. You're the one who made the big splash this time, so make some noise, bro. Whites, Hyan, you're totally self-interested. Hyan, it's all good ain't it, come on, open up a seat for bro. Bring meat and drink. Pushed by Hyan, wearing a big, undignified smile, Subaru was crammed into the middle of the large crowd of gladiators. Orson and his teammates, with whom he had fought together in today's Sparker, having returned from the healing room, were present, raising a modest toast and welcoming Subaru's arrival. Orson, thank you so much for today, Schwartz. It was good you were with us. Subaru, .. Subaru choked on the words in his throat as he was greeted by teary-eyed lizardmen. There was a mountain of things he wanted to say and questions he had, but the words exchanged at this moment were more than enough to reward Subaru for taking on that Sparker. Subaru, thanks for saving me, too. And so, for the first time in 3 days, he shared with them the bone and meat that was brought out, one after another. Cecilus, miss, aren't you going to make a racket with them? Tanza, my position is complicated. Whilst looking over the crowd of people noisily clamoring together, Tanza mixed in a sigh with her reply to the boy who was talking to her. A boy who looked exactly like a person she knew, with the exception of his height and the length of his limbs. She was hesitant to express her feelings to him, unknowing of how much he knew about the situation. Naturally, that was regarding the black-haired boy's surprising identity which Hyan had brought about, but also about the complex feelings Tanza had when facing that person. Tanza, you're a summer. As she joined her hands together with her kimono, Tanza thought of her beloved master. And then, with the wish Yorna harbored, the personage not unrelated to that wish, and the boy seemingly not unrelated to that person, it all kept being churned around and around, chaotically. Only, if there was something she wanted say clearly. Tanza, I have no other way but to rely on Schwartz Summer. Was it really okay for her to believe that? Those doubts had been removed, at least that much was true. Even if she did not know how far they could go together, after all that. Cecilus, I see, your expression truly is a complicated one of being at a loss, there's indeed a sorrow afloat, isn't there? Tanza, .. Cecilus, oh dear, Basu sure is a guilty guy too, isn't he? Well, however. She glimpsed the boy beside her, bereft of any regard to her feelings, smiling brightly out of the corner of his mouth. But that smile appeared to be more ominous than any smile the boy had shown until now. Tanza felt a faint shudder as she listened to the boy's next words. Those were, "Cecilus, if things don't start moving soon, my patience is probably going to run out." Just kidding. Arc 7, Chapter 69, Arriving from the Imperial Capital. It was hard to decide which should be considered the main event between the second Sparker and the subsequent grand banquet, but 3 days had passed since both had occurred. During that time, nothing of note happened on the Gladiator Island. What had also been an anticlimax to Subaru was that there had been no third Sparker to welcome new Gladiator candidates from the outside, and none of the usual death matches were organized. The usual death matches were a preparation for the shows, a kind of practice match so the gladiators did not lose their strength. However, even though they were just practice matches, there was still an invariance in that it was quite possible for those who lost their focus to end up as corpses, and there were also dangerous people who were capable of producing corpses regardless of whether or not they lost their focus. And different from the Sparker, even if he received a punishment in relation to those death matches, since it seemed difficult for Subaru to interfere, it would be a great help. "Hyan, the guards are getting awfully on edge." "Well, guess they're just scared of your bro, and us as well, ain't that right?" Those were Hyan's words, who had been interpreting the atmosphere of Gladiator Island for the past few days as feeling good. It seemed as though this lizard man was very happy that his friends had been saved during that second Sparker, and since then, his friendliness toward Subaru had risen to a different league. It had been Subaru who had called him a bro first, but he was treated like a bro by him as well. Subaru, well, I don't feel bad in the slightest. Despite being stunned by his self-centered personality, Subaru warmly welcomed Hyan's attitude. It would be more comfortable for everyone to get along peacefully, rather than have everyone on edge. The softening of Hyan's attitude had been very striking, but there had been a change in White's and Idra's attitudes as well. White's had substantial trust in him, and Idra displayed some vague respect. That was how they had been treating Subaru. And that change in attitude was spreading to the gladiators on the island in a positive way. So then, "Yo, Schwartz, you got a good look in your eyes today. You are overflowing with fighting spirit. The guards really deplore ya. At this rate, they'll lose all their gladiator beasts." The number of people who talked to Subaru in such a cheerful and friendly manner had increased tremendously. His impression concerning this had been the same it had been as towards Hyan, so Subaru gave it a warm welcome. With the people he could talk to being as many as possible, it was easier for Subaru to gather the information he needed. For now, the present situation was such that Subaru could forget about Gustav's curse rule, since the information that Subaru wanted the most was Subaru, the control tower for the drawbridge. The sole means connecting the island to the outside. How could he operate the drop bridge and enter the control tower? Right now, that information was what Subaru desired most. Subaru, the control tower itself's in plain view of everyone, but it seems like you can't get inside. The control tower itself stood proudly on the island side, in the vicinity of the drawbridge. There weren't any guards posted at all, but the entrance was secured with a very impressive lock, and it was impossible to open the large metal door without obtaining the key. Over the last few days, they had been trying to locate the key, but since Gustav apparently operated the drawbridge himself, it was very likely that the key was on his person. Subaru, we'd stand little chance squaring up against Gustav-san. As a matter of fact, Gustav's strength was quite unknown even to Subaru. In appearance, he was equipped with 4 arms, after all. Besides, he had been entrusted with the management of the Gladiator Island, and given his position, that of ruling over the rough-and-tumble gladiators, there was no way he was weak. Of course, if they fought one time, he could assess if Gustav was strong or weak, but Subaru, I don't want to aggravate Gustav-san in the first place. From his standpoint, Subaru and Gustav had a confrontational relationship as a gladiator and chief, but Subaru personally did not dislike Gustav. In fact, in the Empire, where many people were rather difficult to talk to, he had never once raised his voice to Subaru. So, his impression of Gustav was that he was a valuable person whom he could have a proper talk with. At least, it was much better than the fake Cecilus, who hovered on the border between friend and foe. So, the ideal course of action would be to sneak in and steal the key from Gustav. Subaru, however, I don't want to be hanging around Gustav Sand's side like Ceci. Now that the curse rule was no longer binding him, it seemed that Gustav, who was faithful to his duties, was no longer a danger to Subaru in a sense. Even so, Subaru was not as brazen as to be careless enough to go around openly looking for or asking about the whereabouts of the key. The worst-case scenario for Subaru was that Gustav would find Subaru a nuisance, lock him up somewhere on the island, and prevent him from doing anything. If that came to pass, Subaru would have to fall back on the last resort behind his molar. So then, Subaru, we'll just have to keep investigating little by little. Scratching his head, Subaru grumbled as his lips pursed at the challenges that lay ahead. In order to get information about the drawbridge, Subaru was investigating the people in control, in other words, the guards watching over the gladiators. The guards who followed Gustav at the top were fewer in number than the gladiators on the island, but their presence gave the impression that they were strong imperial soldiers, with little room for weakness or vulnerability. Gustav's guidance and instruction seemed to be so thorough, that even if the child Subaru attempted to talk to them, the guards would become more alert, rather than relax their guard. Perhaps this was due to the precedent set by the fake Cecilus, a child even less lovable than Subaru. Either way, it was very difficult to get information from the guards. Whether Gustav had also conveyed information on what Subaru was up to or not, wherever he was, their stern gazes would be directed at him, so perhaps he had made a bit of a mistake. Although he had been trying to get to the bottom of the curse rule, it had caused Gustav to become alarmed. Subaru, if I had been punished for a different reason than that. Nah, no use in saying it. While reflection was important, nothing of value came forth from regret. Regret was only what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, Subaru had no time to feel sorry for his own stupidity. No minute or second should be wasted. If one guard gave him the cold shoulder, he would only have to tackle tens, hundreds of others. Subaru, right, a great man once said that picking up girls is all about the amount. Even though I'm not picking up girls. With his fists clenched, Subaru referenced the words of the pros in different disciplines to help him regain his bearings. And with that, walking about the island briskly to make the guards in some other area hate him. You're a restless guy, Schwartz. Subaru, what, whites? Speaking in a low voice to Subaru as he walked around looking for the guards, was Whites. Seeing Whites sitting on the ground, leaned against a wall, Subaru tilted his head. Their location was near the passageway connecting to the gladiatorial arena. However, the gladiatorial arena was not accessible outside of Sparka or on the occasion of a death match, so an iron gate was lowered in the corridor. In other words, this day was filled with nothing but dead ends. Subaru, what are you doing in a place like this? Hide and seek? Whites, I dunno what that is, but probably not. I came to see what's going on in the basement, for a tad. Subaru, basement. Oh, over there. Whites jerked his chin, and Subaru turned to glance in that direction. Right next to the passageway to the gladiatorial arena, there was a door connecting to the basement of the island. As per his knowledge, the island floated atop a lake, so the basement did not lead anywhere. Rather, it was more or less connected to the outside world, however. Subaru, it's just a direct connection to the lake, so its purpose is to dump the bodies, they said. Whites, gladiators and gladiator beasts that die in the death matches. They're lumped together. If we'd lost, we would have been fish food in the same way. Subaru, that gives me the shudders. By fish food, he was talking about the aquatic witch beasts that inhabited the lake. Rather savage ones were loose there seemingly, the most common causes of death on Gladiator Island were death matches, but the second most common cause of death was falling prey to the witch beasts, whether by accident or by trying to escape. Subaru, too, would become no more than fodder for those witch beasts were he unable to utilize the drawbridge. Whites, have you heard the story of the gladiator who escaped from the island, in the past? Subaru, huh? Oh, yeah, I heard. I heard it was because of what happened with that person. The previous chief was fired, and Gustav-san was chosen as the new chief. Whites, those poor conditions have improved. But now, the position of gladiators becomes stable. What do you think? Subaru, what do I think? Whites, should we resign ourselves to the position of gladiator, to the position of being ruled over? Subaru, Whites' words made Subaru check to see if anyone was nearby on reflex. Whites' statement just now had been quite out of line for a gladiator of the Gladiator Island. If a guard with poor character were to hear it, it would be enough of an excuse to give him a warning. Regardless, Whites would probably be looked upon more harshly than other gladiators because he was in the same unit as Subaru. Subaru, Whites, I think you shouldn't be too careless about what you say. It's fine with me, but I wonder what other people might think about it. At that, Subaru tried to correct Whites' thinking. If it were only Subaru getting caught up in the next sparker, there would be ways to deal with the situation. However, if Whites were to be added to the mix, the level of difficulty would rise dramatically. But, in response to Subaru's thoughts, Whites continued. Whites, why do you think I went to the basement? It's so I can help you. Subaru, Whites, you intend on getting out of here. And I'm also going with you. I'm not gonna stay here as a gladiator. I owe you a debt, too. While saying that, White slowly rose to his feet. Then, on his tattoo-covered face, he directed earnest eyes toward Subaru. Being gazed at intently by those eyes, Subaru gulped and stiffened up. The atmosphere was not one to be making jokes about, or to deceive someone. Subaru, Whites, Whites, I know who you are. Subaru, huh? Whites, but that ain't the point. Don't get me confused with Hyan and his sweet talking. I ain't interested in the crown you wear. I just wanna lend you my strength. Remember that. The hairs on Subaru's body stood on end upon those words of White's, saying that he knew his true identity. But what White said after that made Subaru's whole body go numb. Even if Subaru was a nobody, White had stated he would pay his debt and lend him his strength. That is extremely. Subaru, reassuring, Whites. Whites, When Subaru gave a thumbs up and laughed, Whites looked away and sniffed his nose. Subaru took this not at all honest reaction in good humor, as it was typical of Whites. The reason why Whites had come to explore the underground had been to find a way to operate the drawbridge, to help out Subaru, who was searching for a way to escape outside. In the end, there was nothing of that sort here, and as expected, there was no way to leave aside from the drawbridge, and so it seemed the conclusion was for them to return to their original method. Then, something happened at the moment Subaru reached that conclusion. Subaru, HK, this shaking. Whites, is it the drawbridge? As a tremor seemed to shake from below the earth, and a low sound shakily resounded, Subaru and Whites exchanged glances, having reached the same conclusion. There were only two possible options for a big mechanism that could shake the entire Gladiator Island, those being the gladiatorial arena and the drawbridge. And, since the passage leading to the gladiatorial arena was already closed off in Subaru and Whites' vicinity, the drawbridge was the only natural candidate. Subaru, another new group of people. For people to arrive meant that the next sparker would also begin. Whites looked at Subaru, who muttered to himself while experiencing a thirst in his mouth. Receiving Whites' gaze, Subaru displayed a smile. As if to reassure him that there was nothing to worry about. Subaru, let's go take a look. Whether his smile had bore any effect or not, and how Whites felt, it was impossible to tell, as the latter turned his back on him. But, following behind a Whites who spoke scant words, him and Subaru ascended from the lower stratum of the island to the middle stratum, and then to the high ground overlooking the drawbridge. Subaru, it'd be nice to see the entrance to the tower open and close if possible, though. Schwartz Summer, over here. Subaru, Tanza. A young girl's voice called out to Subaru, as he wiped the sweat from his chin, short of breath as he rushed up the stairs. Tanza, who had reached the high ground earlier, waved her hand, and Subaru and Whites joined her. While Tanza was taking notice of Whites. Tanza, it seems you were with White Summer. Subaru, we happened to meet downstairs and had an embarrassing conversation. What about you, Tanza? Tanza, I was examining the tower. As expected, it seems that the key is in Gustav Summer's possession. Subaru, ugh, I knew it. Tanza also knew that it was necessary to operate the drawbridge in order to escape the island. Since they also both knew about the curse rule, the two children were conspiring to get off the island together. However, right then was when Whites suddenly interjected. Whites, if you wanna take the key away. Should we fight with numbers? Subaru, that plan is awfully short-sighted. Most likely, you'll get hit by the curse rule if you try something so reckless. Tanza, huh? Whites, that's right. Whites' short-sighted suggestion was dissuaded by Subaru using the curse rule as a pretext. Hearing this, Tanza's eyes widened, so Subaru put a finger to her mouth to quiet her. The truth that there was actually no curse rule was something he had yet to confide in anyone other than Tanza. Of course, the fake Cecilus who happened to be present in that place also knew, but on the other hand, the fake Cecilus had no friends to talk to about it with, so there were no concerns about the information spreading. However, Subaru believed that this was a truth that would be very frightening to spread. Subaru, part of the reason why the gladiators are so behaved is because of the curse rule. There were no major complaints about their treatment, since there was a curse rule which if disobeyed, would cost them their lives. That was the reason the gladiators in Jinnenhive were ruled so obediently by Gustav. If it turned out that there was no curse rule, people who thought similarly to Whites would emerge. Should that happen, an all-out war would begin between the gladiator side and the administration side. In terms of numbers, despite the casualties, the gladiator side would perhaps win, however. Subaru, every guard's got a witch beast with a broken horn, so they can deal a ton of damage. Not only were the gladiator islands guards themselves strong, but the fact that they were accompanied by witch beasts was also a troublesome aspect of the guards. Since all the gladiator beasts used in Sparka were witch beasts kept by the guards, there were still many more like the lion and rat, which Subaru and the others had found difficult to defeat. That was why they would be in trouble if Whites were to become impatient at this juncture. Tanza, it seems to me, however, that it is not very practical to wait until Schwartz Summer has defeated all the gladiator beasts in Sparka. Subaru, that's just as reckless as it sounds. First of all, if the gladiator beasts were replenished, my spirit would be broken. I'm not planning that kind of strategy. Tanza, if that is the case. Subaru, I've been considering a lot of things, so don't worry. You don't have to believe me, but please trust my feelings that there are people I definitely want to see. Understanding that the secret was to be kept from Whites, Tanza kept silent after Subaru said that. She slightly cast her eyes down, then continued, those that you wish to see. Tanza, are they your family? Subaru, Well, they're people as important to me as family, and there's even a girl I like. Subaru replied to the slightly delayed question with a tilt of his head. Having heard that, Tanza's lips still moved as if she wanted to say something. Although, before she could say anything, Whites pointed to the drawbridge below, saying, "Look." From their side and the side over yonder, from both ends the drawbridge was activated, and the new residents of the Gladiator Island would be coming this way. Subaru, what kind of people will these new arrivals be? Surely they aren't White's or Idra's acquaintances this time. Whites, anyone who knows my face, I'd be fine with them all dying. Subaru, please don't say such scary and lonely things. Just as he tried to say that, he saw a carriage coming across the drawbridge, clearly. The carriage was pulled by an armored black Galewind horse, but there was something a little different about it from the one 3 days earlier, the difference being in how docile the people riding in the carriage were. Last time, Hyan's friends, Orson and the others, seemed to be riding obediently in the carriage, but the people this time were not like that. Someone was standing on the roof of the carriage. On the roof of the swaying carriage, with brown skin, was a slender-bodied woman. Subaru, HK? As soon as Subaru saw that face and the distinctive features of her appearance, he stifled a scream in the back of his throat, and hurriedly crouched down in place. Hiding behind the railing, he made his body smaller. His heart was beating at a tremendous rate and the sound of blood pumping through his head was explosive. Tanza, S. Schwartzsummer? Is there something wrong, being like that all of a sudden? Subaru, Thar. Tanza, Thar? Subaru, that woman is bad news. Next to Subaru as he crouched, Tanza, having similarly crouched down, widened her eyes. But Subaru could not afford to be concerned about Tanza's surprise. Whites, woman. That woman? Hearing Subaru's mutterings, Whites, leaning against the railing, looked toward the drawbridge. Even Whites' eyes seemed to see the person on the roof of the incoming carriage. Whites did not seem to know who the woman was, but Subaru was aware of her identity. And being aware of that, he thought it was the worst possible time for her to be there. That carriage, or at least the woman on the roof, was not a candidate for the next Sparker. After all, the identity of that woman was Subaru. The name doesn't come to mind quickly, but she's a divine general. Because she was an overwhelmingly strong woman, donning silver hair and an eye patch, someone who had gone on a rampage in Garrel before. The visitors this time aren't gladiators, but apparently messengers from the imperial capital. That had been Idra's report, which he had heard leak from a guard. Subaru and his comrades had been watching the arrival of the carriages from a vantage point, but the shock brought on by the woman on the roof, by that transcendent enemy, was too great. That woman noticed me and looked this way. Next to Subaru, who had immediately crouched down, Whites, watching the carriage finish crossing the drawbridge in his stead, had his voice tremble upon witnessing something unbelievable. Their impression was that they were 100 meters away, but to feel a gaze, even from there, was monstrous. Subaru was right to squat, since she had looked in Whites' direction, per his own words. Of course, even if she were to look at Subaru now, she would probably not recognize him. Tanza, half-dog person, divine general. In all likelihood, she is General First Class Arakia, I am certain. You also know her, Tanza? Tanza, she is one of the people who previously targeted Yona Summer of Chaos Flame. I did not see it with my own eyes, but I heard that she covered an entire city block in flames. Why you're just making a tasteless joke, right? Hyan tried to laugh off the seriousness in Tanza's voice. But there was no one present who could laugh it off. Subaru, in particular, had received a considerable impact. Subaru, guys who are just plain strong are usually the most troublesome for me. Subaru had a chance to win if there was an opening to be taken advantage of, or if the opponent could be managed with a little ingenuity. However, when it came to opponents with simply too big of a gap in ability, he would be out of strategies. They were strong, after all. Cheap tricks did not work on strong opponents. It was the privilege of a strong person to trample upon all his preparations. Tanza, Schwartzsummer, please do not be too pessimistic. Since she is a messenger from the imperial capital, it should not mean that there will be anything happening involving us. To declare them as an enemy now is Subaru, too premature, huh? Yes, that makes sense. That totally tracks, but Tanza, Subaru, I can't help but think of the worst case scenario. You get me? Hugging his thin arms, Subaru answered that to Tanza, who had encouraged him. He appreciated Tanza's sentiment, and he was sure that she did not want to make enemies of the 9 divine generals herself. To put it mildly, Arakia was as strong, if not stronger, than Yorna. Being trapped on an island like this, Subaru felt that he could not fight against such an opponent at the top level of strength. Hyan, but why are you so worried, bro? If that party came from the imperial capital. Idra, Hyan, don't you get it? Right now, the empire's split in 2. Hyan, huh? Damn it, so that's it. Besides Subaru, who was deep in thought, Hyan and Idra were also discussing with serious expressions. Subaru did not quite understand the flow of their conversation, but he did not have time to worry about it. In fact, it was more likely that Subaru was overthinking it. Subaru, at the moment, I don't think that Tanza or I are that woman's. Tanza, General First Class Arakia. Subaru, Arakia's objective. Even if Subaru and his comrades were somewhat conspicuous on the island, it was unlikely that they were well known outside it, and even if they were, it would be him, in this form. It would be unreasonable for that to be considered a problem. Even if Olbart would want to do something about Abel, he could not think of any reason for Olbart to care about Subaru or Tanza. Tanza, so, for what purpose did a messenger come from the imperial capital to the island? Whites, thinking about it. Perhaps for the island's show? Tanza, show. That is the original purpose of the Gladiator Island. Whites and Tanza came up with a possible reason for Arakia's visit. The island's shows, the original role of the Gladiator Island Jinnen Hive, was to make a spectacle of death matches between gladiators for spectators who hailed from other places. It was an event in poor taste, but Subaru had heard that it helped to curb the fearsome desires of the people of the Empire. Hyan, if we have a show, are they gonna make us fight again? But, with the rebellion happening and all the panic everywhere, why'd they do it at a time like this? Idra, there's also the idea that it'd be precisely because times are like that. The purpose is to enforce the thought that the people of the Empire must be strong, in a situation where the Empire's shaking. Whites, His Excellency the Emperor's thoughts, With Hyan's voice cracking, Idra's persuasive thoughts, and White's grave mutterings, the eyes of each one of them turned toward Subaru. It was as if they were expecting Subaru to know the answer, but Subaru did not have the answer either. Subaru had no choice but to shake his head. Subaru, I think both Hyan's and Idra's ideas are possible. But. Whites, but. Subaru, I wonder if the Emperor really cares about this place. Subaru already knew that the Emperor, who was giving orders in the imperial capital, was a fake. Real and fake were both in Chaos Flame, and since there was a rebellion going on, it was unlikely that Abel had returned without Subaru's knowledge. So, as designation was that they were from the imperial capital, it had to be the fake emperor's idea. It was hard to believe that Vincent, the fake emperor who could devise a plan virtually as good as Abel's, would waste his time and energy on useless things. Subaru, there has to be a reason for this, absolutely. What reason would they, and not the Abel who was supposed to be the real emperor, possess, to send a divine general to this lake island stranded from the entire world? Tanza, General First Class Arakia, she did not barge in with a large group of people, did she? Subaru, yeah. Tanza, I only saw it from a distance too, but it was a single carriage that came. There were at most 5 or 6 people. The only one that stood out was the General First Class. Subaru, is that so? Eyes downcast, Tanza stumbled over the same thing as Subaru, not knowing what the other party was up to. One could say that they were overthinking things and that they should just keep their heads down and wait for the storm to pass. That could also be a way to see it. Whites, how about, if you think about it the other way round? Hide in the carriage that the messenger rode in, and leave the island. Subaru, the hiding in the carriage bit, I believe that was already done back in Chaos Flame. Tanza, I would be fine with the same method, as long as it works more than once. White's suggestion was taken seriously by Subaru and Tanza. But Hyan, who was listening to the three of them, said in a loud voice, "Wait, wait, wait." The gray-scaled lizard man made them turn to him with his loud voice and, "Hyan, are you seriously thinking about leaving the island? Are you nuts? You're gonna die. Whites, if you stay here, you'll eventually die fighting something, idiot. Hyan, but not today or tomorrow. Schwartz. Bro, I need ya. Subaru, I don't intend to stay here forever, either. I mean, I don't want to stay forever." Hyan quivered as his big mouth, lined with tiny fangs, gasped at Subaru's plan. Perhaps, from Hyan's point of view, he would be more comfortable living on the island than out there. It was not an overstatement to say that, once someone got over Sparker and became a gladiator, their life was safe outside of death matches. It was understandable that one might be tempted to think like that. Hyan, pipsqueak. Idra. Damn ya. Tanza, like Schwartz Summer, I have my own reasons for not wanting to remain here any longer. Idra, I would get out if I could, is what I think. Hyan's words, who seemed to believe himself in an unfavorable position, received these responses from Tanza and Idra. Despite the differences between positive and reluctant responses, neither of them had positive feelings about the Gladiator Island. Although, it was hard for Hyan to believe. Hyan, there's a limit to how reckless you can be with your life. Subaru, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Hyan, but I want you to think about it too. Should you stay here forever? Hyan, Hyan looked at Subaru and the others, his eyes similar to as if he were looking at something terrifying. But Hyan would know this, were he to think long and hard about it. The peace of mind and safety that they could get here was only a stepping stone, reached only after sacrificing many things. Hyan, even if you leave, what are you gonna do about the curse rule? After giving up with his knee-jerk denial, that had been Hyan's next move. The unseen chains that bound the gladiators of the Gladiator Island, the main reason why the gladiators still remained there, was something that Whites too had mentioned. That they had already been neutralized, was something he did not want to say until the very end. But, as he remained cautious of that, Hyan continued to doubt Subaru and everyone else's sanity. So, Subaru thought to at least make him slacken his caution a little bit. Subaru, I'll do something about the curse rule too. In fact, I've got a hint on how to do it. Hyan, HK? About the curse rule? Subaru, yeah. Subaru nodded with a confident look on his face, indicating that it was not a good idea to waste any more time here. The answer surprised not only Hyan, but also Whites and Idra. Only Tanza, who was already aware that there was no curse rule, quietly observed the scene without saying anything. Subaru could not speak the truth, but his chest puffing out here would aid in dispelling Hyan and the others' fears. Ergo, Subaru could not show a lack of confidence. Even if Arakia's objectives as an emissary remained unknown. Subaru, surely, I'll find a way to get off this island. So, when that time comes, I'll need your strength. Was what he had wanted to say at that time. But, Subaru did not say those words. To be more accurate, it no longer made sense to continue them. Hyan, HK. There was the sound of a snatched breath escaping, and Hyan collapsed, his eyes bloodshot. Subaru, Trembling, slitted pupil eyes bleeding, Hyan's large body toppled sideways. Without any forewarning, Subaru was unable to react quickly to such a sudden and unexpected event, and was unable to support Hyan as he collapsed. Subaru, Ian. With a heavy thud, Hyan's body fell limp to the floor of the common room. After collapsing, Hyan was motionless. All he did was spasm, his limbs twitching. It was like a cicada, he thought. Like cicadas in the middle of summer, overturned on the road. Hyan was dying, moving like a cicada. Hyan was not the only one. Subaru, There was a sound, light in comparison to the sound of Hyan falling, and Subaru turned around, stunned. The three who had been talking to Subaru, Idra, Whites, and Tanza, all lay on the floor, convulsing and trembling in the same way. Subaru, Tanza? He did not understand a thing. Not a single one, rendering him unable to react. Crouching right next to the collapsed Tanza, he turned her slumped body over. Tears of blood streamed from Tanza's eyes while she lay limp, her head slumped over. Blood was running from her eyes, nose and ears too, dripping onto the floor with a trickle. Subaru, eek. And Subaru's throat squealed, causing him to drop Tanza's body. He rushed to check on the other three. All of them had stopped moving, bleeding from their eyes and noses. Subaru, WH. Why? A questioning voice started making a tremendous sound in his head. Why we? Subaru's head was whirling, the ringing in his ears was immensely loud, as his mind was filled with questions as to why and how the scene before him made no sense. The feeling of his head splitting open was about to engulf Subaru. Subaru, no. Holding his own head, Subaru looked up. A sharp, intense pain struck his head, and blood trickled from Subaru's nose. The ringing in his ears did not stop, and there was also a sensation of blood seeping out. The sequence of events was different. Subaru suffered from the same pain as Tanza and the others had, although slower. He wondered what the meaning of it was. Subaru, this doesn't make sense. Propping himself up with his hands to the floor and against the wall, Subaru managed to stand up. He got up and went out into the hallway to see what was going on. Inside the room, Tanza and the others were already beyond hope, and it was not just Tanza and the others that were beyond hope. Many, many more were. Subaru, the adjacent common room, the passageways here and there, the main hall, the drawbridge area, everyone in them had been beyond hope. With limping feet, flickering eyes, and the contents of his head feeling as if they were melting out of his ears, Subaru, his clothes covered in blood, looked around the island. Everyone was dead. Absolutely everybody was dead. They were all dead, bleeding from the eyes, nose, and ears. They were all dead. Dead. Subaru, why? So suddenly, the gladiators, the guards, and everyone else had died without any exception. Everyone, and so suddenly. Subaru, why? Everyone was gone. Suddenly, unexpectedly. Unable to believe it, and unable to accept it, he had no choice but to totter and ask. To whom, if one may wonder, then to the sky. If not to the sky, then to the water. Subaru, WH. Question mark, hey. Suddenly, someone answered Subaru's voice, which no one should have been able to answer. Suddenly, without warning, Subaru had been left behind on an island where everyone had died abruptly. He himself was bleeding from both his nose and ears, making him worried. Scared. So, at the sound of someone who might give him an answer, Subaru turned around, and then. Question mark, hey you, what are you doing in a place like this? There stood a man that caused Subaru to freeze instantly, right after making him feel saved. Question mark, as you can see, I'd thought every guy on the island had died, but. While saying that, the man with the black bandana cracked the joints in his neck. With his bright orange hair collected in a bandana decorated with lines of red, the slender silhouette wore the appearance of an imperial soldier. At first glance, the impression his face gave off was that he was friendly. However, that was a terrible misunderstanding. Do not be deceived. Both his gentle-looking face, and his voice that sounded as if he wanted to be good friends, were complete fabrications. The name of the man who fabricated such things was Subaru, Todd. Subaru, who was supposedly having an increasingly, albeit minutely so, harder time opening the drawer of his memories, had stored that name in a place so important that he could easily retrieve it. Then, if one were to ask why that name was important. Todd, hey you, why do you know my name? Because, upon being called out with only that single word, his attitude did a complete 180. That was why the man closing the distance between them was a dangerous person. Taking long strides, the man, Todd, was lumbering in Subaru's direction. Even if he tried to hurriedly run away from Todd, his body, having become worn out on its own, would not permit him to do so. His back had been immediately caught up to, and Subaru's body was violently forced against the wall. Subaru, ouch. Todd, I sure don't recognize you. I never forget a face once I've seen it, but this is really a face I don't know, no. His face being forced against the wall of the building, there was a rough sensation on his cheek. Whilst Subaru writhed from the relentless pain, Todd's nose drew close to his hair. Just like that, Todd sniffed his nose and got a whiff of Subaru's hair. Todd, hey kid, you smell like a scary guy I know. Subaru trembled as he was spoken to in a low voice, regarding just who Todd was talking about. It was just as if it were a combination technique, one that mixed the feeling that the one being referred to was himself, along with the unpleasant feelings that arose when facing Todd. If possible, his face was a face he had wished to never encounter again, so then just why was it like this? Why was he on the island? Subaru, why is Todd, a man who should have fled from Garrel, in this place? Come to think of it, as of his escape, Todd had taken the captured Arakia along with him. He should have realized it. If Arakia was here, then Todd was possibly present as well. Something like that was absurd. Just because they had escaped together, did not mean something like being together in the next location was guaranteed. Why? How? I don't like it. It's scary. Why is Todd here? Subaru, why has everyone Todd been killed? Hey, I can't answer that sort of thing. From my point of view, you surviving was a miscalculation. Well, if I leave it as is, then it'll just be a matter of time, but Subaru, gulp. Todd, time and chance and whatnot, I dislike leaving it all up to stuff like that, you see. As Todd's voice whispered close to his ear, something cold was gently pressed against his neck. It was the blade of the large knife that Todd had drawn from his waist. A knife that seemed as if it could be used to flay the skin off a large animal, extreme to the point he thought if it was given even a slightly firm tug, then not only would Subaru's neck be cut, but his entire head would probably come right off. And it seemed that even if his opponent was a child, Todd would certainly not hesitate, only Subaru, there was an highly unlikely scenario. One in which Todd would not kill Subaru, no, one in which he would not kill him here, and possibly put it off for later. A possibility that he would try to inquire Subaru about something. If that were to happen, then things would become irreversible. Things would become irreversible, a hopeless possibility. That was why he would sooner. Todd, wait. Subaru, HK. His head was aching, his nosebleed would not cease. In the midst of the sensation of his consciousness wavering due to his loss of blood, to somehow make use of his last resort, Subaru fumbled his tongue around at his molars. The subsequent instant, Todd thrust his fingers into Subaru's mouth. Subaru, Having the inside of his mouth invaded against his will with violence, Subaru squirmed with all his might. His stomach was going to regurgitate its contents. However, not worried about anything, Todd continued to move his fingers around. Then, together with the regurgitated meal, he dragged that out. Todd, what's this? No way, is this poison? Subaru, Todd, oi, just what kind of brat are you? To go out of your way to prepare poison in your mouth, that's for committing suicide when you're down on your knees, isn't it? There's gotta be something wrong with you, for you to treat your life like this. While wiping his dirty fingers on Subaru's clothes, Todd brazenly said that. Though, it did not feel like he was making fun of him. He was seriously unable to believe Subaru's thoughts, that was the feeling his attitude gave off. It was just as if to say that suicide was a foolish thought. Todd, I guess that's about right. It's not like I particularly care if you suffer. Feel free to use it. Subaru, is that? Todd, if you'll die, then even suicide's fine. Then I'll also complete this without dirtying my knife. With that evidence, Todd shrugged his shoulders and put the wrapped drug back into Subaru's mouth, carefully placing it on one of his molars, in a position so that if he bit down with force the package would tear. Then the contents would leak out, and Subaru's life would be snuffed out. That, he understood. Todd, I'm fine with either. As long as you die. Grabbing his shoulders, he spun Subaru around to face him. With Todd's form right before his eyes, Subaru's back was pressed against the wall. One way or another, he wanted to retaliate against Todd with a retort, but his body was rapidly losing strength, and he went numb. Slowly, the same death that Tanza and the others had experienced, was eating into Subaru. Why that came so slowly, he did not understand, however. Todd, running out of time, suicide, or knife? Subaru, .. Todd, choose. The destination ahead remaining unchanged, Todd raised 3 fingers as he pressed Subaru for an answer. Extremely silently, Subaru abhorred Todd. Tanza, Hyan, Whites, Idra, had all died. Orson and the others, Old Man Null, even the guards, everyone had died. For what reason was Todd alive? For what reason was Subaru also going to die? Subaru, HK. While experiencing these thoughts tearing away at his chest so terribly, Subaru bit down hard on his molars. The package tore, and the drug contained inside leaked out. Gradually, that flowed into the crevices of his tongue and teeth, it flowed in, and then. Subaru, boah. A large quantity of blood filled his mouth, and resolutely, he spit it out towards Todd, who stood before him. To take him down along with himself, his intentions were not anything like that. Feeling vengeful, he thought to soil his clothes. However, Todd's perception was excellent. The instant Subaru readied himself, he flew to the side. Because of that, the blood did not hit him. So, having merely spat blood out, Subaru collapsed. He collapsed, and then. Subaru, ooh. As his whole body was quaking in fear, the poison circulated with incredible vigor. From his nose and from his ears, blood poured out with more vigor than ever before, his eyes swelled up, bulging to the extent it seemed like they would explode, and in unison, both the flesh and bones of his body started to groan. No, it only sounded like they were groaning. His whole body was screaming. Subaru, gee. The heat was akin to blood burning. The heat was akin to being plunged into a boiling pot. His whole body was boiling, just as if he had been skinned, and then things like wasabi, mustard, and all sorts of other spicy substances were being thoroughly smeared all over his body, just as if a mountain worth of needles were stabbing into him, just as if his whole body was being scraped away on a fine grater. It hurt. With only pain, he started wanting to die. With only suffering, he started wanting to die. Todd, hey you, there's gotta be something wrong with you. As he fearfully struggled like a fish that had been reeled in, he headed towards death. While looking at Subaru drowning in a sea of blood, Todd was muttering something. Whatever he was saying, Subaru could not understand. He did not understand. It was not something he could understand. He could not understand anything, anymore. He could not understand, any. Todd, if you're using poison to kill yourself, wouldn't you normally prepare one that wouldn't make you suffer? The voice was distant, his consciousness went white. And yet, until the very end, until the end, the pain, and the suffering, and the blood was, blood. There was a pop, and blood, and his eyes could not see. I know who you are. Subaru, .. What, that ain't the point. Don't get me confused with Hyan and his sweet talking. I ain't interested in the crown you wear. I just wanna lend you my strength. Remember that. Whittling away at his whole body, was roasting, burning, pain, Just when he felt such pain suddenly come to an end, Subaru found himself within chilly, cold air. And then Subaru, Whites, Schwartz? Subaru, Cradling his own body on the spot, Subaru opened his mouth wide and screamed. He screamed, trying to expel the poison from within him. He tried to expel the poison that should no longer be present in his body. He got the feeling it yet remained, a poison which brought the end through death. A deadly poison that would make Subaru suffer, it would make him suffer, it would certainly bring him death. No matter how many times he tasted it. Subaru, The death brought about by that drug was a reminder to Subaru that there was no easy way to die, the guardian of the last bastion from which he would never escape from. Arc 7, Chapter 70, One Thing. The most important thing for him when asking Old Man Null for a drug had been its reliability. For starters, Old Man Null wasn't exactly an eager student of medicine. He was just an amateur who had been allowed access to the healing room after treating a fellow gladiator and, somehow, he had ended up staying there. So it was obvious that those on the administrative side of the island would not give Old Man Null, one of the gladiators, a highly effective drug that could be either poison or medicine. That was why it was impossible for Old Man Null to concoct a drug, an immediately effective strong poison. The only thing Old Man Null could make was a deleterious concoction of as many drugs as he could get his hands on, which would kill someone by disrupting the blood flow throughout their body. If one were to swallow it, they would definitely die after suffering tremendously. However, its existence, if you thought about it, it was somewhat convenient for Subaru. Subaru, after all, my foundation is being a lazy, giant idiot. Considering Subaru's over-reliant nature, a poison that killed without causing suffering was out of the question. He would immediately think about starting over on something trivial and start relying on the poison's potency. In doing so, Natsuki Subaru would become a monster. An inhuman monster that did not understand human pain or suffering. Subaru, no way, definitely no. Already, the memory and realization of the time when his arms and legs were fully grown were both fading away. Even so, Subaru would not allow his experience and ideals to be twisted any further. That change in nature would be a betrayal to everyone who had accepted Subaru as he was. He could betray himself, but not everyone, not his family. While Natsuki Subaru could be set aside, Natsuki Subaru's ties could not. Therefore, Subaru, sorry, Old Man Null, for lying about using it against a Sparker opponent. Even if Natsuki Subaru were to experience hellish pain, he could not withdraw his outstretched hands. Because that was that one tenet that would not bend, even on this gladiator island of isolating waters. Though he had tried to put on a strong front. Subaru, gay. HK gritting his teeth to the point they were seemingly about to break, Subaru endured pain that tore his heart to shreds. No, he was not enduring it. The pain to endure had already passed. He had died, he had returned, so the suffering from which that death originated was nowhere to be found. Still, his soul dragged on. That was why, both tears and snot, did not cease trickling out. Whites, oi, Schwartz. What's the matter, all of a sudden? Subaru, fini. Whites, how can you be fine? In such an ugly state. Whites' voice trembled as Subaru cowered on the spot, his face smeared with various fluids. He rushed over to hoist Subaru up, and without hesitation, wiped his runny nose with his bare hands. Every time, Whites' attitude would impress Subaru, always. To be able to act without believing dirty people were dirty, that was an incredibly respectable thing. Subaru, Violently wiping away his runny nose and tears, Subaru put his hand to his dazed head. Little by little, as the shock of dying in the past faded away, he accepted the slow present of being alive. Switching over to an easygoing consciousness happened generally every time Subaru died from the drug. He had prepared the poison behind his molar as a trump card in order to ensure his death, but surprisingly, it had not come into play as Subaru's cause of death on the Gladiator Island very often. The overwhelming majority of his deaths during Sparka had been caused by the claws and fangs of the gladiator beast drawing near to him. However, when he was unable to die, or when he was unsure of how to be up to the task in a situation where casualties had been made, he had no choice but to have this drug carry out its purpose. That was the excruciating anguish Natsuki Subaru had to bear. After all, Subaru, since it's my fault for screwing up, if the person who should be able to, somehow, do the most failed, what could the rest of them do? Subaru had a responsibility. The responsibility of having the highest probability to somehow accomplish something. Although that power was not one he had desired to obtain, provided it was Natsuki Subaru, he would be able to master it. Because he was that person's son, Natsuki Kenichi's son. Whites, HK, what? Subaru, the drawbridge. He pressed his fist against the dirty floor and, as he tried to raise himself up, the entire island creaked and shook. From Whites in front of him and the gloomy cold atmosphere, Subaru realized that the place he had died and returned to was the lower stratum of the Gladiator Island, just before the drawbridge had been raised. Connecting the island and the outside world, the only bridge that stood. Subaru, they're coming. That scene, akin to a painting of hell itself, along with the utmost horrid adversary who painted it. Once more, he would face a person he even prayed to never meet again. He would have a rematch with Todd. Subaru, trembling, Subaru hugged his shoulders as fear engulfed him. As soon as he closed his eyes, what came back to him behind his eyelids was the disastrous scene riddled with corpses. The faces he knew, blood pouring from their eyes and noses, trembling with fear while lying on the ground, that was the utmost horrid memory. Whites before him, wiping Subaru's runny nose, was no exception. Subaru, that kind of, never again. He must not let it happen, that sense of duty fired up his chest. However, even though he was so enthusiastic, his thoughts stopped at the question of what to do. How in the world was such a desperate situation even created? Hailing from the imperial capital, under the name of envoys, and entering the Gladiator Island, were Todd and Arakia. Just having a divine general who had once opposed him standing in his way was enough to give him a headache, but to have Todd, the human devil, join the fray was the worst possible nightmare. In the first place, just why were Todd and Arakia together? Subaru, I'm an idiot, I remember. The one who let Arakia escape after she was captured, it was that guy. It could be considerably shocking, but memories related to Todd were surprisingly clear. The end of Subaru and Todd's shared fate had been in the high-walled city, in Garrel, during an operation to occupy the city hall. The end of it had been when Subaru, dressed as a woman, had interacted with him. After that, the rampaging Arakia was done away with by Priscilla, clad in crimson. Then Arakia, who had supposedly been captured, had been released by somebody who Subaru had suspected to be Todd. If they were together now, it appeared that his guess had not been incorrect. Subaru, damn it, even though you said you wanted to go back to your fiancé, why are you here? Had you just returned to your hometown quietly? That big lying bastard. Even if he groaned about things differing from what he had promised, it was not like it would make Todd disappear. Though he understood this, he had to let out his pent-up anger at least once. After doing that, he inhaled a deep breath, exhaled, inhaled, exhaled. And then... Whites, the next victims for Sparka? Subaru, not necessarily. Whites, can you help me out a little? Whites, Did you forget what I said just now? The tattoo on Whites' face contorted as Subaru heard this, feeling the tremors under his feet. At this time, Whites had spoken some words. Subaru's head was in a panic because of the aftermath of the drug, but he remembered them because they'd had a great impact. Subaru, just lending strength, right? So please, lend me your strength. Whites, as long as you get it, it's fine. So, what do you want me to do? Naturally, they were going to see the next candidates for Gladiator come across the drawbridge. He was thinking that would probably be his proposal, but Whites, with his arms crossed, switched quickly. That strong sense of duty, and the rule he had once decided for himself, which he obstinately abided by, were truly helpful, with great appreciation for White's personality. "Subaru, just a little is fine. I need you to stall the people who came to the island just now." Natsuki Subaru's only weapon, the authority of return by death. Ever since coming to the Wallachian Empire, and all while surmounting various obstacles, it had clearly been malfunctioning. The biggest reason that came to mind was that the ongoing infantilization assailing Subaru was its origin. Because his body had shrunk like it had, return by death had yielded behavior that was completely abnormal. A prime example of that were those horrible 10 seconds on Chaos Flame's Crimson Lapis Castle. It seemed those endless 10 seconds had not been for the sake of saving Subaru, but rather bestowed for the sake of causing him despair. Immediately after that had passed, the situation remained poor, even on the Gladiator Island he had been sent to. It was not as bad as those 10 seconds atop the castle tower, but the grace period granted now was unusually short. This time too, he had been able to return roughly 30 minutes to the past, when taking the time limit until everyone on the island would begin to die into consideration, that time would become even shorter. In other words, Subaru had to overwrite this situation in under 30 minutes. For that purpose, "Subaru, first, I need time to think. Remember, what just happened." He was depending on White's benevolence, who had vigorously declared he would undertake that request to delay the arriving envoys from passing through. However, he had also said that there would be no strategy involving White's himself going on a rampage. The reason was simple: even if White's went on a rampage, should Arakia be there, he would be stopped in an instant. Furthermore, if Todd were present, White's would be killed without mercy. Both of those were events Subaru wanted to avoid. "Subaru, as they died, everyone was bleeding from their faces. Poison gas? Some sort of magic?" He was in the middle of revealing that he intended to escape from the Gladiator Island. Hyan, White's and Idra had all collapsed one after the other, and Tanza, too, had been no exception to that. Everyone died the same way, together, so he thought that probably there was no mistaking it. If that meant the cause of death had been the same, then the other gladiators who had fallen had also. That was not it. "Subaru, the guards, they were also part of those who had died." Remembering the events that had occurred properly, there really were no exceptions in that hell. Unable to think straight at the time, he had not checked to see if the gladiator beasts in the cages were still alive, but at least all the humans, without exception, had died. That was not it, either. There had been exceptions. Subaru, me, and Todd. Indeed, only Subaru and Todd had met face to face on the island without dying. However, though Subaru had not died, he had still felt the pain of being near death, and just like everyone else, the phenomenon of blood streaming out his face had also occurred to him. That did not seem to apply to Todd. Since it was difficult to imagine he would be able to endure that nonchalantly, it was certain that Todd had not been subject to those means of dying. "Subaru, if it's poison gas, did Todd take an antidote before coming here or something? If it's some kind of magic, was it Arakia who used it? Come to think of it, Arakia was nowhere to be found." Although he'd had no intentions of the sort, he had briefly checked the corpses of all his acquaintances. Tanza and the others who had collapsed in front of him, Orson and the others whom he had saved in the second Sparker, Old Man Null in the healing room, and even the guard he recognized, who had treated him coldly and harshly. Everyone, absolutely everyone, had become motionless with blood streaming from their faces. "Subaru, but there are just 3 people I didn't see." Those were Arakia and Gustav, alongside the fake Cecilus, making it 3 people. Subaru, .. Of course, Subaru did not remember every gladiator on the island either, so he could not really declare that all of them had died. However, he could not be certain about those 3. Arakia was someone on Todd's side. Since she was Todd's ally, who was probably the mastermind behind the massacre, it was only natural that she would not have died in the massacre. However, just what had happened to the other 2? Gustav, the chief of the island holding the position of governor, and the fake Cecilus, the enigmatic and suspicious juvenile. Even on this gladiator island, those two held special positions. Subaru, R. Indeed, just as he remembered these two special people, a bolt of lightning suddenly ran through Subaru's mind. The massacre that had occurred on the island, he suspected that it had been brought about through the means of magic or poison gas. However, while a feeble possibility, there was one more thing that came to mind. Something which possessed a large influence on the gladiator island only, the curse rule. The gladiator island Jinnenhive's gladiators were shackled by the binds of an unseen impairment. The curse rule, if disobeyed, would even put one's life in peril. The prospects of its candidacy were rising. Subaru, however, the curse rule was just an empty threat, it shouldn't actually exist. Subaru himself had increased his belief in that, by risking his life in a back and forth with Gustav. He had been clear in telling Gustav that he was escaping from the gladiator island, thus displeasing him and defying the will of the Wallachian emperor, to whom Gustav swore allegiance. If a curse rule truly were to exist, Gustav would have used it against him right there and then. If he did not make an example of Subaru with it, the gladiator island's order would crumble. Had he circulated the fact of there being no curse rule, there would be a rather major incident involving a riot from the gladiators. Subaru, no matter how much Gustav-san doesn't want us to die, it wouldn't be logical to bend on there. So there shouldn't be a curse rule. No, I'm overthinking it. Gustav's policy of doing as much as he could to keep his gladiators alive, whether true or not, there were grounds that made it easier to deny the curse rule's existence. There were many, many of those lying around. The guards had also died, not just the gladiators, was it not? Subaru, Gustav-san's got no reason to kill all the guards. If you put it that way, there's also no reason for him to kill all the gladiators out of nowhere. The more he thought about it, the more Gustav's intention seemed unrelated to the massacre. If that were the case, narrowing down the reasoning to backtrack to the initial two options, either the mastermind Todd had scattered poison gas, or cooperating with Arakia, had made use of some outrageous magic. However, both of these had the exact same problem. Subaru, why was I the only one on whom the effect was so weak? Excluding Todd, who would have taken precautions beforehand, Subaru had been the only one with mild symptoms. What was it about Subaru that had made him alone different from everyone else who had died? Was it because he was a child? No, Tanza had died. Was it because of his behavior being different from theirs just before? No, Whites had died. Was it because race made a difference? No, Hyan and Idra had both died together. Was it because he was from another world? Because he had spent time in the kingdom? Because he had a contractual relationship with a supercute spirit? Because he was continuously stalked by the witch? Because he had been infantilized into a smaller body? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else was there? Only Subaru was different from everyone else. Just what was that something? Subaru, what's? Question mark. Oh, Basu, something troubling you? Subaru, whoa? A voice came from behind Subaru, who had been frantically racking his brain in search of possibilities. Because it was so sudden, and because he had erased the possibility of the speaker from his mind, Subaru, squealing, turned around with eyes wide open. Behind Subaru, walking with his hands in the sleeves of his kimono, was the fake Cecilus. Subaru blinked his eyes in surprise several times at that attitude of his, carefree as always. Subaru, see Ceci? Cecilus, yes that's correct, but what's up with that reaction? You look as if me being here is an outrageous, world-shattering development. It's true that I'm the leading actor of this world, so I can understand why you might feel daunted, but my intention was just to spend my time close to Basu at a distance where I can talk to you and touch you, you know. In this way, the fake Cecilus, approaching from his front, looked down into Subaru's face at a distance close enough that he could almost feel his breath on his face. And with that unchanging attitude and gesture, Subaru involuntarily backed away. Just then, from Subaru's side, the fake Cecilus quietly looked at the view below. From Subaru's side as he ascended, the fake Cecilus gazed at the already submerged drawbridge. Cecilus, it seems that the carriage wasn't carrying participants for the next Sparker, but rather more distinct guests. It's what everyone on the island's talking about. Subaru, they seem to be emissaries from the imperial capital. I don't know what they came here for, though. Cecilus, when it comes to emissaries from the imperial capital, I can imagine that they came to inform us about the situation outside, or to make preparations concerning the next show. As you want to leave this place, Basu, wouldn't that be good news for you? Subaru, I'm not going to deny it. Subaru gave a curt response to the fake Cecilus as the latter looked at the surface of the lake, sheltering his eyes with his hand. Frankly, this unforeseen encounter with the fake Cecilus had made Subaru unsure on how to behave toward him. He did not believe that the fake Cecilus had committed the massacre alongside Todd and Arakia. But it was true that he, who was supposedly the most feared gladiator on the Gladiator Island, had vanished in the midst of the massacre. Subaru, though, it's questionable whether my eyes were working properly. In such a horrific situation, by no means could he be said to have been mentally stable. Even so, if someone had quarreled or battled within the island, it would have been impossible for him to fail to hear it. That was why, if he were to think about what had become of the fake Cecilus back then. Subaru, did he die somewhere I couldn't see him, or was he not on the island? But if he had not been on the island, then where, and how? Even at this very moment, while he was talking to the fake Cecilus, the clock was ticking down towards the time limit. Until that absurd eventuality, even though the fake Cecilus had no time to spare either. Cecilus, you're not going to deny it. But your face says that you're worried about other things, you know. He thought and thought, yet Subaru got nowhere, and the fake Cecilus instinctively picked at his ambiguous words. It was probably just guesswork, and not something like a reading of Subaru's expression, speech, or conduct. It was intuition. Reeling in the correct interpretation was something that people like the fake Cecilus were capable of. Since a handful of those kinds of monsters were crowding this world, Subaru's resolve came into question. That he would not lose, that he must not lose, that resolve. Subaru, Ceci, something terrible's about to happen on the island. Probably, those guys from the imperial capital are responsible. I can't tell you the details, but... Cecilus, judging from how serious your atmosphere is, it'd be too horrifying to even put into words as well. That little dear girl and the people of Basu's unit are in a predicament. No, is it more like a certain death kind of feeling? Subaru, HK. Cecilus, Wheel, Basu's response has a splendid feeling to it, how nice. However, is that really so? I'm delighted that there are finally signs of things happening. I was so tired of waiting that I was about to die. Laughing with his mouth open, the fake Cecilus cheerfully stomped his feet. Taken aback by his reaction, which was as if he were warmly welcoming trouble, then, while baring his teeth, Subaru rushed to shorten the distance between themselves. Subaru, Ceci. It's not a joke. Everyone's in trouble. Cecilus, more gravitas. It's wonderful if you're not joking. I'd welcome it, since it'd be souring to be told that everything here was just you thinking too much, a made-up story. Crisis, predicament, and hardship, such great relief. Subaru, HK. Cecilus, or could it be that you truly thought I'd take your side unconditionally, Basu? When Subaru complained that Cecilus could not understand the gravity of the situation, Cecilus lowered his voice. It was just as if the glint in his eyes wanted to say that Subaru was the one who could not understand. Experiencing blade-like coldness from those long-slitted blue eyes, Subaru swallowed a breath. As the fake Cecilus broadly smiled at the silent Subaru. Cecilus, here, right here. Then, assailing Subaru with straightforward words, he did a twirl on the spot and outstretched his hands. On the mountainside of the Gladiator Island, in order to set the high ground from where they overlooked the island and half the lake as the stage, the fake Cecilus looked up to the sky, opened his mouth wide, and Cecilus, this is undoubtedly the divide. You'd asked if you could get me on your side unconditionally, but allow me to inform you that, at this very moment, you're able to fulfill those conditions. Subaru, right now, this moment. Cecilus, yes, that's right. Basu, you enthrall me through your premonitions. Connect with me through anticipation. Make me laugh through your negotiations. And, you're proving yourself right at the climax. Subaru, .. Cecilus, come along now, O wolf pierced by the sword. All you observers who look down upon these harsh and ruthless vast lands, see him clear. In this world, he, who is enthralling me, this very Cecilus segment. It seemed that if he were not convinced of those existences, of spectators present beyond the heavens, he would not have been able to make that outstanding utterance. Without exaggeration, it would be natural to doubt the sanity of the fake Ceciluses given his eccentric behavior. Certainly, anyone on this island would avert their eyes and not lend their ears to his conduct. However, Subaru had acquired a peculiar confidence. That the fake Cecilus was, no, that Cecilus segment was the real deal. This bona fide monster truly held faith that he could speak to the world, and that if the world truly possessed a mind of its own, then it would be unable to take its eyes off him. This little monster had been overflowing with that much presence and cogency. Subaru, I'm. Cecilus, what was that? Subaru, I'm going to make you my comrade. I'm gonna work you hard, that's what I've decided. While being overwhelmed, though it was not the time for it, Subaru put his hand against his chest and spoke out. Firmly setting his eyes on the other person, he declared that. Cecilus, that impulsiveness, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. He conceived a smile as he spoke, however, this had not been the same carefree smile Cecilus had wore until now, but rather a smile of merely relaxing his lips as he responded to Subaru. Perhaps it was a sign that Cecilus had undoubtedly recognized Subaru as a contender. Immediately following that. Cecilus, I see. Tightening the lips that had just displayed a smile, Cecilus gently stroked his chin with a finger. His chin, onto which blood had trickled down from his finely shaped nose, then from which it fell. Subaru, wha? Seeing fresh blood spilling from Cecilus's nose, Subaru hurriedly looked over the hand railing. It was not like he could see inside of rooms or into the basement by looking down onto the island, but even so, from what he could see here and there, he understood that their many figures, collapsed, belonging to many people. The massacre had begun. Begun, in the time Subaru had been using to put the situation in order and consider the possibilities carefully. Death had violently ravaged the people throughout the island, harvesting lives without exception. Indeed, without exception. Cecilus, oh. Subaru, Ceci. As he pulled himself away from the railing, Subaru also felt a sting inside his nose, but he was more worried about Cecilus, who had sat down next to him. Cecilus rested his back against the railing, perspiring as he slumped down into a cross-legged sitting position. He had an easygoing attitude, but the blood coming from his nose, which he was holding down with his hand, had not ceased. Subaru, are you okay? Cecilus, well, this sure seems tricky. This is a quite formidable enemy, Basu. Concerning this opponent, does there happen to be any shortcomings you're aware of? Subaru, is this the time to be saying that? You're bleeding from your nose, and from your eyes too. Cecilus, I see. Even though I was proud to say that I'd never spilled a drop of blood till now. Even as they spoke, blood flowed from the sitting Cecilus's eyes. Cecilus's state was becoming so awful that it was hard to look at it, but it was frightening that even with the blood pouring out of his nose, his tone of voice had not changed in the slightest. However, the scariest thing about Cecilus had not been that. Subaru, aren't you afraid of dying? Cecilus, people die, after all. Subaru, while understanding that what was drawing ever closer to him was imminent death, Cecilus responded without any hesitation. Without hesitation, without bewilderment, without fear, without anxiety, without nervousness, without regret. Unlike Subaru, no place should lay beyond his death. Even so, Cecilus held no fear towards death, supposedly the most feared thing among living beings. And so, without showing any fear of death, Cecilus, the hand holding his nose down dropped, and as if to conceal the bloodstain, his sleeve enshrouded his arm, and, with his back resting against the fence, Cecilus became motionless. His eyelids were closed and cast down, and without even a twitch, he became unable to move. Subaru clearly understood what that meant. And then, Subaru, Hoff. The hand he placed over his coughing mouth was stained with blood. Death had been looming closer to Subaru as well. The very same devastating scene dominated the Gladiator Island in its entirety. Subaru, slowly dragging his feet, Subaru wandered around the island, searching for survivors. However, now that even Cecilus was out of the running, as if living up to Subaru's tattered expectations, there was no occurrence of such an entity appearing. Subaru, Tanza, and the others too, and even Old Man Null. Every single one of them had collapsed and lost their lives. Shutting the eyelids on everyone's astonished faces, as they were unable to comprehend the events that had occurred, and cleaning their faces somewhat, was the best that Subaru could do for them. Subaru, sorry, Tanza. He had failed. He had erred in his procedure. He should have told Tanza and the others about the danger as well. He should have had them take some kind of precautions. If only they had stayed together, after converging with Tanza and the others and before ascending to the vantage point. If only he had been able to make her at ease and not let her die. That girl, who was anxious about this place in which she could not rely on anyone, who knew nothing of the situation, until he found their bodies, he had not even thought about such an obvious thing. Subaru, having wandered around the island, he had seen that all the guards were dead as well. The way they had died was the same as the gladiators. Everyone had bled to death, blood coming out from their faces. Along that way, he had gone go see the cages where the gladiator beasts were locked up, and there Subaru saw that all of them, too, had died. They had collapsed in their cages, bleeding from their eyes and noses, having died in the same way the humans had. Subaru, I guess that means I'm more durable. While near death, he made a joke that the lifeless gladiator beasts did not laugh at. It was difficult to breathe because his nose was completely blocked by blood. His eyes had also become moist and misty, and upon wiping them with his fingers, it was like a faint red curtain would cover them. Towards Subaru, and Subaru only, slowly approached an absolutely disgusting death god. To that disgusting death god, Subaru erected his trembling middle finger. And then, Hey you, what are you doing in a place like this? In the middle stratum of the island, in the place known as the courtyard, the death god muttered as he cracked the bones in his neck. Wearing a black bandana and giving the outward appearance of a friendly young man, was the death god, Todd. As he looked at Subaru, who had raised the middle finger towards him, he gradually drew closer. Todd, as you can see, I'd thought every guy on the island had died, but... Todd skillfully pulled out a large knife, wearing a puzzled face as he looked at Subaru. In many ways, he was probably thinking he had gotten into an unexplainable situation. Meeting a living person here must have been outside of Todd's expectations. The feeling of falling into an ambush certainly had also been ominous to Todd. However, Subaru knew that if he waited here, he would come. If he could finish this without meeting him, he would rather have that, but this was a confrontation he could not avoid no matter what. There was no one else left alive anymore, and in the time until Subaru died, the only one to have any chance of speaking to him was this death god. Todd, The look in his eyes lacked negligence, but there was no hesitation in his approaching steps. It was not so much an attitude of looking down upon Subaru, but more of an attitude of not viewing Subaru as a problem. That he was underestimating Subaru because he was a child, could not be the case. Without letting out jokes or metaphors, Subaru was already at the point of death. If one were to be overly cautious towards a helpless child about to die, that would not be cautiousness, but rather cowardice. Though, Todd could be spoken of as cunning and cautious, not as cowardly. Facing him, Subaru, who had let the girl's death go by through his stupidity, was thinking. Even though Todd had appeared just as he had wished, he was not sure if things from now would go as he wished. Even if he had a chance, Todd was not a person who would give hints easily. He did not have the kindness to give a helpless dying child something to help them die in peace. If so, against this cold-blooded death god, how could he bring back some form of information? Maybe, there was just one thing. Even if he did extremely well, the information he could get was just one thing. That one thing, he had to make it something worth his while. Todd, step by step, the distance between Subaru and Todd diminished. As soon as this distance reached zero, it would not be surprising for the other party to stab Subaru and bring him death mutely. With his head and body lacking oxygen, he had to draw the correct answer. It was Todd who committed this massacre on the island. There was no use in asking. Who was still alive? It would be useless to ask that. There would be no meaning. Where was Arakia? As much as he would like to know that, he did not think Todd would answer him. It would be useless. What had happened to Gustav? That, like Arakia, would be a useless shot. Then, what remained? Was it the method behind the massacre? Todd, poison gas, was not it. Subaru had erased that option from his mind. Halfway up the island's mountain, Subaru had happened upon Cecilus at the vantage point, and had decided to stay there after all. If the answer to the massacre were to be poison gas, then he would have been safe with the strong winds of the vantage point, probably. But as it turned out, neither Subaru nor Cecilus had escaped the carnage of the massacre. The possibility of poison gas was quite low, considering those outside and on the island had also collapsed. Then, the other possibility was Subaru, magic, from Arakia. Arakia, who had appeared together with Todd, had utilized some kind of slaughter magic to annihilate the gladiators, the guards, and the gladiator beasts on the island. If he could acquire that certainty, then, next time he would go about things in actual proper fashion. If he could acquire that certainty, ? Here, right here. That instant, an auditory hallucination dominated Subaru's mind. The voice of the star actor, who should no longer be among them, yielded a heat within Subaru's weak thinking. And then, as if that heat was urging him to do so, he opened his mouth and Subaru, the curse rule. The possibility he had once erased, albeit unable to do it fully, he shouted it in a loud voice toward the death god. That blood-curdling voice from Subaru was an inescapable attack, one which seized hold of the death god. And then, the instant he heard that shout, the death god, Todd, moved. Todd, die. The hint of suspicion, the bothersome air, just about everything disappeared, leaving only the intent to kill. If one were to see it in a sane state, that murderous intent was so thick and dense they would almost faint. With that in his eyes and a knife in his hand, Todd leapt at Subaru in a single breath's time. Subaru, car. The thrust of the cold blade buried it deep into Subaru's chest. Without a shred of mercy, the knife clawed through everything vital within his chest, and was wrenched out with a twist, to ensure that he would never be saved. A gush of blood spurted, staining Todd's blank face with fresh blood. Subaru, goo. He had been stabbed, and then, the blade had been yanked out, the force of that had flung his body onto the hard ground. The blood rushed through his throat with a vigor he had never experienced before, as he spit out a gulp of blood alongside the packaged drug. He had bit down, but failed to tear the envelope. But, this wound did not require the drug. Todd, from the inside of your mouth, are you sane? As he picked up the red-tinged package with his fingers and sniffed it, Todd muttered. Could he tell from the smell alone that the contents were dangerous, or had he guessed because it had come out of Subaru's mouth? Either way, it did not matter. It was something that Subaru could no longer reach. Only, if there was something he wanted to say, that would be, Subaru, thing. Todd, what? Subaru, one thing. The one thing, he had grasped it. His expression changing, giving it precedence above all else, he hastily killed Subaru. That was why Subaru had grasped it. Subaru, curse, he had grasped it, and then died. In exchange for dying, he had grasped it. That which had been responsible for the killings upon the Gladiator Island Jinnen Hive was the curse rule that supposedly did not exist. Arc 7, Chapter 71, Water. The curse rule that supposedly did not exist had been activated to kill everyone on the Gladiator Island. What had taken Subaru's life at the very final moment had been the sharpness of a cold knife. However, just before that, the sensation of slowly dying from edges of his body had eaten into Subaru without any room for doubt, working to ensure he died a cruel death. Ultimately, everyone aside from Subaru, the gladiators, Tanza and the others included, as well as the guards and gladiator beasts, which were supposedly on the administration side of the island, and even Cecilus, had died in an instant for reasons unknown. As somewhat of an exception, Subaru had been the only one to outlive it, but just why in the world had that been? Perhaps that question was one for which an answer could not be produced, even if one thought about it. There was no person he could ask for the answer, and he thought it was not worth the time or brain cells. Instead, he needed to focus on the information he could reliably gather. Subaru, that reaction from Todd. The answer is the curse rule. On the verge of death, with a brain short of blood, he'd had to choose between two options, but he had obtained the correct answer. Had Subaru not rethought things there, fixated on the idea that it had been due to Arakia's magic, he would not have been able to return with that conviction. Precisely because he had struck true, Todd had made the decision to kill Subaru in that split second. He had concluded that Subaru was not a child on the verge of death, but a risk which he must kill immediately. The speed with which Todd had switched gears was the basis for Subaru's conclusion that the culprit had been the curse rule. Subaru, but why the curse rule? Now that the possibility of poison gas had been eliminated and evidence in favor of the curse rule had emerged, he no longer intended on entertaining the idea that the curse rule was just a scare tactic and did not exist. But if that were the case, then Gustav's behavior was now far too unnatural. The basis for Subaru concluding that there was no curse rule was that Gustav had not punished him using the curse rule, even though the Subaru had defied the rules of the Gladiator Island and had dangerously attempted to destroy order. Certainly, Gustav did not seem eager to let the gladiators die, but when comparing the island's order to Subaru alone, it made no sense for him to hesitate to make use of the curse rule. That was why, thinking about it the other way. Subaru, when I provoked him, even though Gustav-san wanted to use the curse rule, he did not use it. But, when everyone on the island was killed, had the conditions to use it been fulfilled? For the time being, that was the arrangement of the events that had taken place that he could consider with the information he currently had. Subaru, Gustav-san's an enemy, huh? Since the curse rule had been employed, in all likelihood, the chief, Gustav, was an enemy to Subaru and the others. In other words, with Gustav joining Todd and Arakia, and it could be said that those were the three enemies. It was good to know with certainty that Cecilus was not an enemy, but at the same time, it was not enough for him to be pleased. Since that curse rule was a threat of such caliber, that it had even taken Cecilus's life. Subaru, In exchange for the information he had obtained, more and more bad ingredients were thrown into the cauldron. Was it possible to filter through the contents of a cauldron of darkness boiling gently, and see all the way through to the bottom? Thus, as far as the bad ingredients were, those were things he had to get rid of. The reason was... Schwartz. Subaru, HK. This shaking is... Subaru was crouching down, clutching his chest where no wound was present, only the leftover shock of being stabbed. Whites, who had been worrying over Subaru, was surprised to feel a tremor coming up from under his feet. Of course, Subaru had known this was coming, and what the reason for this shaking was. He knew, but there was a big problem. The grace period until the drawbridge would begin to move had been shorter than it had been for his previous retrial upon death. If he turned away from what he did not want to think about and covered his ears, the matter would be settled without him having to feel down. But if he were to do that, and were to turn his mindset into one of a loser, there would be no way to overcome the impending defeat. That was why, no matter how unpleasant reality was, he could not close his eyes and cover his ears. Even if that reality was, for instance, the restart point having moved forward by 10 seconds. Subaru, The authority of return by death possessed by Subaru had been yielding abnormalities, which had been particularly acting up recently. In addition to setting unusual restart points, this time there was a slight discrepancy in time. The grace period had been shortened by 10 seconds. This was an anomaly different from previous cases, in which grace periods would be extremely limited, making it a perfect situation for fueling Subaru's sense of anxiety and despair. This time it had shortened by about 10 seconds, but there was no guarantee that it would not shorten further. If this anomaly continued to occur over and over again, until finally the time to death became less than a second, or if it even became impossible to return by death in the first place anymore, what would be left for Subaru to be able to do? Even if he did not wish to make plans based upon return by death, he would still consider the possibility of using return by death. Now that he was smaller, Subaru was more helpless than before he shrank. This empire's realms were not so kind as to allow him to rest on his laurels only because he was adorable, therefore. Times. Question mark. Oh oi, Schwartz. Are we seriously just gonna sit there? Subaru, seriously. I'm begging you, this is a big one, don't freak out this time, Hyan. Question mark. I won't, but. Thus, Hyan, who was right beside Subaru, bit his teeth and hesitated to speak, his voice trembling so much that everyone could tell he was just acting strong. Subaru could understand why Hyan would be frightened and try to get him to reconsider. If they were found, they would not get a free pass. Hyan had no idea why Subaru would want to do such a reckless thing. However, if Subaru were to talk about the events that would ensue with honesty, whether he believed it or not, there was no doubt that Hyan would not cooperate with Subaru. For that reason, Subaru had tricked Hyan into cooperating under false pretenses. He was willing to be somewhat reckless with Hyan in order to obtain information that he could not ignore. That information that Hyan also could not ignore was: Hyan, shit, envoys from the Imperial capital are comin' to talk 'bout a show? You gotta be kiddin' me. Subaru, I've asked Whites to buy us some time. We're gonna go get the details. Hyan, gotcha, I really do. Impatient and frustrated, Hyan was concerned about the island's events, a showcase of death matches involving the gladiators, the primary reason why Jinnenhive was being run. After having survived Sparker, and having been provided with an environment in which it was difficult to perish in a death match between gladiators for the purpose of training, the biggest threat to one's life would be an event being held. Falsely claiming to have information about the upcoming show, Subaru had requested help from Hyan. As a result, come in. Allow me to hear what you have to say. With a stern voice, the sound of a door being opened echoed through the room. Two log-like arms threw the entrance open, and the atmosphere turned heavy with the return of the room's owner. Subaru, Subaru shut his mouth at their entrance and tapped Hyan beside him on the shoulder. Hyan too responded silently, as if resolving himself for a situation they could no longer back out of. It was only natural. Subaru and Hyan could no longer afford to screw up. The reason being: General First Class Arakia, and Todd. A straightforward female voice answered Gustav's words, the person of a large build who had opened the door. There was a hint of a strained smile at that short, unkind answer. Todd, Private First Class Todd Fang. For the time being, just until this task is finished. So followed the voice of a man, as if it were crushing Subaru's very soul. With no regard for Subaru's feelings, the two people who being guided, Todd and the brown-skinned woman with an eye patch, Arakia, entered the room. The room was Gustav's office. The room to which Subaru had also been summoned for a stern warning the other day. Todd and Arakia stepped in, as emissaries from the imperial capital. Todd, though it's for someone with a position like that of governor, it's a terribly plain room. In the middle of the room, standing to the side of the guest sofa, Todd surveyed his surroundings. Admittedly, the things contained within Gustav's room were few. With a work desk and bookcase, it could be said to be a room that matched its label as an office, containing naught but the necessities for carrying out his work. It was understandable why he was paying attention to that point. But Subaru wished that he would not look around. And especially, not in the direction of the bookshelf in the corner of the room. Times. Gustav, it is an office. I have assembled everything I, in my capacity, need. Are you here to conduct an inspection? Todd, not at all, I'm just General First Class Arakia's assistant. The General is very particular and has no subordinates but me. Arakia, few in number, but elite. Todd, saying I'm elite, I feel that evaluation's a bit impolite to my superiors. Todd shrugged at Gustav, who closed the door to his room and headed for his work desk. Todd slowly sat down on the sofa, his expression unchanged by Arakia's subsequent words. With that gaze now removed from the bookshelf, inwardly, Subaru took a very, very big sigh of relief. It had been an unthinkably tense moment. No matter how much he thought about it, the one who had repainted the worst situation with fear had been Todd. That was why, from the bottom of his heart, he was afraid that he might be noticed again. Beside the bookcase, while covered by high-end camouflaging against the surrounding scenery, Subaru was listening intently to this situation. Subaru, Subaru had asked Whites to stall the incoming carriage, and during that time, he and Hyan had trespassed into Gustav's office, hiding themselves using camouflage. While there was a precedent of stalling being successful, whether the camouflage could be detected or not was something that could not be known without trying. He thought that he had understood the mechanism of Hyan's camouflage through the first Sparker and their conversations afterwards, but his conviction in it was a different matter. The precision of Hyan's camouflage was influenced more by his nerve while remaining motionless, rather than the state of his mind and body. Were he to have the guts to stay still, he would be almost invisible, being assimilated into the scenery. He could hug Subaru's small body, so that the same effect would apply on him as well. However, as soon as he moved, the ambience of the camouflaged scales would become disorderly, and turning it very much like a child playing hide-and-seek, they would be in full view of everyone. In their fight against that lion-like gladiator beast, his scaredy cat nature had caused him to die many a times. It was Hyan's own weak heart that hampered his strong points. However, the camouflaging he was performing right now should be able to tackle those weak points, to better them. Subaru, if they don't find us, we won't have to worry about them doing anything to us. The coming emissaries are a divine general and her sharp-eyed second-in-command, but as long as your camouflage doesn't waver, you'll be fine. Besides, Hyan, besides? Subaru, I'll be with you. Before they went into the office, Subaru looked him straight in the eye and told him that, even though they were the words of an audacious child with short arms and legs and a voice that had yet to become deeper, they had reached Hyan, whose friends' lives he had saved. Indeed, it seemed to resonate with him. That was why, this was the first time Hyan's camouflage had gone undetected. Just what had Arakia, and her second-in-command Todd, have come to the island to discuss with Gustav beyond this point? This was the first time that conversation was able to begin. Gustav, General First Class Arakia, would you care to take a seat? Arakia, I'll stand. Since, I can't settle down. Gustav, you cannot settle down? Arakia, it seems various things have happened since I came to the island. I guess, it's because a dragon's nest is nearby. Even when encouraged to take a seat, Arakia shook her head and remained standing. Her second-in-command, Todd, sat on the sofa, with Arakia standing behind him. Even so, the picture of Todd with his boss behind him did not feel out of place to Subaru, perhaps because he had too much of an image of Todd as someone very powerful and dreadful. The moment Hyan's camouflage had become slightly distorted, he had gone straight for the kill, so it was impossible to not be cautious of someone like that. But, Gustav, if that is fine with you, then it is no problem to me, as the official. So, the purpose of this visit is. Todd, I appreciate being able to get right to work. We don't want to take too long either. General First Class, permission to hand over the letter? Arakia, do as you please. Todd, I'm grateful. Governor, this is a letter from the imperial capital, from the Prime Minister. While Arakia was quite literally standing there like a decoration, Todd took the letter out of his pocket and handed it over to Gustav. Now in Gustav's hand, the letter was sealed with a proper waxen seal, as to indicate the sender, though Subaru was unable to confirm the imprint mark. Subaru, Imperial, Prime Minister. As Todd explained who had entrusted them with the letter, his words made Subaru's tongue dry up. As he recalled, according to what Subaru had heard from the disagreeable Abel, the person in the position of Prime Minister was one of the main culprits for Abel having been driven out of the imperial capital. Gustav had received a letter from the wicked Prime Minister who had chased out the Emperor of poor character. Moreover, the one who had delivered the letter was the human devil, Todd. Considering the massacre that would occur on the Gladiator Island after this letter was nothing but a bad premonition. Todd, High Count Gustav Morello, I heard that you were assigned to this island as governor by the order of His Excellency the Emperor, Vincent Wallachia. Gustav, there are no discrepancies in your understanding. Todd, even though it was by the order of His Excellency the Emperor, a loathed job such as the management of the Gladiator Island Genenhive isn't suitable for someone such as a blood relative of the hero of Wallachia, Kurgan, the Eight Arms. As if to support Subaru's premonition, the atmosphere of the room tingled with an intent to kill. The cause was Todd's rude, rambling manner of speaking. And Subaru knew what made Gustav the angriest based on their previous encounters. The reason behind Gustav's anger, more so than what had been said about himself, was, Gustav, that manner of speaking, do you doubt the honorable judgment of His Excellency the Emperor? That anger was due to disloyalty towards His Excellency the Emperor, or in other words, disloyalty towards Abel, who was Vincent. Times. Todd, at the stern air Gustav emitted, Arakia suddenly lined up next to Todd. Arakia's face did not show what she was thinking, but that action alone made Subaru think that Gustav's extreme loyalty would be crushed with force. However, saying General First Class while holding up his hand, it was none other than Todd himself who stopped Arakia's threat. Todd, just now, I went too far with my words. The governor's anger is justified. Arakia, but I won't let you die. You need to exact vengeance for your friend. Right? Todd, of course, that's right. Right now, that's the purpose I live for. Despite reprimanding Arakia's attitude, Todd's face showed sadness as he answered. Vengeance for his friend, so had Arakia pointed out towards Todd, Subaru could not help but bend his lips as he tried to not miss a single thing they said. Todd, and vengeance, they were words with such terribly poor compatibility. Subaru did not know Todd well enough to say that, but he supposed it meant that Todd had people who were important to him. Neglecting his fiancée despite wanting to see her so badly, he had come to this island to kill a lot of people. Todd, I'm sorry for speaking so thoughtlessly, Governor. General First Class Arakia and I have some external concerns. Because of that, my behavior was inadequate. I apologize. Gustav, I accept your apology, but going too far with what you say can invite disaster. Todd, as far as that goes, it is painfully true to hear. I'm very, very aware of that. Todd, who had held Arakia back, made a bitter face at Gustav's advice. Ignoring Todd's reaction, Gustav cracked the wax seal with his thick fingers, and opened the letter. The Imperial Prime Minister, the person who was responsible for the current havoc within the Empire, the contents of his letter were. Gustav, this is. Todd, it was the intention of my impolite talk earlier, I didn't mean to offend. I just wanted to say that if the governor's tired of managing the Gladiator Island, that's completely fine. As Gustav ran his eyes over the letter, small wrinkles were notched into his rock-like face. Gustav ran his eyes over the letter and carved little wrinkles in his rock-like face. Todd closed one eye as it seemed like a crack had been made on a real rock, and that crack was spreading. Leaving Arakia silent, Todd continued, appearing as if he was the main representative emissary. Todd, the gladiators of this island are liable to cause internal conflict. In accordance with His Excellency the Emperor's wishes, they are to be disposed of, all at once. Times. Matter-of-factly, with a deadpan delivery as if he were just talking about taking out the trash on garbage collection day, Todd had made a firm request to Gustav for the gladiators of the Gladiator Island, for several hundreds of people, to be disposed of. Subaru, The only reason Subaru had been able to stomach that forecast of the worst outcome being right on the mark, was that he had already seen the massacre actually killing everyone on the island, and had henceforth steeled his heart. Thus, it was a miracle that Hyan, who had received a bolt from the blue, did not scream. Although, it would be more accurate to say that he was far too dumbfounded to grasp the situation. Subaru, That singular voice had been so devoid of any sense of reality, that Hyan had forgotten to even move. However, although they had gotten past through the lucky break of the camouflage not coming undone, Subaru could not help but bite down on his molars. This request, it had led to the activation of the curse rule that would kill everyone on the island. As expected, it was just as he feared. Todd and Arakia, and finally Gustav, had become his enemies. As long as he could not stop those three from committing that heinous act, he would not be able to prevent that massacre. Gustav, fear of internal trouble, you say. Todd, internal trouble is internal trouble, it's something that, with its insolence, darkens the gracious influence of His Excellency the Emperor. Be that as it may, the Prime Minister does not believe that it is something Gustav is sheltering. The governor's loyalty is the real thing. Gustav, Todd, for that reason, it must cause your heart to anguish. I am told that ever since the governor was appointed to this island, the quality of the gladiators unveiled at the shows is incomparable to what it used to be. While ordering the disposal of those gladiators, Todd's attitude was one of showing appreciation for Gustav's work. As he looked down at the letter, Gustav's expression did not shift. Just how had Todd's words been resonating within him? Lacking freedom as he watched the situation, Subaru did not comprehend. Gustav, by decreasing the risk of needless deaths, by allowing them to acquire the foundations of how to fight, and by having them stand side by side rather than outmaneuvering others, the quality of the gladiators who survive shall improve. But, in Gustav's own notions, having performed the administration of the Gladiator Island, it felt as if there had been something like pride in the tone of his voice as he calmly responded. Instead of making the gladiators into a mere spectacle, Gustav had trained them, nurtured them, and reformed the rules of the island in order to win the favor of both the emperor and his subjects. Probably, gentleness akin to attachment or affection towards the gladiators had not been present there. It was Gustav's decision as the person placed in the position of governor, and only that. Arakia finished talking, that is. So Arakia asked of Gustav, who had placed all four of his hands atop the desk on which he had placed the letter as he closed his eyes. It was an insensitive question that completely ignored the flow of the conversation, something that Subaru might have reacted to with anger and a flushed face, had he been in Gustav's shoes. But Gustav did not object to it, and Todd simply took it as a given. Todd, I've heard of a curse rule that'd be very convenient for the disposal. It seems that you have a curse tool given to you by General First Class Groovy Gumlet, of the 9 Divine Generals. Using that, you can get them all in one go, or something. Times. Gustav, it is possible. Todd, then this'll be a quick affair. Let's get this over with and head back to the Imperial capital together. We'll need some time to prepare the new gladiators, so we'll have to shut down Jinnenhai for a while. Todd spoke as one might at the end of a class, putting away all the supplies he had used. The lack of seriousness in the way he spoke interfered with Hyan's ability to reboot. His thinking still shut down. However, even if Hyan had yet to reboot, it seemed like they were running out of time towards the Great Trigger. If Gustav were to activate the curse rule in accordance with the written decree brought by Todd and Arakia, total annihilation would follow. Knowing that it was a capricious and unstoppable future, the only way to stop it was for Subaru to make a move here. But, just how should he act? He already had the perfect notion that if he were to himself without a plan, he would be killed on the spot. On the other hand, even if they tried to take the one who was probably able to make use of the curse rule, Gustav, he was significantly stronger than both Subaru and Hyan. Gustav, I refuse. And so Gustav declined Todd and Arakia's demands, so he would take advantage of that. Take advantage. Advantage, taking advantage, what would that be? Todd, what? Subaru, desperately trying to rack his brain, was just as scrambled in his thoughts as Hyan was. In contrast to Subaru, who had lost his train of thought, Todd's voice was unfeeling and sharp. Subaru felt as if the atmosphere in the room had become more thick and viscous. That change in temperature was fundamentally different to the time Gustav had gotten offended by Todd's manner of speaking. It was not the heat or moisture in the atmosphere, but rather, what had changed was its very color. Clad in that atmosphere, staring at Gustav, who had his hands on his desk, Todd said, "Todd, is there any discrepancy between the contents of the written decree and what you understand from our end?" Gustav, no. The letter contains the same information you have just given me. The Prime Minister's name and his seal are not misprinted. Todd, if that's the case, then what kind of intent are you expressing? Spreading his arms out, Todd asked this of Gustav, who had thrust aside his demands. Subaru, too, did not understand anything that was going on. Gustav had rejected the demands Todd had brought from the imperial capital to purge all the gladiators on Gladiator Island by utilizing the curse rule. Just why? The reason was, Gustav, as the official, I have been ordered by His Excellency the Emperor. In preparation for emergencies, strive to develop the gladiators, trained in both body and mind. Todd, the seal of the Prime Minister reflects the will of His Excellency the Emperor. Are you saying that, because it conflicts with what your orders from beforehand, you're unable to make a decision? The written decree is the real thing, you know. Gustav, I do not suspect forgery. I accept it as a written decree from the Prime Minister. Todd, but it's still not worth considering? Frowning, Todd turned his discerning eyes toward Gustav, someone he could not understand. For just this time, Subaru shared the same opinion as Todd. Even though he was grateful that Gustav had brushed off the demands, he had no idea of the true motives behind that. Then, in front of Subaru and Todd, who were harboring identical bewilderment, Gustav continued. Gustav, from His Excellency the Emperor, I have directly been given orders. Todd, like I said, the written decree is retracting that, and telling you to obey the next orders. Gustav, the order of His Excellency the Emperor, came when I was installed as the governor of this island. Interrupting Todd's words, Gustav was stating the basis for his option. Several years ago, the time when Gustav had been appointed as governor of the Gladiator Island. That was. Gustav, His Excellency the Emperor told me this. Even if you receive orders from me, do not disobey this first order. Todd, .. Those were undoubtedly the words that would guide Gustav, who had been placed in this situation. Those words had foreseen that Gustav would be placed in this situation. Something like proper preparation was not adequate in the least, so it was an order that could not have been established without prescient foresight. Because of the Wallachian Emperor, Vincent, no, because of Abel, there were preparations for the future. Todd, so, what you're saying is, because you have previous orders from His Excellency the Emperor, you cannot obey His Excellency the Emperor's current orders? Gustav, He also told me that I need not know the reason. As the official, I agree. Regardless of whether I know or not, the duties that I, in my capacity, must carry out, do not change. Shaking his head, Gustav firmly responded to Todd's question. Todd slightly narrowed his eyes as he faced Gustav, who maintained his resolute attitude. That his gaze was trying to somehow persuade Gustav was not what his face suggested he was thinking. After all, he no longer had any reason to exhaust his words trying to persuade the resolute man who refused to listen. In other words, Todd, Arakia. Negotiations have broken down. Gustav, HK. Like that, Todd spoke to Arakia in a flat voice. The subsequent instant, before a fatal situation arrived, Gustav grabbed all four sides of the desk with all four of his arms, and was about to lift it up and throw it at the two visitors. As the muscles in his thick, strong arms bulged, he easily lifted the desk, which seemed to weigh close to 100 kilograms. Arakia, slosh. Together with that unfeeling chant, Arakia pointed the wooden branch she held towards Gustav. Immediately subsequent to that, an immensely powerful jet of water spurted from the tip of the wand, blowing away Gustav's stone-like face in its entirety alongside everything else above his neck, and that life of his transformed into a deceased one. There was a heavy thud, and the desk whose legs had been lifted for a moment fell to the floor. A beat later, as if trying to throw the desk using his entire being, Gustav's body, having lost everything upwards of its neck, collapsed to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound on his neck, where he had lost his head, which dirtied the floor of the office non-stop. The fresh blood that spread seemed to insist on Gustav's quick death, which did not feel real. Todd, people of the multi-arm tribe, they sure are the same no matter how many arms they got. If anything, just go and get some more heads. Todd cracked the bones in his neck while looking at the dead Gustav. Then he looked back at Arakia, who was staring intently at the tip of her branch, and asked what's wrong? As he tilted his head, Todd, no way, you couldn't be surprised by your own power, right? Arakia, incorrect. But, I'm surprised. So much power, with mere water. Todd, oh, that, huh. If you're aiming for a crowd of people who are spread out, then fire's better, but if your opponent is one person, then water's definitely the best. Next time, just put 1 glass of water's worth or thereabouts inside your opponent's head, that'd be enough. Arakia, understood. Todd. While suggesting some frightening things, Todd walked up to Gustav's corpse. As she cast her eyebrows down, Arakia called out to him, who had drawn a somewhat large knife from his side. Not answering her call, Todd went around behind the corpse atop the desk, and thrusting his knife into its thick back without mercy, he sliced it open vertically. It was a method sparing no quarter, as if carving up a fish. There was a large quantity of blood flowing from the neck, but the spurts of blood from the already dead body were minimal. Even so, while basking in an amount of blood that was not small in the least, Todd dissected Gustav's body. Subaru, reflexively averting his eyes from that scene, Subaru became aware of his own trembling. Until now, Subaru had considered Todd to be a dreadful enemy, but this was the first time he had seen him involved in such grotesque conduct. To think that he would take a person, and dissect them as if they were an animal. Todd's violence was consistently focused straight on the goal of eliminating enemies and danger. If he had such a liking towards defiling a corpse in this way, Subaru wondered if every time, after Todd had killed him, his own corpse had been defiled in the same fashion. Thinking this, an unbearable sense of dread and feeling of revulsion dominated his entire body. Amidst the unpleasant noises that made him want to plug his ears, Subaru was unable to do so. Even in a scenario that made him want to kill his emotions by instinct, he never knew what could be lurking there. Perhaps when running away from Todd, if there were corpses nearby, then he might get distracted by them, and why he was thinking about such a stupid thing was. Todd, there it is. Arakia, What is? Suddenly, that unpleasant wet sound came to an end, and Todd and Arakia's conversation shifted. Arakia, too, had lowered her voice at Todd's vulgar taste, to which Todd had replied quite indifferently, wiping the blood splattered on his cheek with the back of his hand. "Todd, it's the curse tool, you know, the curse tool. I figured someone like him would keep it embedded in his body somehow." "Arakia, curse tool. Todd, it's necessary to activate the curse rule." "Ah, it's fine if you don't know. Anyhow." While saying that, what Todd had pulled out of Gustav's body was what appeared to be a black orb, which had been embedded dead center in his large body. The orb Todd had called the curse tool was around the size of a golf ball, at most. Even so, it was the curse tool necessary to activate the curse rule. In other words, "Todd, as long as I have this thing, it doesn't matter whether the owner lives or dies." He sure did something stupid. Fiddling with the cursed tool in his hand, Todd moved away from Gustav's corpse's back, which had lost its head under heroic circumstances, while calling out to it. There was neither pity nor sympathy in his voice. Instead, there was a tinge of indifference and disgust. "Todd, it's strange that you thought you could compete against a monster," Todd muttered as he tilted his head, presumably referring to Arakia, who had killed Gustav in the time of a single breath. However, neither Gustav, who had lost his life, nor Subaru, who had been present at the scene, could help but think that the monster in question was undoubtedly Todd. Subaru, .. Thus, by any means necessary, he must steal the cursed tool from that monster. "Todd, Arakia, give me water. I need to rinse off the blood, then, as for the guys on the island." Todd's attention turned to Arakia after tearing Gustav's corpse open, wanting to wash his bloody knife and hands. Putting the cursed tool in his hand onto the work desk for one moment, Todd turned to Arakia's side. Instinctively, Subaru decided that it had to be then. "Arakia, ah." And, prompted by Arakia's word, her mouth wide open, Todd turned back around. Noticing a child having appeared in the middle of the room all of a sudden, reaching his hand out to the cursed tool on the desk, Todd's eyes opened wide. Hyan's camouflage came to an end, having completed its job. So thoroughly, that neither the meticulous Todd nor the monster-grade Arakia had noticed Subaru and Hyan's presence. "Subaru, Hyan." The instant he caught onto the cursed tool with his fingertips, Subaru called out to Hyan, who had concealed himself by assimilating with the floor he lay down on. However, his gaze was in a completely different direction, the entrance to the office. Facing that way, he raised his voice. "Subaru, blow away the whole room." "Todd, HK, Arakia." Hearing Subaru's strange shout, Todd immediately called out for Arakia, while also keeping vigilance towards the door. Arakia clung close by Todd's side. If an outrageous attack were to be cast from near the door, they would be able to respond to it. However, "Todd, it's a bluff." In 1 second, a moment in which nothing happened, Todd saw through Subaru's intention. But by being given just that second, Subaru was able to fulfill his objective. He grasped the cursed tool, and just after, "Hyan, woo-ah." While howling, Hyan came flying towards the waist of Subaru, who had gotten a hold of the cursed tool, and grabbed him. Just after, Hyan held Subaru in his arms as they plunged into the side of the room opposite to the entrance, into the window of the office. The entire weight of their bodies crashed into it, and Subaru and Hyan flew out as the window frame was destroyed. The moment they jumped out, Arakia, splash. And, with power unimaginable from such an unfeeling chant, a flash flood devastated the office. Water with tremendous pressure blew away the upper stratum of the Gladiator Island, and the furniture and bookcases that Gustav, the owner of the room, had so meticulously arranged, were swept away without mercy. However, Arakia, they're gone. Watching the items in the room streaming out of the broken walls one by one, Arakia, the one responsible, stepped on the wet floor and muttered so. Looking towards the exterior of the broken office, downwards, a white cloth tied along the wall could be seen. If one were to grab it and let their hands glide, they would be able to descend to the bottom. Arakia, this. Todd, So they were fully prepared to ambush us, huh? That kid, just what is he? Next to Arakia, also looking out the wall, Todd put his hand over his mouth, murmuring. Narrowing his eyes, Todd, in careful thought, let out a small sigh. Todd, Arakia, go recover the cursed tool. It's all right to kill. Arakia, understood. What about you, Todd? Todd, the things I'm going to do, you don't need to know about them. With a shake of his head, Todd brushed off Arakia's question like that. However, Arakia was unbothered by that, and instead leaned out of the broken wall and dropped straight down. Without cheap tricks, without any assistance, from dozens of meters high. And then, seeing Arakia off as she chased after the intruders, Todd heaved a sigh, and Todd, that brat sure had a nasty smell. And, muttering so, his eyes lacking any expression, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Muttering so, his eyes lacking any expression, he clicked his tongue in annoyance.